Good morning, Excellencies, dear ladies and gentlemen. Can we be seated? Commence our consultative meeting. Good morning to you all, and welcome to the African Union Consultative Meeting on the establishment of the African Union financial institutions that is scheduled to be held in this beautiful city of Lusaka from 13 to 15 December 2023. I think I'm having a little challenge with the microphone. Is everything set? Our meeting this morning will commence with the opening ceremony that will be punctuated with several opening statements. But before that, I would like to recognize the presence in this room of the governor of the Central Bank of Central African States, Honorable Abbas Mahamat Toli. I would also recognize the presence of Mrs. Rekia Shifue Mango, the Deputy Governor of the Bank of Zambia, recognizing also the presence of Mr. Denis Shizenda, the Acting Secretary to Treasury of the Ministry of Finance and Planning of Zambia. Also recognizing the presence of Dr. Innocent Mashe, the Deputy Governor of the Reserve Bank of Zimbabwe. Present also with us, Director Jamel Grib, the Director for Economic Development, Integration and Trade of the African Union Commission. I would like to kindly request to clap for our senior officials. Thank you very much. Before commencing our proceedings, I think we will start with the national anthem of the Republic of Zambia. Are we set we are okay? So kindly stand for the anthem, please. you. We follow with the anthem of the African Union. Thank you very much, and kindly be seated. Sons and daughters of Africa, it is truly a pleasure to welcome you here in Zambia. And the first statement of this opening session will be delivered on behalf of His Excellency the Commissioner Albert Muchanga by our Director for Economic Development, Integration and Trade, Mr. Jamel Grib.
Your Excellency, Honorable Situm Beko Muzo Kotwane, Minister of Finance and National Planning of Zambia, Governor and Deputy Governor of the African Union Central Banks, officials and experts from the African Union Ministers of Finance, representative of regional economic communities, representative of Pan-African institutions, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I greet each and every one of you. It is my honor and pleasure on behalf of the Chairperson of the African Union Commission, His Excellency Musa Faki Mohammed, and His Excellency Ambassador Albert Muchanga, Commissioner Economic Development, Trade and Tourism Industry and Minerals, to welcome you to this consultative meeting on the establishment of the African Union Financial Institution. I would like to express my deep appreciation to the government and people of Zambia for their warm welcome and hospitality for hosting the consultative meeting on the establishment of the African Union Financial Institution. I would also like to thank our partner, the African Export-Import Bank, for supporting the holding of this strategic consultative meeting. The consultative meeting serves as a crucial continental advisory forum for fostering innovation and teamwork in the development of pragmatic solution to major obstacles encountered in the execution of the African Union Financial Institution agenda. As you are all aware, the consultation is being held in a challenging context for most of our economies. The COVID-19 pandemic, geopolitical tension, and climate change has significantly impacted Africa's growth trajectory, with the real GDP projected to grow by 4% in 2023. However, Africa growth remained below the pre-pandemic average and below the long-run goal of 7 to 10%. Government has increased fiscal spending to cope with declining revenues, leading to increased debt level. The average debt to GDP ratio is expected to remain high at 66% in 2023 and stabilized at 65% in 2024. Many countries face challenges in accessing international capital market due to poor credit rating and the inefficiency of the global financial architecture in dealing with a multifaceted global and regional crisis. Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, to navigate in this turbulent environment characterized by a lack of predictability in terms of finance, Africa Development Bank, in terms of finance of the Africa Development Agenda, there is a growing consensus that the operationalization of the African Union financial institution will play a pivotal role in harnessing domestic resources to accelerate Africa's development. The establishment of the African Union Financial Institution will accelerate the implementation of the African Economic Community Treaty, promoting socio-economic development and addressing globalization challenges. The Abuja Treaty, adopted in 1991, recognizes the need to develop Africa for current and future generations. Allow me to remind ourselves that the African Union Financial Institution consists of the African Central Bank, African Monetary Fund, and Africa Investment Bank. In 2006, the Assembly of the African Union requested a feasibility study for the Pan-African Stock Exchange. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, when it comes to deepen its financial and monetary integration, the 49 unstable and illiquid African currency makes trade between African nations extremely difficult, which impedes the continent's growth and investment, as well as the efficient execution of the African Continental Free Trade Area. In this regard, the Central Bank of Africa and the Central Bank Africa goals, as stated in Article 6 and 44 of the Abuja Treaty, is to establish a single African currency and common monetary policy in order to hasten economic integration. The goals of the ACB will be to encourage global monetary cooperation by establishing a permanent institution, encourage exchange stability and prevent the depreciation of competitive exchange rate, assist in the creation of a multilateral payment system for members' ongoing transactions, and remove exchange control that impede international trade expansion. In this regard, the African Investment Bank, as stated in Article 6 and 44 of the Abuja Treaty, the AIB mission is to promote economic growth and expedite economic integration throughout the African continent. The protocol and statute on the African Investment Bank were adopted by the AU Assembly during its summit in February 2009, thereby creating the AIB. The AIB aims to promote investment activities in the public and private sector to enhance regional integration in the AU member states. It will utilize available resources for project implementation, strengthen the private sector, and modernize rural infrastructure. It will mobilize capital market for financing and provide necessary technical assistance for project study, preparation, financing, and execution in African countries. When it comes to the African Monetary Fund, its establishment will aim to facilitate the integration of African economy by eliminating trade restriction and providing greater monetary integration as envisaged under the Article 6 and 44 of the Abuja Treaty. The fund will serve as a pool for central bank reserves and AU member state national currency, prioritizing regional macroeconomic objective in its lending policy. Established at the Malabo Summit in June 2014, the African Monetary Fund's objective include providing financial assistance to AU member states, acting as a clearinghouse, entertaining macroeconomic surveillance, coordinating monetary policies, and encouraging capital movement between member states. In regards to the Pan-African Stock Exchange, these projects has witnessed the launch of the African Exchange Linkages Project, where the African Union Commission and the African Security Exchange Association signed the MOU in July 2022. The collaboration aims to scale up the AELP and transform it in a Pan-African Stock Exchange. The AELP was launched in November 2022. So far, there are 9 participating security exchanges. The African Union Commission will play an active and central role in encouraging more countries to participate to this project. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the African Union financial institutions are crucial for financing Africa transformation agenda, but their signature and ratification process has been slow. Many years after the adoption of the legal instrument of the African Union financial institution, none of these institutions have come into force, indicating a need for urgent action. Africa development may be hindered by the lack of comprehension of the crucial role of the financial institution and the potential for leveraging the domestic financial system. If Africa is to realize the Africa we want, in ensuing decades, the political commitment from its leaders must also be reinvigorated with regards to African integration and the creation of the African Union financial institution. Let me at this junction against these challenges enlighten the audience with a few remarkable achievements. The AU financial institution, led by His Excellency the President Nana Akufo-Addo of Ghana, has achieved great strides since his appointment as champion in February 2020. The macroeconomics convergence standards of the African Monetary Cooperation Program were approved by the Assembly of the Heads of State and Government in February 2022. This mandated annual reporting and monitoring by the Association of African Central Banks and the AU Commission. The Assembly of Governors asked the AU Commission and AACB Secretary to activate the peer review mechanism in August 2023 in order to oversee the implementation of macroeconomic convergence. Despite this achievement, progress remained insufficient to successfully establish the AU financial institution within the required time frame. Member States are encouraged to take ownership and extend political will to accelerate the implementation process. Thus, the timing of this consultative meeting is ideal to achieve our shared objective of establishing the African Union financial institution. We must come up with fresh and innovative ideas and strategies. In addition, the meeting will evaluate the rationale behind member states' hesitation and tardiness in endorsing and validating the legal document that created the financial institution and devise a plan to accelerate the procedure necessary for their complete operationalization. The meeting will also analyze the various stages that member states are on in terms of negotiating and advocating for the signature and ratification of the African Union financial institution in their respective countries and gather fresh opinion and insights. Permit me to reiterate the African Union Commission's commitment to supporting member state effort in this process as a wrap-up. In order to better understand the problem pertaining to the implementation of the financial institution of the African Union and to create a sustainable future that serves the interests of our people, we must actively collaborate. I end here and wish you fruitful deliberation. Thank you all for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Director Jamel, for that extremely pertinent and eloquent opening remarks. Now, allow me to call on the stage Mrs. Reka Shifue Mango, the Deputy Governor of the Bank of Zambia. Honorable.
A very good morning to everyone. Maybe I should be saying bonjour. Ça va bien? Okay. I'd just like to welcome you to Zambia. I hope you've had a good stay so far. I will deliver a brief statement. I think the executive director has touched on a number of issues that will pertain to this meeting. So allow me to ride on the protocols already established. Good morning again, ladies and gentlemen. Article 19 of the AU Constitutive Act provides for the creation of 3 African Union financial institutions, namely the African Central Bank, African Investment Bank, and the African Monetary Fund. So one of the objectives, as we are all aware, of the African Union is to drive Africa's sustainable economic development through inter-Africa trade, supported by initiatives such as the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. However, financing to exploit the continent's potential is not available or too expensive to realize its growth objective, given the natural resources endowment and the significant geographical divide of Africa. So creating efficient and effective financial institutions under the African Union can play a significant role in unlocking the continent's ability to provide employment and become significant players in the global supply chains. The African Union financial institutions should mobilize resources, mainly from African capital markets, to finance investment projects in African countries and limit dependency on external sources of financing. This is notwithstanding the associated risks and returns considerations for investing in Africa relative to alternative markets. The continent has made significant progress in the payment systems area with the development of the regional payment systems such as the SADC RTGS, the COMESA REPS in our part of the region, as well as the Pan-African Payment Settlements System PAPS. These can facilitate financial intermediation across the continent to support growth and development. The creation of the African Union of Financial Institutions would complement efforts of the African Export-Import Bank, Afri-Exim, and Africa Development Bank in financing development projects and supporting trade at a much cheaper cost if Africa reserves abroad could be pooled and made available at affordable costs to SMEs across the continent. The support of SMEs, as you would agree, is very key to providing employment opportunities for the majority of the youthful population on the continent. So we must pay adequate attention to how we will finance these institutions to ensure that they are sustainable and play their emphasized role in contributing to the development and prosperity of the African continent. So setting up these financial institutions has the potential to promote unity amongst member states, which is essential for promoting economic development. With a population of 1.3 billion, the African population presents a huge market that provides scope to boost intra-trade. So the success of these institutions cannot be overemphasized, given the experience most of us have faced with the tightening global financial conditions, current debt distress on the continent, the lack of funding to purchase or even set up our own vaccine-producing centers during the COVID-19 pandemic period, which we have just come out of. So I hope that these deliberations in the next few days will be very fruitful in charting the way forward, and I wish you all happy deliberations and productive outcomes. I thank you.
Thank you very much, my dear sister, for so eloquently presenting the case of the African Union financial institutions. You clearly highlighted the imperative need of moving forward in terms of implementing those critical institutions. Thank you for that. Allow me now to turn to our next speaker on the opening session, which is Mr. Dennis K. Shizenda, the Acting Secretary to Treasury, Ministry of Finance and National Planning of Zambia. Honorable, thank you.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Bonjour.
Bonjour.
Comment ça va?
Ça va bien.
Merci beaucoup. Let me ride on the protocols already established. I'm reading this speech on behalf of the Honorable Minister of Finance and National Planning of Zambia, Dr. Stumbeko Sokotwane, MP, who is unable to be with you because of other national assignment. I am delighted and greatly honored to be a keynote speaker at the consultative meeting of the establishment of African Union financial institutions. Allow me, on behalf of the government of the Republic of Zambia, to commend the African Union Commission for convening this consultative meeting on the establishment of the African Union Financial Institution being held today in Lusaka. This meeting, I believe, will provide impetus to policymakers to devise mechanisms of accelerating the establishment of Pan-African financial institutions that are key to the socio-economic integration of the continent and achievement of the Agenda 2063. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the African Union and its organs have played a critical role in being a bedrock for engagement in promoting conflict resolutions, peace and security, and good governance, which are pivotal to economic advancement of the continent. On behalf of the Zambian government, I wish to convey our gratitude to the African Union and its organ for the partnership which continues to grow. In the last 2 decades, the African Union and its organs have been instrumental in promoting trade, regional integration, and industrialization for improved livelihood of our people. The African Union and its organ support to member states has been vast and extended in different areas, including preparation for sovereign credit rating assessment to ensure a judicious and systematic credit rating landscape. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I have made mention of this support and partnership to underscore the fact that AU support to member states include the people of Zambia is crucial. The holding of the consultative meeting is timely. This is because with the entering into force of the African Continental Free Trade Area that aim to eliminate trade barriers and boost inter-African trade, the establishment of African Union financial institution becomes vital as it will support the realization of benefit of the African Free Trade Area, Continental Free Trade Area. We note that the Constitutive Act of the African Union in Article 19 provide for the establishment of the African Union financial institutions, which includes 1, the African Investment Bank, 2, the African Central Bank, 3, the African Monetary Fund, and 4, the Pan-African Stock Exchange. However, progress towards the establishment of the African Union financial institution has been slow owing to various challenges. We are elated to note that despite the challenges, notable progress has been made, such as the adoption of the macroeconomic convergence criteria to guide the move toward harmonization of fiscal and monetary policies and convergence of our financial systems. We also note that as part of effort to establish the African Monetary Institute, a forerunner to the establishment of the African Central Bank, the African Union Commission, working with the Association of African Central Banks, have proposed draft statutes of the African Monetary Institute, which are being considered by member states in relevant African Union specialized technical committees and AU organs. We expect that once the draft statutes of the African Monetary Institute are approved and the African Monetary Institute becomes operational, the Institute will begin undertaking activities to enhance cooperation in monetary and financial matters and spearhead preparation toward establishment of the African Central Bank. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, this consultative meeting provides an opportunity for the continent to begin addressing the long-standing technical bottlenecks of establishing the African Union financial institutions, which continues to constrain progress towards the establishment of the AUFIS. The focus of the meeting fits well with Zambia's development aspirations, which seeks to deepen the country's economic and financial integration within our neighbors and the continent at large. We intend to continue participating in regional projects to promote regional and continental economic amalgamation, as we in Zambia view regional economic communities as building blocks to the attainment of continental socio-economic integration. We expect that the establishment of African Union financial institution will contribute significantly to the economic development, stability, and prosperity of the continent, as benefits will accrue to the African people, including the youth, women, and the disadvantaged. For Zambia's part, we will deploy all the necessary effort and play a positive role in contributing to making progress on establishment of African Union financial institution within the current economic and financial context of the AU member states. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I wish to reaffirm our commitment to the continued friendly relations with the African Union Commission, and we look forward to enhanced partnership with the Commission on shared initiative and activities. I also wish to thank our brothers and sisters on the continent, the officials from government or on the continent that are present for being part of this consultative meeting, which will give momentum to the effort to expedite the establishment of the African Union financial institution. With these few words, I now wish to declare the consultative meeting on the establishment of the African Union financial institution officially open. I thank you all for your attention, and God bless us all.
Thank you very much, Honorable Dennis Shisenda, for those eloquent words that you just put forward in terms of the critical actions that need to be undertaken to expedite the operationalization of the African Union financial institutions. You highlighted, and this is important to note, the commitment of the government and people of Zambia in support of that process. You also indicated how the African Union financial institutions can be instrumental in supporting Zambian efforts in terms of economic transformation and development. So we thank you for that and would like to bring this opening session to a close. On the program, if we look at the schedules, we are supposed to adopt, to consider first, and to adopt the agenda of our meeting. If you look at the agenda as it is presented today, you will see that we have taken actions in terms of shortening our meetings that were supposed to be a 3-day meeting, and we tried to organize it in a 2-day session to make sure that we are able to exhaust all the critical discussions that are imperative. In this respect, I would like to kindly invite you maybe to adopt the agenda and we proceed to the next steps. Honorable, we would like to invite you to the photo session, which will be very quick, please. So if the agenda is adopted, maybe we can adopt it. Thank you very much. So the next step is the photo session and the coffee break, and we know that some of our high-level dignitaries are trying to catch up to other pressing agenda issues. So let's move out for the photo session, and then we will release those who would like to attend to other duties. Photo session, please. Can I go? Yeah. Let's follow our sister Mandy for the photo session.
Fundamental mic. 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2.
Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the tea is ready, so we can take a 10-minute break for coffee just outside. 10-minute coffee break.
to enter and exit member states across Africa and move freely within them, coupled with the freedom to move goods unrestricted across the continent. These are seen as key drivers for boosting Africa's economic development. The implementation of measures to promote free movement can be considered as prudent practice and even fundamental elements to breaking down the barriers that have limited economic and social integration throughout the continent and sadly even weakened the spirit of Pan-Africanism. The path towards transformation of Africa into a free movement zone and removing prohibitive restrictions was first conceptualized in 1991 in the treaty establishing the African Economic Community, also referred to as the Abuja Treaty, which offered a founding framework for continental integration and set out key objectives for Africa's regional economic communities, including promotion of economic, social and cultural development, and the integration of African economies in order to increase economic self-reliance. Development, mobilization, and utilization of the human and material resources of Africa in order to achieve a self-reliant development, and promoting cooperation in all fields of human endeavor in order to raise the standard of living for Africans and enhance economic stability. The African Union's blueprint for the continent's social, political, and economic development and integration, enshrined in Agenda 2063, recognizes free movement as a key element in achieving the continent's development goals and aspirations by allowing Africans to travel, work, and live within their own continent. Agenda 2063, Aspiration 2, outlines the role that an integrated continent will fulfill. And this initiative is further galvanized by the Free Movement of Persons Protocol, which specifies 3 rights which are necessary for the implementation of the goals of the Abuja Treaty. Namely, the right of entry, where African citizens shall have the right to enter, stay, move freely, and exit the territory of an AU member state in accordance with the laws, regulations, and procedures of the host country. The right of residence, where African citizens shall have the right of residence in the territory of any AU member state, and the right of establishment, where African citizens shall have the right to set up in the territory of the host of any AU member state as a business, trade, profession or vocation, or an economic activity as a self-employed person.
The protocol on the free movement of people enables people to ensure that they are able to travel across Africa visa-free. That's the essence. It is also going to facilitate a right of residence and right of establishment. So, giving the example of a business person from Lesotho, if they want to set up a business in Kenya, under the protocol, they would have every right. They can establish that. If somebody wants to reside in another African country other than their country of origin, they have the right to do that. And then, most important, it is also going to facilitate a mutual recognition of professional qualifications. At the end of the day, your qualifications, if you are from Lesotho, should be able to be recognized in another African country. So those are the benefits that it offers.
The commitment to Africans moving in their own continent is a top priority, therefore. It's the top priority. And this is why the idea of free movement of persons then became one of the flagship projects of Agenda 2063, the Africa we want. We cannot talk of continental free trade agreement, goods and services, right, moving across borders without labor and business people. It doesn't make sense. It will not make sense. So that is why, therefore, the protocol that was signed, I think, in 2016, is extremely important, because it allows Africans to feel at home in their own continent.
With the current exponential growth of Africa's youth population, the transformation of the continent into a prosperous, peaceful, and integrated powerhouse can only become a tangible reality when the walls come down between member states and free movement for people and goods is implemented. As provided in the African Continental Free Trade Area, free movement between countries will require the harmonization of immigration and other laws, infrastructure, and updated institutional practices, while also opening up commercial and job opportunities for Africa's youth, and thus contribute meaningfully to the demographic dividend. In essence, free movement cannot and does not exist in a vacuum. The free movement paradigm also converges with other continental ambitions of integration across Africa today, namely promoting Pan-African identity and social integration, promoting intra-African trade and commerce, incentivizing tourism and leisure travel from inter-African travelers, improving knowledge transfer and skill sharing, bolstering trans-border infrastructure and resources, facilitating labor, mobility and diversification, and improving legal protection and human rights for all citizens. These long-term benefits, coupled with the legal safeguards contained in the African Union's Protocol on Free Movement of Persons, will ensure protections for all nationals.
We cannot have free trade without a free movement. If we don't have free movement, how we can move goods? How our citizens, our young people can move and have job opportunity and to study we have good universities. We have to go with free movement to allow our citizens to move within our continent.
I always imagine that the free movement we have in our economies now, and the CFTA and the free movement of services, if we have the opportunity of having the free movement of people linked to it, imagine that. It means more jobs that will be created in the continent. It means more opportunities for our young people in Africa. It means more opportunities for skills development for these young generations. It means that they can have the opportunity to fulfill their aspiration within the continent.
The Agenda 2063 flagship projects of the single African air transport market and the commodities strategy are inextricably linked to that of free movement on the continent. Moreover, the single African air transport market is predicated and reliant upon the ability and free movement of people to fly into one another's national airspace, while the commodities strategy will only be a viable framework if goods transported between member states are able to leave and arrive unhindered without interference between neighboring countries. These linkages illustrate the pivotal role that free movement will play in the sphere of not only political integration for Africa, but also its social and economic impact on the shifting demographic related to labor and other trends across the continent.
The movement of capital, the movement of physical technology, the movement of raw materials goes in tandem with the movement of people. The people will go and trade, the people will go to work. I'll give you a very good example is the marathon that is being produced in Rwanda. If we speak right now, Rwanda is struggling because of the coronavirus, because they are getting all the inputs from China. What if we are producing all the inputs from Africa? The marathon would be an African phone, completely. It's still an African phone by way of saying that the minerals come from Africa, but there is, when you look at the rules of origin, those minerals go to China or other countries, they turn them into chips, into other inputs, and they come back to Rwanda for assemblement. So we don't want to assemble. We want to have the whole integrated value, the whole value chain. That one country produces these minerals, another one produces chips, another one produces, then you come and produce a whole phone or a whole laptop, a whole computer, a whole electronics would be a very good example.
I like to think of the Free Movement Protocol, the Joint Labor Migration Program, the Single African Air Transport Market, and the African Continental Free Trade Agreement as being four wheels of a vehicle. If one of those wheels does not move right, the vehicle will possibly grind to a halt or perhaps just not move as smoothly. And we encourage in our discussions with member states as well as with the AUC, we encourage them to look at them as going hand in hand. And this is particularly important in the context of free movement. We know that African member states oftentimes are mimicking the same fears around migration that we see in the West. There's all of those misperceptions about labor migrants coming in to take our jobs. And yet we know that that is abundantly not the case. So we try and promote that understanding that as much as there is excitement around the AFCFTA, the goods will not move if the people cannot move. And we know this from global statistics. If you look at some of the regions that have the highest inter-regional trade, they are the regions that have inter-regional mobility. Africa remains the least integrated of all world regions, and that is slowing down Africa's economic growth. So we're working very hard, again, with the African Union Commission and the different departments to get them to look at the interconnections between all of these various AU initiatives, so that none of them is allowed to lag behind, because if it does, the whole integration agenda will be held back.
While 30 countries originally signed the Free Movement Protocol in 2018, ratification and formalization of the agreement via legal instruments is still pending by many member states. So what are some of the issues holding back member states from full ratification? And how legitimate are these concerns?
I think that we need to also pay attention to our land borders, because our land borders is where a lot of the, if you like, commerce, informal commercial activities go on. There is a bit of neglect in the sense that if you are concerned about the security of your border, then definitely the start point should definitely be the community living there. If the community across the other border has more facility than the other, you find that there will be this movement, and you find that people will now start struggling either for water or for markets and so on and so forth. And then this kind of brings clashes, and this clashes makes makes governments hesitate to see the benefits of this free movement.
People have fear of the economic impact. People have fear about security. What will be the security implications of people coming into our territory? There isn't the comfort level that there ought to be regarding where other countries are in terms of their civil registry systems, which are very weak in most countries on the continent, it has to be said. So governments will get comfortable with the idea of opening up if there are robust systems in place across the continent in terms of civil registry systems, so that whoever turns up at your border with a passport can really, you can have the confidence that this person is indeed who they say they are. I should add that free movement doesn't mean zero border controls. If anything, free movement implies ever more robust controls at borders. So this is something we still need to emphasize, that in an age of free movement, we need to support countries to ensure they have the capacities for ever more robust border controls, but with a different posture, with a posture of facilitation rather than impeding, because again, the vast majority of intra-African movements are bona fide movements. They should be facilitated, not impeded.
Examples of other regional integration projects and free movement practices are also offered by partners of the African Union, sharing knowledge, advocacy, and formal channels to deliver best practices for the continent's own integration agenda.
We always like to say that we are very close partner of the African Union. We even use the word strategic, and we like to be the best partner of the African Union. For the simple reason that is a project that obviously echoes very much what we are trying to do in Europe in terms of integration. These are two unions, there are two institutions behind these two unions who work in terms of promoting collaborations as a form of progress in their own field, but also worldwide. So for us is more than working with a partner, is working with a partner has very much a DNA that resembles a little bit ours. We believe very much that development of Africa will progress because of integration, and that's why we like to call it a partnership, because it's something where there is something for both of us in terms of opportunities, but also in terms of establishing and strengthening models of integration, and looking also at the future of creating a digital market for Europe and a digital market for Africa. So, and the single aviation market, of course. So all the freedoms that a single market brings in working in these areas, where we can provide support, technical assistance, but most importantly, we can share our experience in this endeavor.
The adoption and implementation of the African Free Movement Protocol together with the African Continental Free Trade Area, carries tremendous potential to boost economic growth and promote social development in line with the Pan-African Agenda 2063. When implemented properly and in line with the interests and rights of migrants, states, and employers alike, the abolition of visa requirements, labor mobility, available in Africa can truly benefit the whole continent. In the EU, we have witnessed remarkable benefits of free movement and free trade, including lower unemployment rates, more commercial activities, and increased cross-border trade and tourism. I'm confident that in Africa, free movement as part of the broader free trade agenda shall herald a new chapter in the progressive development of the continent. The Free Movement Protocol, as part of the broader free movement agenda, aims to cater to interests of all African populations, to protect human rights and give opportunities to different groups, from students, entrepreneurs, traders, laborers, tourists, and investors, to the receiving communities. As such, the protocol is an essential component of Africa's ambitious Agenda 2060.
We solve the issue of free movement, creating job opportunities, creating tourism in Africa and moving in Africa. We won't have our migrant going outside, and that make some partner to help us to keep our citizen in Africa, and it gives me occasion to appeal to them to help us to sensitize, because we need a strong person to handle the issue of free movement, to sensitize our members, telling them don't be afraid, we have more benefit having free movement than challenges. And we are working with our partners, and we need the support of all partners to assist us.
Take our seats. Can we take our seats, Excellencies, distinguished?
Us to have a
Can we just take our seats to move to the second session, or to the section of our deliberations, which will be the Governor's high-level panel of why do we need the African Union financial institutions. It is breaking. So, as we are taking our seats, can we have the presentation on the screen, please? The first presentation.
One, two, 1, 2.
Thank you very much. I have forgotten to introduce myself this morning. My name is Patrick Nzana Olomo. I am the acting head of economic policy. Thank you very much. I think maybe it was because this was covered. Is it? Maybe wait a minute. So, I was introducing myself saying that I am Patrick Nzana Olomo, and it is my pleasure to moderate this session today and to invite our high-level panelists to this dedicated session. Allow me to call on the stage the Governor of the Central Bank of the Central African States, Mr. Abbas Mahamat Toli. On the stage also, Dr. Innocent Mashe, the Deputy Governor of the Reserve Bank of Zimbabwe. On the stage, allow me to invite Mr. Mr. Yusuf Daya, the Director of CFTA Relations. Allow me to change the microphone, please. Sorry for that little interaction. So we had some little challenges with the microphone. Honorable Governors, it is truly a pleasure to have you on the stage for this excellent kick-off panel. Allow me to move to the presentation that will open our discussions today. And presentation, please. The critical question that we have to address today is about why do we need the African Union financial institutions? And when you look at the history of the economic development of our continent, you can see that the question of the financial sovereignty and the financial independence of our continent has always been at the center of the discussion of our heads of state. Even before that, if you look at the document that have paved the way to African integration, you will see that center stage was given to the issue of the African financial institutions. And if we look at the context today, the economic context that you are well aware, let's go to the presentation, please. You will see that that economic context is extremely justifying the need for Africa to design and to operationalize the African Union financial institutions, which are the African Union Central Bank, the African Investment Bank, the African Monetary Fund, and the Pan-African Stock Exchange. The global dynamics that we see today are justifying that, because if we see the trends of Africa's growth in the last few decades, we are lagging behind despite the huge potential that we have. Africa experienced a global recession in 2020 due to the COVID-19 pandemic, but with the resilience of our economy, we can see that growth is back, but that growth is not enough, because what we need is 7 to 10% growth in the long run towards Agenda 2063. And this can be made possible if ever we are able to accelerate structural transformation, which is the process through which we will be able to create the massive jobs that are needed to accelerate progress towards inclusive growth and sustainable development. But when you look at the dynamics of Africa's growth, you can see that we have never had or enjoyed a stable growth in the long run, which is necessary to make sure that we are able to accelerate structural transformation, productive transformation through industrialization, and all the other important, issues that we are able to address through agricultural development, through industrial development, and also the services that are important today in our economies. Next slide, please. when you look at the issues that we are dealing with, we thought that external factors were important in, decelerating our growth. But when you look at the data, when you disaggregate the data, you see that 64% of the contraction of our GDP is always due to internal factors that we call the domestic factors. So it means that we need to concentrate on domestic factors to address the issues we are faced with. Next slide, please. In terms of the issues that we are also dealing with, it was alluded already that we are in an extremely difficult international environment because the continent is only able in 2021 or was only able to attract 6% of the world capital expenditure compared to 17% in developing Asia, and more importantly, 61% for the high-income countries. So there is need for us to make sure that we are able to be attractive enough in terms of capital and investments. This is critical because if we look how the continent is treated globally in international negotiations for debt resolution or even for borrowing, with the difficulty that we are facing in terms of the ratings of our countries, it is imperative that we are able to build and operationalize the African Union financial institutions. Next slide. In terms of our share of global trade, despite the fact that we are implementing the African Continental Free Trade Area, we are still only having internal trade, which is at 15% compared to 67% for Europe. And if we look at the global trends, or on a historical perspective, Africa's shares of global trade has decreased from 6% in the 1970s to less than 3% in the decades 2000. So we still have a room to make sure that we are able to accelerate our progress to insert our countries into the global trading system. Next slide, please. Now, why do we need the African Union financial institutions? You will see that those institutions are in the Constitutional Act of the African Union, and Article 19 precisely prescribed that we need to implement the African Central Bank, the African Monetary Fund, and the African Investment Bank. In 2006, in Khartoum, Sudan, heads of states have seen the opportunity of also integrating the continent into capital markets and have requested the Commission to work on a study or a feasibility study to create the Pan-African Stock Exchange. These institutions, as I said, are what we call the African Union financial institutions. Next slide. Now, in terms of the objective of those institutions, just slightly presenting them, the African Central Bank is supposed to promote international monetary cooperation within African countries through a permanent institution. Secondly, the African Central Bank is supposed to promote exchange stability and avoid competitive exchange rates that are, damaging the structures of our economies. And lastly, the bank should be established to make sure that we have a multilateral financial system in Africa that works for Africa's development. In terms of the African Investment Bank, it is an important institution that will work on promoting public and private sector investment activities and make sure that member states are able to integrate the continental value chains. Secondly, it is an institution that will also be instrumental in the implementation of continental investment projects. We have the continental programs on infrastructure that are truly in need of financing, and the bank certainly can be a pivotal player in accelerating that process. Lastly, the African Investment Bank will play a critical role in mobilizing resources from capital markets and make sure that African resources are utilized for Africa's development. Regarding the African Monetary Fund, we also have critical objectives that were assigned to that institutions that are aiming at providing financial assistance to member states in critical times, as we are moving today in a deep recession and crisis due to the COVID-19 pandemic, the Russia-Ukraine crisis, and also climate change. Secondly, the African Monetary Fund will also support in acting as a clearinghouse, as well as undertaking macroeconomic surveillance to assist the continent in its paths towards monetary integration. Also, the fund will be critical in coordinating the monetary policies of member states, which is also one of the critical objectives that the African Economic Union will also make sure we are able to achieve. Regarding the Pan-African Stock Exchange, the Pan-African Stock Exchange is, a platform that is supposed to aim at creating the environment that will promote economic integration and development within the continent by using appropriately access to capital, because our access to capital, as we said in the first slide, is still extremely limited due to continental challenges, but more importantly, the international perception that people have on our ability to raise capital. Next slide. What is the status of implementation as of today? If we look critically, you will see that we have not yet been able to implement or to operationalize one of those 4 critical institutions. This, when we look, you will see that there is reluctance or that there is slowness in our ability to sign and ratify the treaties that are and protocols that are creating those institutions. For example, as of today, if you look at the African Investment Bank, you will see that we only have 22 signatory states with only few ratifications, 6 ratifications. And now, regarding the African Monetary Fund, you can see that we only have 12 signatories for 2 ratifications. And this, I'm not talking about a process that started yesterday, I'm talking about a process that started decades ago. It means that we are slow in terms of the signing and ratification of the legal instruments of those institutions. On the macroeconomic convergence criteria, we are also having some issues, because if we look at the decision that has provided the framework for that process, it is extremely important for countries to make sure that we are able to implement or to make sure that we are able to implement the macroeconomic convergence criteria, because they are the ones that are going to push us towards the African Central Bank. So you see that we are making progress, certainly in terms of policies, but in terms of implementation, we are still lagging behind. So this is the overall picture that we have: limited signature and ratification of protocols, and also implementation processes that are not, duly followed. Next slide, please. In terms of the status of implementation of the African Monetary Fund, we are also having challenges because we have not yet been able to fully implement the decisions that were taken through various platforms and SDCs for the implementation of that important institution. Next slide, please. Now, what are the challenges? Just to go through the challenges very quickly, and I think we have already had some eloquent, points that were raised in terms of the challenges that are foreseen for the implementation of those institutions. The first, and I already alluded to it, is the slowness in signature and ratification of the AU legal instruments. Because when you look at the picture, we are still very far from the thresholds that are pushing us towards the implementation. The political will, the lack of political will, has always been highlighted, and this is not coming from the perception of the Commission, but we had a study that highlighted that the political will need to be reinforced. In terms of procedures, it was highlighted that there are bureaucratic procedures that are really hampering that process, because as of today, we are not able to fully take advantage of that processes. The Parliament will take ages to ratify, and even the government will also take time to sign the protocols. In terms of the knowledge, because there is one of the fundamental challenges that we are faced with. People don't know about the African Union financial institutions. So it is imperative, as we stand today, to make sure that we are able to design a communication strategy that will bring the information to the people to raise awareness on the critical role of these institutions for Africa's development. There are also failure to adhere in the implementation of the macroeconomic convergence criteria, as I highlighted before, due not to the unwillingness of countries to adhere, but to the situation that we are faced with when we look at the impact of the recent crises that have affected, the continent trajectory towards economic transformation. We also have the absence of consensus when we speak about some critical instrument. Recently, we were discussing the issue of the African Monetary Fund, where with lack of consensus, we were not able to move forward in the direction that was presented by the policy organs. So there is need for us to make sure that we are able to expedite those processes given the financial constraint, and this is the last challenge that we are facing in terms of implementation of these financial institutions. Next slide, please. Now, what can be the way forward? In terms of way forward, we have some few recommendations that can be formulated. The first is that we should, make sure that we renew our commitments to the implementation of those institutions. There is no one that will ever come to our continent to try to support us for the implementation of these institutions. So we need to make sure that we accelerate the progress towards those institutions by ensuring that regional economic communities, member states, and the Pan-African institutions work together in a coherent manner to achieve those institutions as we are proceeding. There is also need to make sure that we are able to call upon our citizens to support the processes and to make sure that we move forward in the right direction. I will not take long because we have two-day discussion on these critical issues, but what I would like you to understand is that the African Union Commission is truly your partner for change, and we are committed to support this process because our policy organs have given us the mandate to do so, and we remain at your full disposal to move this agenda forward. We do think that this discussion we are having today at the governance level will allow us to have a better understanding of the key actions and the key steps that are going to lead us forward. I thank you for your kind attention. Now, in terms of proceedings, allow me to call on the stage because we have some prominent speakers on this session. I would like to call the governor of the Banque des États de l'Afrique centrale, Honorable Abbas Mahamat Toli, to come and grace us with his knowledge about what we should do and how we should do it. Merci, Monsieur le Gouverneur.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah, Sayyidati wa Saadati. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Bonjour, Monsieur Dames. As the speaker before me did, allow me please to switch in French, as the French is the language I feel more comfortable with. So you may need maybe to put on your headphones. Bonjour, messieurs, dames. Avant de commencer à partager avec vous mes réflexions, je voudrais avant tout saluer l'hospitalité dont nous avons été l'objet, moi-même et ma délégation. Je tiens donc à remercier les autorités zimbabwéennes pour avoir organisé cette importante réunion et l'Union africaine de nous avoir invités sur cette réflexion cruciale. Je suis donc très heureux de prendre part à cette réunion consultative sur la création des prochaines institutions financières de l'Union africaine. La réflexion en cours sur la mise en place des institutions financières panafricaines amène à nous interroger sur les gains qu'elles peuvent apporter au processus de développement de l'Afrique et les défis de l'heure qui s'imposent dans la réalisation de cet agenda. En termes de gains de la création des institutions financières de l'Union africaine, ces institutions para-africaines sont nécessaires pour plusieurs raisons. En termes de financement de développement, ces institutions, telles que la Banque africaine de l'investissement, vont fournir un financement crucial pour le développement de l'Afrique. Elles soutiendront des projets d'infrastructure, d'éducation, de santé, qui contribueront à la croissance économique et à l'amélioration des conditions de vie en Afrique. Nous en voyons déjà l'exemple dans Afrexim Bank, l'exemple également de ce que fait la Banque africaine de développement. Nous voyons également un bénéfice en termes de promotion de l'intégration économique. Les institutions financières panafricaines peuvent aider à la promotion de l'intégration économique régionale en encourageant les commerces et les investissements intra-africains. Elles facilitent également l'harmonisation des politiques financières et économiques entre les pays membres, ce qui va favoriser la coopération et la coordination dans la région. En termes de renforcement de la gouvernance, on peut dire que les institutions financières panafricaines jouent un rôle essentiel dans le renforcement de la gouvernance en Afrique. Elles aident les pays membres à améliorer leur système de gestion des finances publiques, à lutter contre la corruption et à promouvoir la transparence dans l'utilisation des ressources financières. En termes d'assistance en cas de crise financière, ces institutions sont également chargées de fournir une assistance en cas de crise financière ou économique dans la région. Elles peuvent fournir des prêts d'urgence, des programmes de stabilisation économique et des conseils pour aider les pays membres à faire face aux difficultés financières. Les missions assignées aux institutions financières de l'Union africaine, la Banque centrale africaine, le Fonds monétaire africain, la Banque africaine de l'investissement, sont de nature à contribuer de manière significative à l'intégration économique régionale, au développement économique, à la stabilité, à la prospérité de l'Afrique. Leur création effective favorisera entre autres d'autres bénéfices qui ont trait, comme cela a été rappelé tout à l'heure, à la convergence des politiques monétaires, qui est un facteur important de stabilisation macroéconomique, car cela renforce la résilience des économies africaines et accroît leur potentiel de croissance. En termes d'harmonisation des politiques monétaires et d'échange, la multiplicité des monnaies et régimes d'échange milite également en faveur d'une harmonisation des politiques monétaires et d'échange et d'une évolution vers la convertibilité des monnaies afin de faciliter des flux de capitaux et promouvoir la stabilité d'échange en attendant la mise en place de la Banque centrale africaine. Mais aussi en termes d'interconnexion des systèmes et l'interopérabilité des moyens de paiement, elle contribue à la mise en place d'un système multilatéral de règlement des transactions intra-africaines et à l'élimination des restrictions d'échange qui entravent le commerce en Afrique. En termes de renforcement de la souveraineté et de l'autonomie financière de l'Afrique, face au durcissement croissant des conditions d'accès aux marchés financiers internationaux, notamment le de-risking, l'amélioration de la mobilisation des ressources intra-africaines créerait un espace financier propice en mesure de réduire la dépendance du continent vis-à-vis de l'aide financière et des prêts extérieurs. En termes d'approfondissement des marchés financiers, car nous avons l'étroitesse des marchés financiers des capitaux africains qui limitent la mobilisation de l'épargne et des investissements domestiques. Ces marchés demeurent fragmentés, de taille modeste, et se caractérisent par leur manque de profondeur, de liquidité, d'interconnexion et des insuffisances en matière d'infrastructures, toutes choses qui contribuent à limiter leur attractivité auprès des investisseurs potentiels. Aussi, l'approfondissement des marchés financiers régionaux faciliterait les mouvements des capitaux par le biais d'un système financier intégré et compétitif. En termes de renforcement de la compétitivité des économies et des commerces, la levée des obstacles au commerce régional et la diversification des bases productives sont indispensables pour attirer le meilleur parti de la mise en place de la zone de libre-échange continentale africaine. Le développement des infrastructures, on en a rappelé, la faiblesse des infrastructures régionales de qualité constitue un véritable handicap au développement du commerce intra-régional. Ces déficits d'infrastructures touchent principalement au transport, à l'énergie, ainsi qu'aux technologies de l'information et de la communication. L'accès interne pour la réalisation des programmes d'infrastructure, c'est quelque chose d'extrêmement important. En résumé, ces institutions sont nécessaires pour mobiliser des ressources financières, promouvoir l'intégration et le développement économique régional, renforcer la gouvernance financière et fournir une assistance en cas de crise. Elles jouent un rôle essentiel dans la réalisation d'une croissance économique durable et inclusive en Afrique. Pour ce qui concerne les progrès et défis pour la création des institutions financières, l'agenda de création des institutions financières de l'Union africaine a pris du retard en dépit des avancées enregistrées dans la mise en place de l'Institut monétaire africain, qui est la première étape vers la création de banques centrales africaines. À ce jour, aucune des trois institutions n'a véritablement vu le jour et les perspectives demeurent incertaines, principalement en raison de l'insuffisance des ressources financières et de l'absence de volonté politique qui constituent des pesanteurs majeurs et préjudiciables à l'opérationnalisation des trois institutions. Comme il a été rappelé, il n'y a que 2 pays qui ont ratifié les instruments juridiques du Fonds monétaire africain. Il n'y en a que 3 pour ce qui concerne la Banque africaine d'investissement. Le débat aujourd'hui devrait porter sur l'efficacité des stratégies et des instruments de mobilisation des ressources adéquates qui permettraient à ces institutions financières africaines de soutenir la croissance et le développement des marchés en Afrique. Sans ces instruments, le développement de la zone de libre-échange resterait véritablement quelque chose qui connaîtra encore beaucoup de retard à véritablement décoller. Dans cette optique, les priorités devraient être de négocier des accords avec les partenaires afin d'accroître leur contribution au financement de la mise en place et du fonctionnement de ces institutions. La contribution du secteur privé est fondamentale et mérite d'être encouragée. Mais plus particulièrement, je voudrais insister sur le rôle des États. Les États membres sont les principaux acteurs du processus de signature et de ratification des instruments juridiques pour ces institutions panafricaines. L'achèvement du processus nécessite une forte volonté politique. L'Union africaine devrait intensifier la sensibilisation et les plaidoyers pour encourager l'ensemble des États membres à signer et ratifier le texte fondateur de ces institutions. Je suis gouverneur d'une banque centrale qui est commune aux 6 États de l'Afrique centrale. Croyez-moi, je puis vous dire quels sont les avantages d'avoir une union monétaire. Nos États n'auraient pas survécu dans les crises financières successives que le monde a connues et dont les impacts ont été très significatifs sur nos économies. Ces pays-là n'auraient pas survécu si chacun d'eux avait sa propre monnaie. Et donc l'union fait la force, ça c'est véritablement une réalité. En définitive, le changement climatique, la digitalisation et l'inclusion financière, l'avènement des monnaies numériques des banques centrales, les évolutions géopolitiques qui sont caractérisées par l'élargissement des BRICS constituent autant de défis qui, appréhendés à bon escient, représentent également des opportunités à saisir pour accélérer le développement de l'intégration de notre continent. Il nous revient de mutualiser les efforts pour la concrétisation du projet de création des 3 institutions financières de l'Union africaine. Vraiment, s'il y a un plaidoyer à faire aujourd'hui, c'est qu'il ne faut pas attendre que les politiques de convergence économique soient accomplies et abouties, que les querelles byzantines en interne dans les États entre le ministère des Finances et les banques centrales soient résorbées pour avancer. Si on reste dans cette approche, on va encore continuer à discuter des décennies plus tard, à parler encore de projets de mise en œuvre. Vous vous rappelez tous que c'est en 1964, si ma mémoire est bonne, que la décision de créer une monnaie commune en Afrique centrale a été prise par l'OIA à l'époque. 70 ans plus tard, on en parle aujourd'hui toujours du processus de mise en œuvre de ces institutions-là qui n'ont pas comparé. L'Union européenne est née après ça. Ils ont créé une monnaie commune. Ils sont intégrés. Ils font le commerce en table. La mobilité des biens et des personnes, c'est totalement intégré dans le cadre du Schengen. Aujourd'hui, pour nous déplacer dans nos pays, dans plusieurs pays africains, il faut encore solliciter des visas. Voyez-vous, c'est toutes ces choses-là qui font entrave à la mise en place effective de ces institutions. N'attendons pas les critères purement techniques parce que les politiques de convergence économique sont conjoncturelles. Vous pouvez atteindre les critères aujourd'hui et ne pas les atteindre demain parce que la conjoncture peut modifier, changer la réalité des choses. Ce qu'il nous faut, c'est une volonté politique. Ceux qui sont déjà avancés dans l'atteinte de ces critères peuvent avancer effectivement dans la ratification de ces instruments juridiques pour la mise en place effective de ces institutions, quitte à être suivis par ceux des pays qui ne sont pas encore prêts, le temps de les suivre. Mais si on attend que 54 pays africains ratifient et assurent tous qu'ils sont confortables, c'est-à-dire conformes avec les critères de convergence avant de commencer à mettre ces institutions en place, eh bien on va continuer toujours à avoir ce type de débat et continuer à parler toujours du processus d'intégration des décennies plus tard. Je ne vais pas être plus long. Je vous remercie encore une fois pour cette conférence très importante et nous encourageons beaucoup l'Union africaine à aller vers là. Je pense que les populations africaines attendent beaucoup vraiment du travail que vous faites. L'intégration, c'est une responsabilité de notre génération. Je vous remercie.
Merci, Monsieur le Gouverneur. Je pense que j'ai fortement apprécié. Je vous invite à rester plutôt ici. Monsieur le Gouverneur, Maché, Youssouf, what I would like to say is that I truly appreciated the way you concluded your presentation on the subject, because you clearly indicated that there is need for us to accelerate progress towards the African Monetary Union, which is critical to move forward in this continental direction that we have chosen to follow. You also eloquently presented, the challenges that we are faced with, and you indicated some ideas on how we can move forward. So we really want to thank you for that, and it is truly a pleasure having you in this discussion today. Allow me now to move to our next speaker, Dr. Innocent. You have been at the forefront of the AU processes because you were with us already in Lusaka, in Nairobi, when we organized the 6th SDC Finance, Monetary Affairs, Economic Planning and Integration. What are your views in terms of what needs to be done to accelerate progress towards the African Union financial institutions? Thank you.
Chair, I want to begin by wishing every one of us a good morning and riding on the protocols that have been established. But in a very special way, I want to thank my colleagues from central banks around Africa. Governor, thank you very much for gracing this occasion. My brother, thank you very much for being here. And of course, our hosts, shall I call them hostess, but my sister, thank you very much for having us here. Let me begin by saying perhaps one of the major problems that we face is to agree on actionable baby steps towards where we want to go. When we agree to do something and we seem to be struggling to actually put those agreements into action, we have to look at the constraints. But before I go there, I thought this morning I would first of all give ourselves a reminder of why we need these institutions. So I will concentrate on the positives. There are certainly some negatives. But if you concentrate on the negatives, you will never succeed. The first thing that I want to remind all of us colleagues is that there are certain envisaged and real benefits to African Union financial institutions. The first is economic stability. As a central banker, part of our responsibility is financial systems stability and resilience. And of course, everything else that comes with it, price and inflation and so on. These institutions provide mechanisms for better fiscal and monetary coordination. If you look at the four institutions, they are anchored, or they bring about economic stability, continental economic stability. The second is that they facilitate increased trade and investment. Governor has just outlined how important it is for Africa to start closing the infrastructure gap. The African Development Bank has made it clear how much that gap is. And if I am right, their number is something like $5 billion a year. We are nowhere near that. So we need institutions that will anchor and support infrastructural development. Thirdly, we need to reduce dependence on external sources. And Governor here has made it very clear that by pulling on homegrown resources and solutions, we can go a long way to reducing external sources dependency. Now, my understanding is that one of the major reason is risk mitigation. I want to give you a small example of the effect of the Africa risk premium and why it is that we need these institutions to mitigate some of these issues. In 2017, Argentina, and I am sorry to mention the country, and this is not in a derogatory way at all. This is just to state facts. Argentina, which is a serial defaulter, issued a 100-year bond with a coupon of 7%. Compare that to Angola's, which has never defaulted. They issued a 30-year bond in 2018 with a coupon of over 9%. Another example, COVID-19. During COVID-19, advanced economies ran up more debt and had sharper economic downturns, but were largely untouched by credit rating downgrades. The third and last from today, I can give you many. South Africa, my brother here should know this, is charged higher rates by bondholders than Brazil, which has a similar credit score. That's S&P. Kenya, my second home, pays more for a 10-year dollar debt than similar rated Bolivia. So, ladies and gentlemen, with those three examples, you can see why it is imperative that we have to take our destiny into our own hands. So let me leave risk aside. I've spoken about infrastructure. I've spoken about risk. How about one of the burning issues on the continent, which is financial inclusion? By ensuring that financial services are acceptable to a large portion of the African continent, our institutions, our own institutions, can go a long way to alleviating and crowding in the financially excluded. I will mention just a small institutional arrangement that we have in Zimbabwe to enhance financial inclusion. That will be difficult to sell outside of the continent. So we have a collateral registry which is housed in the central bank, where we allow SMEs, small and medium enterprises, to use movable property as collateral. So in which case, small and medium enterprises can use the implements that they have as collateral to access finance. It would be difficult in other settings to do that, because generally movable property is not acceptable as collateral. So I'm just trying to give you an example of what we can do for our own economies that may not sell or that may not be acceptable elsewhere. Lastly, and it was touched upon by my governor here, is the crisis response and resolution. African financial institutions can act as buffers for joint response to financial crisis and providing a unified approach to problem solving. I will not elaborate on that, but I think it is obvious. Now let me just mention one bright spot. In our keynote presentation for this session, we talked about how it is that things are not moving and what can be done, or what recommendations we are proffering. But I want to say that we see a glimmer of hope on the stock exchange. The linkages program is making progress. In July 2022, there was an agreement that was reached here in Lusaka for the securities exchanges to be linked. The collaboration aimed to scale up the AELP and to transform it into a Pan-African stock exchange. Subsequently, the AELP was launched in November 2022. And I give you these dates for a particular reason. And so far, there are 9 participating security exchanges. The AU Commission will continue to play this active role, I hope. Director, I hope. So that we encourage more countries to participate in AELP, which is a pathway towards the establishment of the Pan-African Securities Exchange. But I want you to note the time. Governor pointed out that the agreement, the initial agreement for the AU was reached in the 60s. But we are in the 2000s now. Nothing has happened. But on the launch of the African Exchanges Linkages project, it took less than 6 months for real action to be seen on the ground. So I want to encourage each other to not just talk. If there are constraints, let's put them on the table as Africans. Let's look at those constraints and let's find solutions. Part of the reason, I think, that some of our countries, including mine, is not ratified, is that perhaps we have constraints that we hadn't put on the table at the time that we need to deal with. So let me end, Chair, by saying that the director said that we must act collaboratively, which is what we hope is going to happen going forward. And he articulated the constraints to be financing, real integration, and action. Perhaps the how and when has not been articulated or has not really been dealt with. But I think that by making the agreement, that should have been part of it. Perhaps there is a conflation of responsibilities between our own internal institutions. If that is the case, we need to clearly outline the responsibilities that the different institutions play internally, and then when we come to the African Union platform, take decisive action. Lastly, I think there is a need to agree on actionable consensus. And that consensus might include a step back to think, okay, what are the baby steps we need to take where there has not been progress, but keep the momentum on where progress has been made. So my call this morning, Chair, is a call to action. where there is consensus, let's move. On our part as Zimbabwe, we have agreed and we are committed to the agreements that we have made. We call upon all other colleagues and countries for us to make progress, to sit back, reflect on the real benefits that these institutions can bring to our populations, and recommit to action, not just to words. I know that we've been asked to review our commitments. I think that's the point. The point is to sit back and say, we've agreed, now what? On that point, ladies and gentlemen, I want to end my contribution. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Deputy Governor, for those excellent points that you raised. And I would like to assure you that my director here, was extremely happy to see the way you were able to capture, the essence of the key actions that needs to be taken forward. You insisted on the fact that we need really to put our commitments to action, and this is what we are trying to do through this platform today, because there is no one, as I said in my words before, that will ever come here to resolve African problems. And yet we are the continent that is the richest in the world if we look at the statistics, and if we look at what we have been giving to the world without harnessing our potential. So now it is time for us to really make sure that we are able to unleash the immense potential of that continent through the creation of the African Union financial institutions. And I do see coherence in what you said, in alignment with the points of Governor Abbas when he spoke in his words. So you can see that we see consensus on the need to move forward to make sure that we are putting Africa first in our discussions. Allow me now to move to our panelist that was not able to join us physically. He will take the floor online. I do hope that everything is set for his short 10 minutes presentation, and also for, is everything okay? Mr. Fadel, Professor Fadel, are you connected with us? Is Professor Fadel connected? Can we have him speaking?
Can you hear me? If you can also let me share slides, please, on Zoom.
Can I be allowed to speak on my mic, please?
Dr. Patrick, do you hear me?
Yes, Professor Fadel, we can hear you loud and clear, and we can see you too. Thank you very much for taking,
Wonderful.
On your busy schedule to
Can
be
you
with us today.
give me, thank you so much. Can you give me privileges to share the slides on Zoom?
Is that possible? Yes, you can proceed. Prof.
Okay. Okay, looks like it's working. I'll proceed with sharing the slides. Thank you. Well, good morning, everyone. Thank you for the kind invitation and for hosting this very important discussion today. I hope you can see my slides and everything is clear on your end. My name is Fadel Kaboub. I'm a Tunisian economist currently based in Nairobi with PowerShift Africa. And today I'd like to present what I hope to be a Pan-African vision for structural transformation and the strategic role that the African Union financial institutions must play in this structural transformation. With apologies in advance for the interpreters because I will speak fast. I'd like to share with you this report that we released recently from the Independent Expert Group on Just Transition and Development, which was convened by Dr. Yuba Sikuna of Mali, who is the outgoing vice chair of the IPCC. What we tried to put together in this report, which is available in English and French, is a coherent, comprehensive Pan-African vision that simultaneously addresses climate, energy, and development challenges in the continent with a long-term transformative strategic vision. And a lot of my comments will reflect what is in this report. I'll just share one statistic with you that many of you are familiar with from the World Bank report called Groundswell, which highlights by 2050 that there will be more than 100 million Africans displaced because of the impact of climate change. And of course, you know what this does in terms of additional pressure on resources, on housing, on education, on jobs, on security, when we have mass movement of this magnitude. And of course, the question for us, do we have the fiscal policy space to welcome and treat people with dignity to deal with the impact of such mass movement of people, such pressure? And of course, our financial institutions at the national level and Pan-African level will have an important role to play in creating the fiscal policy space for this type of impact. And I'd like to start with the importance of having an African long-term strategic vision on the continent. Because if you don't have a strategic vision for yourself, I guarantee you're already part of somebody else's strategic vision. And when it comes to the global economy, there's clearly three major economic blocks that have long-term strategic visions for themselves, and everybody has every right to have a long-term strategic vision for themselves, and so do we. And everybody has the right to use their economic diplomacy and economic incentives to nudge everybody else to where they want to see them on that map, and of course, so do we. Unfortunately, the role that's been imposed on us and the vision that's been assigned to us that we cannot continue to play in the future is the following. We cannot be the continent where cheap raw materials are purchased for the development of the global north. We cannot be the dumping ground for the global north industrial output in our large consumer market. We cannot be just a low-cost tourist destination that locks us into that type of economic activity. And most importantly, we cannot be the place where obsolete technologies, assembly line manufacturing, low value added manufacturing that is no longer needed in the global north to be delivered to us. And we call that development and job creation, because what it does is that it locks us permanently at the bottom of the global value chain. So when we talk about transformation of the continent, we're talking about escaping that traditional role that was imposed on us historically. And my most important messages will be summarized in this slide, and then I'll show you some data to illustrate. Number one, we cannot develop a system that hasn't been structurally and economically decolonized yet. And today I'll highlight these structural deficiencies that have colonial history and post-colonial history that must be undone in any long-term strategic transformation. And of course, our financial institutions will play a critical role in undoing these structural traps, these structural deficiencies. And after decades of international financial institutions dominating the direction of our economic policies in Tunisia and across Africa, the fact that we're in a debt crisis today means one of two things, is that IFIs are either incompetent or they're actually engaged in intentional entrapment. Either way, it means that the development approach, the model that they impose on us, is not the model that we need to be using moving forward. And that calls for the creation and the introduction of African financial institutions that can build an alternative financial architecture. That the financial architecture that we need to create a resilient and prosperous African trade, investment, and development model for the 21st century. Because the existing financial architecture was not designed by us, was not designed for us, so it cannot be the same financial architecture that will create prosperity for us today. So that is the main message. So now on to the structural deficiencies that we must address head on. Of course, we're familiar with the external debt crisis. The external debt is actually a symptom of deeper structural issues that can be summarized in three key areas. Number one, energy deficits. Number two, food deficits. And number three, manufacturing or industrialization deficits. I'll start with energy deficits. And here I include even a country like Nigeria or Angola. Nigeria is a country, our biggest exporter of oil on the continent. Nigeria today imports 100% of its gasoline, not by accident, by design. When I talk about food deficits meaning UNCTAD recently released a report a couple of years ago saying that Africa imports 85% of its food, when we used to be the breadbasket of the world. Again, not by accident, by design. When I say by design, it's the design of the international trade and investment and financial architecture that put us in this situation. And number three, we were forced to specialize in the type of manufacturing where you have to import the machinery, you have to import the intermediate component to assemble, you have to import the fuel to power the factories, and we even have to import the packaging. And then we use low-cost labor racing to the bottom to create low value-added content for export. So our value-added content for import is high, value-added content for export is low. No matter how much we double, triple, quadruple our exports, you're always locked at the bottom of the value chain. And the structural trade deficit that is created because of these deficiencies means that we have our currencies constantly losing value against the dollar, against the euro. And of course, with a weaker currency, anything we import the next morning, food, fuel, medicine for our people, will cost us more. So we literally import inflation. And that means you immediately put our government into a defensive position to protect the most vulnerable by doing two things. We subsidize food and fuel and medical products, which is unsustainable after decades. And number two, we ask our esteemed central banks to do their best to defend the exchange rate, and that forces us into additional external borrowing, so it feeds that external debt cycle. Now, the good news is that the solution is right there. Strategically, we need to invest in food sovereignty and agroecology, not necessarily country by country, but as regional blocks at least. Number two, investing in renewable energy sovereignty. And number three, investing in a Pan-African, high value added industrial policy that relies on the complementarity of our resources and capabilities collectively and builds horizontal linkages, which is what you need for industrialization. Of course. So that is the key message. Now, if you take this on a global scale, talking about the financial architecture that we need to replace with our own financial architecture, this is what the current financial architecture does across the globe. Divide the world into global north and global south, net out all global financial transactions, trade, FDI, interest payments, debt relief, everything included, remittances. You get that green line, which shows us that the global north extracts $2 trillion from the global south. Let me repeat again, extracts $2 trillion every year from the global south. That's the latest figure we have, and the trend is increasing. And if you summarize it in the context of climate finance, for example, which I just came back from COP last night, you have $2 trillion moving in the wrong direction. You have 100 billion that was promised 15 years ago and was not delivered. Most of what was delivered was loans to accelerate the debt trap. You have a green climate fund that barely has $12 billion the last time I checked. And I just updated this. The loss and damage fund has $0.6 billion. Again, a lot of it is loans, not grants. So this is the financial architecture that is not working for us which means that the creation of African financial institutions and their introduction is an economic imperative to create the alternative architecture that will actually deliver on the potential that we have on the African continent. And let me show you the data so that we're very clear about what we're talking about. This is Africa's exports as a whole. You can eyeball the composition of our exports, lots of raw materials and lots of cash crops and low value added manufacturing. Our exports amount to 585 billion in this chart right here. Notice now our imports, 737, so we have a structural deficit there. And then notice what we import: refined petrochemicals, high value added manufacturing, pharmaceutical products, and core crops rather than cash crops. So these are the structural deficiencies on a continental level. I picked Ghana randomly just to show you the numbers. I could have picked Tunisia, I could have picked Kenya, Ethiopia, any other country, and look at, again, at the structural trade deficit, the composition of our exports relative to Ghana's imports. And then, of course, this creates this constant pressure on the exchange rate relative to the dollar. And its flip side is this external debt. I can show you country after country after country, and this is not a recent phenomenon. This is not the Ukraine crisis, or this is not related to COVID. This is structural. This is post-colonial. So the solutions, as I outlined earlier, is food sovereignty and agroecology investments on a Pan-African level. Again, not food security. Food security is a structural trap, actually, because securing the nutrition of our people means we either produce it or buy it or borrow money to buy it, or even worse, receive it as food aid. So we need to focus on sovereignty rather than security. Renewable energy is our biggest potential. I'll show you the data in 1 second in the next slide. And then high value added manufacturing to build the building blocks of economic prosperity on the continent rather than for exports, rather than just assembly of high-tech products. We need to be creating and retaining value, starting with renewable energy infrastructure, not for exports, but to build the infrastructure on the continent to deliver to the 600 million people who don't have any electricity today, to build the clean cooking infrastructure manufactured on the continent to deliver clean cooking to the 970 million people inhaling toxic fumes on a daily basis, mostly women and children today, and the green transportation that will interconnect our continent and be the engine of economic development and prosperity. Again, manufactured and deployed as a basic pillar of development. And of course, we need to keep pushing the global financial architecture transformation, the international trade, finance, investment, and taxation system. And a few weeks ago, Africa led the world and led the global South in attempting the first step in transforming the international tax system with the UN Tax Convention. We need to keep pushing as a united front towards this kind of transformation. And I mentioned Pan-African industrial policies. Why Pan-African industrial policies? Why not national industrial policies? Because industrialization requires economies of scale. And we do have the market at scale as a continent, but not on a national level. So that means complementarity of resources and capabilities, building horizontal linkages, and prioritizing key sectors, building blocks of development, starting with food and energy, because no country can function without food and energy. And again, if countries alone can't have their own food sovereignty system on a regional block, with solidarity, not solidarity as in, just being nice and generous, solidarity as an economic necessity on the continent. And this is our potential is the biggest on the planet for renewable energy. We have all the strategic minerals we need to have an industrial revolution on this continent. Instead, unfortunately, we're still exporting raw materials when we need to be manufacturing and processing using our own resources. And on the transportation system, we have this old plan, again, for the Trans-African Highway. It needs to be Trans-African high-speed railway with electric trains across the continent, manufactured on the continent. And finally, to close this, when we have our long-term strategic vision and coherent plans, and we do have this, but we need it at the political level. This is unfortunately where the deficiency that we have is political long-term strategic thinking. Then we can use our vision and our bargaining chip as a continent, as the richest continent on the planet, and use our economic diplomacy. And like many of our founding fathers, our independence leaders on this continent used to say, friends of all, enemies of none. Then we can go out and find partners, technological partners, whether it's Germany, the US, China, Japan. Again, friends of all, enemies of none, or friends of all, satellites of none. And to conclude, I'd like to say the time to act is now, which is why this meeting is so important. The multiple crises that we have really call for urgent, bold, and radical action. And when I say radical, I don't mean it in the political sense, I mean it in the literal sense of the term, as in going to the roots of the problem. That's what radical means, and that's why we need radical transformation on our terms. The policies that have been imposed on us are too weak, too slow, ineffective, and really dangerous when it comes to the outcomes that they've generated. And I truly believe that a realistic plan for structural transformation and decolonization requires this fundamental restructuring of the global economic architecture, which the African Union financial institutions can and must do. And as a result, I will conclude that a Pan-African transformative vision of this kind is possible, desirable, and affordable. Thank you so much.
Excellent, Professor Fadel, and thank you very much for bringing this perspective in terms of economic transformation of the continent. Professor Fadel is one of the Son of Africa, as you can see, and he is prominently working to support the African Union Commission and the continent in building a sustainable path forward. Allow me now to continue our interaction today and invite on the stage, if he is willing to do so, Mr. Yusuf Deya, who is Director AU-AFCFTA Regional Relations at the Afreximbank. Thank you first of all for supporting the Commission in convening this meeting, because as we said in our words, Afreximbank is one of our key strategic partners in support of the full implementation of the African Union financial institutions. Dear Yusuf, the floor is yours. Will you speak here? Okay.
Good morning, everyone. Dr. Patrick, thank you very much for the kind words. It's a very tough act to follow His Excellency the Governor, the Deputy Governor, and Professor Fadel, because I think between them they've captured the essence of what it is we as a continent need to be driving towards and what we need to be achieving. So I won't take too much of your time. I'll maybe just share some of the perspectives from the bank. And one of the things that jumped out in the presentation was related to the global financial architecture. And the 2 points the professor made in his presentation is that it's either inefficient or it's deliberate entrapment. What we know is that the global financial architecture as it currently exists was not designed for Africa. In fact, it came into force in 1945 in response to the Second World War to address reconstruction in Europe largely and to promote peace and stability in the global north. At that time, most, if not all, of the African countries were still under colonization. And we saw that one of the first actions when the African Union was established, the Organization of African Unity was established in 1963, was the decision to establish an African Development Bank, in the recognition that Africa needed its own financial institutions to deliver its development ambitions. We then saw the crisis of the 70s, the oil crisis of the 70s, and we saw the imperative of economic integration. Now that political independence had been achieved, we knew economic emancipation was the next journey. We saw a number of regional development banks being established in East Africa, COMESA, the East African Development Bank, ECOWAS Fund at the time, the ECOWAS Bank. We then saw a crisis in the 1980s, the Latin American crisis, the global debt crisis, which gave birth to a new generation of African financial institutions, including my institution, the African Export-Import Bank. We saw the African Trade, Investment and Development Insurance Agency come about at the turn of the century. African Finance Corporation come into existence to address the persistent infrastructure gap. So I think that the point I want to make is that what is evident is that the global financial architecture has not only been inefficient and has not served us, but it's also led to entrapment. We now find ourselves in a debt crisis again. And when the time has come for Africa to require the resources or make a case for the resources it needs, the global financial architecture has not responded. A case in point is the COVID-19 pandemic, where it was actually the African countries that advocated and advanced for the issuing of the special drawing rights. And we got 33 billion out of 600. The countries that needed it most got the least, which shows the inefficiency. And we had to borrow, and we find ourselves facing a debt crisis currently in the continent, which undermines our development ambitions and certainly puts us in a precarious position as we embark on the second 10-year implementation plan of Agenda 2063. Which is now just 40 years away. In fact, the Sustainable Development Goals are just 7 years away from us. And we still see the financing shortfalls, the capital shortfalls. I know the professor said the governor, the deputy governor have all emphasized the importance of the African financial institutions. And Dr. Patrick, when you were going through your presentation, I was sitting there and saying, tick, tick, tick. These are all the things we need. These are imperative, not only in the context of our current economic needs and our journey towards Agenda 2063, but also in the current geopolitical context where Africa has the opportunity to influence reforms of the global financial system and the global economic system. We congratulate the African Union certainly for their efforts to get Africa a seat at the G20. And we know that as these discussions on the global financial architecture continue, had we had these institutions in place, we would have been in a much stronger position to influence the discourse and the discussion going forward. So I'm not going to spend too much time, but maybe just to end with one more point. And I think as we go through the discussions today, and as we go ahead with the discussions on how we make sure these institutions come into existence, I want us to also take into account that there are a number of African institutions that have been created over the last 60 years. I mentioned the African Development Bank, Afrexim Bank, Africa Finance Corporation, Shelter Afrique, Africa Re, ATIDI, a number of institutions serving particular purposes to drive the African development and African integration agenda. And I think as we engage in how to operationalize or how to fast-track implementation of the AUFIs, let's look at how we can use some of these institutions to deliver the objectives we need to achieve, at least in the short to medium term, while we try to establish these African Union financial institutions. Certainly the difficulty we see, and we'll have a discussion on it later on, is the capitalization of these institutions in the current financial context, given the fiscal constraints and the debt constraints that our member states are facing. So Dr. Patrick, Director Jamil, again, just from my side to thank you for the opportunity for the bank to be part of these discussions. We view this as a critical discussion happening at the most important time in our development trajectory. We're entering our second 10-year implementation plan. We see the geopolitical shifts, we see the dynamics in the economy, and it is important that if we try to escape that neo-colonial trap that we find ourselves in, and as the professor said, it was not by accident or by chance, but by design. And equally, we as Africa need to come up with our strategy and our design to ensure that we achieve Agenda 2063. Thank you.
Thank you very much, my dear Yusuf, for so eloquently highlighting the critical point and the position of the African Export-Import Bank with regards to the setting up of the African Union financial institutions. We have gone through all our panelists, and I would like really to take this opportunity to thank them once again for the excellent point that were raised, because this is the Africa we want, a stronger Africa that speaks one voice in the continental and also global issues. Allow me now to open the floor for few questions, if we may have some, to make sure that we have an interactive discussion with our governors. Governors, may you consider coming back to the stage on the stage to make sure that you respond to the questions that may come from the audience. The floor is open to whoever would like, but given the time constraint, maybe let's go straight to the questions. Yes. We are having an issue with the microphone. Can we? No, wait for the microphone. He's coming. We start here. Here.
About, existing institutions that have technical capabilities, at least also a living example of what can work in Africa can do. How do we think we can harness, their technical capabilities to work with AUC to ensure that the financial institutions, effectively take off? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, there is a hand there. The microphones are not working. I don't know why, because they are trying to press and yes, the floor is yours, sir. No, please, Chief, you are not following. He's trying to take the floor, and I thought you were even closer to him. Sorry for that little technical challenge that we are facing.
Am I audible?
Yes,
okay.
Loud.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I have few comments and observations. The first directed at the AU in particular, perhaps the governors as well. The macroeconomic convergence, the challenge that we are having. What is the way forward, given that it's evident that the convergence is unlikely to be achieved in the short to medium term? But at the same time, there is this need for integration, as governors have already alluded to. So what is the way forward? How do we work around this problem? The second question is related to the African Monetary Institute. I just want the confirmation that that is a precursor to the African Central Bank. The third one, the governor, okay, maybe the governors, but in particular the governor from, the deputy governor from Reserve Bank of Zimbabwe. You mentioned that financial inclusion is key on the continent. My question is, are we as central banks looking at, and as the continent, alternative models, innovative models, such as cooperative banks, for instance? Do we look at other models of raising finance on the continent as opposed to reliance on donor funding, as you already alluded to? What are we doing? What contribution can we make? What is stopping us to establish an African cooperative bank, for instance? In other words, you alluded to the fact that small and micro enterprises need finance. How do we expect that to happen under the current, setup? Because they don't have collateral, as you rightly alluded to. In my view, We do have solutions, we do have experts, but the implementation is a problem. We talk about these things, we know them, but what is the way forward? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, I think we can. Okay.
Thank you very much. I want to commend the governors for their presentation and also the Association of Central Bank Governors for the work that they have done so far, which have culminated into the heads of state through the summit approving the establishment of this institution. My question is to the AU, the heads of state having approved means they have given you the go-ahead. Where is the hiccup or the hang-up that you are still coming back to the member states to get consensus or approval? You have been given that approval by the members of state. In your presentation on the last slide, you had one bullet saying that you are doing a technical paper to chart a map or a path for the establishment of this institution. I think one of the problems why the establishment of this institution is because you are taking piecemeal documents for approval. Because as you took those documents to the heads of state, there should have been a roadmap that was agreed. And what we should be seeing now is implementation. When it comes to the macroeconomic convergence framework, which has been agreed, member states have been consulted, they agreed. The economic regional bodies have been consulted and have endorsed. In SADC, we are implementing the macroeconomic convergence framework. What is happening at continental level? Why are you not implementing it? And must go back again to seek further mandate or approval. So the problem that is there is not with the member states. It's not with the regional bodies. It is with the AUC. You have been given the mandate. You must progress to implement. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, there is a microphone already open there.
Thank you. Thank you very much. My question would be addressed to the governor from Zimbabwe. I liked the way he said that we should focus on the baby steps that are feasible, and also to find out the instruments that are workable today so that we can focus on that. The reason why I am supporting this idea is because when you see a decade later, or even for some points 70 years later, we are still hanging behind, it's because maybe we were so ambitious. We didn't realize from the beginning that we are limited in terms of capacity, in terms of infrastructure, even political will. No single country here in Africa is not addressing big challenges internally. So I think one of the African Union institution that is making progress, he said it's a Pan-African Securities Exchange, because there were a feasibility study that was conducted before this implementation, and it is very recent. So my maybe recommendation is to conduct a feasibility study to find out these baby steps that we can that are workable, that can be done, so that we can at least at this point limit our ambitions and then try to implement those baby steps that are feasible today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I saw a hand. Yes. But let's be brief, please. Yes.
Oui, alors, je vais être vraiment très bref. Depuis que j'ai reçu l'invitation pour cet atelier, j'ai une question qui me taraude et je crois avoir trouvé la réponse, mais pourtant je pose encore la question. J'ai écouté les gouverneurs ici parler, s'invitant les uns les autres à faire diligence pour que leur pays respectif ratifie les traités et concernant ces institutions. Et alors je me pose la question, et qu'est-ce qui manque alors? Qu'est-ce que nos autres cadres des administrations des pays, qu'est-ce que l'Union africaine veut effectivement de nous ici, en nous invitant ici? Si ces premiers responsables-là comprennent déjà la panne et savent ce qu'il faut faire, d'autant plus qu'encore qu'on me dit que c'est les chefs d'État eux-mêmes qui l'ont voulu et qui ont insisté à plusieurs occasions là-dessus pour que ces institutions-là voient le jour. Voilà, je ne veux pas être plus long, et voilà ce que je pose comme question. Qu'est-ce qu'on veut concrètement des cadres des administrations publiques qu'on a invités ici à cette occasion? Merci.
Merci beaucoup. Juste une question là, et puis je reviens vers vous, mon cher. Oui, madame.
Okay, yeah. Thank you very much for the opportunity. My submission is brief. I think the Governor Marshall outlined some challenges that seems to be the impeding factors, when it comes to the moving forward with most of these African initiatives. And I see, in particular, the issue of ratifications and resilience and other macro factors. So my point is, do we, as we struggle to move on with these initiatives, do we at the sub-regional levels put a lot of emphasis on how to overcome these challenges, in particular issues of resilience and macro stability, good governance, corruption, and so on and so forth? I think those are the key factors. To the extent that these keep lingering and we are not able to take them off the road, countries will still see them as, the willingness will be there, but the ability to do it will be limited because we don't have what it takes to move on. And I look at what happens post-COVID. Countries are still struggling to, including Ghana, to come out of the COVID shocks. We've seen issues of death crisis and so on, which is coming from shocks to COVID and then subsequently Ukraine. So I think going forward, we should be able to highlight some of these challenges, as Honorable Governor said, highlight those challenges, and then at the sub-regional levels, put so much emphasis on how to overcome them. Thank you very much.
Very much. I think I saw a hand, the lady. Are you okay? Yes, now we move to the side. Yes. Egypt.
Thank you, Dr. Patrick. Actually, I have a comment and a question. I'll start with my comment. I align myself with my distinguished colleagues who took the floor before me. Why we are here? I think this is a very important question. We are here because we want to address the problem or the issue of why the African financial institutions are not yet established. And even when I read the title of our session right now, why do we need the African financial institutions? It is as if we don't have any agreement or any decision by the heads of states. It is as if we are reinventing the bicycle. We are telling the people, why do we need them? It is not this question. We should not ask this question because already you have a decision from the assembly that you go establish. So when we come to tell the people or to inform the people about the objective of these institutions, it is as if we are starting a study to tell them that we need to establish. We don't need to establish, we need to implement. And I think the major problem is with the signatures and the ratification. And this is, to be practical, this is a political decision. The heads of states give you the green light to establish, and I think legally, in order to come into force, you should have a number of ratifications. This is the major problem. So in order to establish, you should have a number of ratification. And it is not us here who will take this decision. So whatever we will say or contribute here still will lie at the very end of the day in the political will of the countries. So you have the summit, I think, in February. You tell the heads of states that it is in your hands at the end of the day. This is my comment. And my question now is for my brother Yusuf from Afrexim Bank. I think there was a panel session in the old agenda which had to do with the criteria or the framework for admitting institutions like Afrexim Bank and ATD to be specialized agencies of the African Union. I remember that this issue was tackled last July 2022 here in Lusaka, and till now, I think, if I'm not mistaken, there was no clear decision of admitting either Afrexim Bank or ATD, which was the African Trade Insurance Agency, as a specialized agencies, because there was a long argument last year. And one of the arguments said that, why do you agree to make, for example, Afrexim Bank a specialized agency, and we will be having the Africa Investment Bank? So now the question, you don't want Afrexim Bank or ATI to be specialized agencies because you will have Africa Investment Bank. And when it comes to the African Investment Bank, you don't want to ratify or to implement. So you don't have either the AIB or Afrexim Bank. So this is a very important question, and my question to Yusuf, how do you think Afrexim Bank or other institutions like the ATI can solve the problem even temporarily until we have a real establishment of the African financial institutions? I thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much for that point and the question. The last speaker, yes, because we have to exhaust that list. There is a lady from Ghana, but she said, are you still willing to speak? She said no, in fact. No, she said she was fine. Now we proceed here. Last speaker, yes.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le modérateur, Dr Patrick. En fait, moi j'ai deux préoccupations. La première, c'est par rapport à Afrexim. Ce que je sais, c'est qu'Afrexim, c'est également une institution financière continentale qui a été créée, évidemment, dans certaines conditions. Alors, je me demande pourquoi est-ce qu'au jour d'aujourd'hui, toutes les institutions financières que nous voulons créer ne s'inspirent pas du processus qui a conduit à l'implémentation d'Afrexim. Je crois que nous sommes avec eux, on peut voir le processus et voir dans quelle mesure réaliser. Parce que finalement, c'est des institutions à des ambitions continentales et donc ils sont supposés fonctionner pratiquement de la même manière. Et aussi, je voudrais savoir, parce que Afrexim est là directement, pourquoi est-ce qu'il y a une limitation des champs? Parce que nous avons une institution qui existe déjà. Lorsqu'on a des problèmes, il y a des infrastructures. Pourquoi on ne peut pas, d'une certaine manière, essayer de densifier un peu le statut d'Afrexim, qui est une institution établie, et tenter de répondre évidemment aux ambitions qui sont les nôtres, parce que nous avons des contraintes. Ça, c'est la première préoccupation. La deuxième, c'est que il a été dit, et nous le savons, que si les institutions financières ne sont pas créées, ce n'est pas parce que on n'en connaît pas l'intérêt. Non, loin de là, mais c'est tout simplement parce que il y a beaucoup de problèmes de volonté politique, des problèmes de gouvernance dans le pays, ainsi tels que on ne se concentre pas peut-être trop sur les institutions financières continentales. Alors ma question, c'est de savoir comment, au niveau de la Commission de l'Union africaine, où les gouverneurs qui sont présents peuvent envisager une politique, je dirais, pays par pays, parce que vous avez 2-3 ratifications. Comment obtenir une politique spécifique, pays par pays, pour tenter d'obtenir la ratification des différents textes et y aller, parce que tel que nous sommes là globalement, et d'ailleurs un peu plus au niveau technique, c'est très très difficile de penser de trouver une solution politique avec des techniciens que nous sommes. Donc je crois qu'il faut envisager une action de politique bilatérale et directe pays pour obtenir un peu les ratifications des différents textes et pouvoir aller un peu de l'avant. Voilà un peu l'essence de ma préoccupation.
Merci beaucoup. Je pense que ça clôt ainsi l'interaction que nous avons avec le public. Je vais revenir sur le panel parce que, Monsieur le Gouverneur, vous avez écouté un petit peu les questions qui ont été posées. Je ne sais pas quelle perspective vous pouvez donner sur une ou deux d'entre elles pour nous donner la capacité de comprendre ce que nous devons faire pour aller de l'avant. Can we have the microphone for the governor, please?
Merci bien, Monsieur le Président. Je voudrais remercier donc les intervenants pour des questions très importantes qui ont été soulevées. Et je note quand même que l'inquiétude, ou plutôt la préoccupation de tous les intervenants tourne autour du fait que nous accusons toujours ce retard. Comment faire en sorte justement d'accélérer la mise en œuvre effective de ces institutions plusieurs années après? Et j'ai entendu quelqu'un même dire qu'est-ce que nous n'avions pas finalement beaucoup trop d'ambition. Est-ce qu'il ne fallait pas revoir un peu nos ambitions, de sorte qu'avec des objectifs atteignables, qu'on puisse avancer un peu plus rapidement? Moi, je pense vraiment tout le contraire. Quand on a la construction, l'intégration d'une région, d'un continent, nécessite au contraire une ambition, un engagement politique très fort. Et ça, si vous voulez vraiment mon sentiment personnel, ce manque un peu d'ambition se reflète même dans la composition un peu de notre salle aujourd'hui. S'agissant d'une thématique portée par l'Union africaine, aussi importante que la mise en place effective des institutions financières de notre continent, regardez, sur 50 quelques pays, on n'est que 5 gouverneurs. Je ne vois aucun ministre autour de la table. Au niveau de l'Union africaine, il y a des représentations dans tous les pays. Je pense qu'une des choses que nous devons faire, moi je n'ai jamais reçu un représentant de l'Union africaine pour discuter avec moi sur cet agenda. Pour déjà nous inciter à faire avancer ce plaidoyer de manière à ce que le pays accélère. Et je pense qu'au niveau de l'Union, il faudrait véritablement qu'il y ait ça. J'aurais même préféré, aujourd'hui, dans le cadre de cette discussion, avoir le commissaire en face. Parce que c'est son travail. Et voir aussi les ministres des Finances, dans le cadre d'un échange, d'une discussion aussi importante. Et j'aurais aimé aussi voir plus de collègues. La question tourne autour de la volonté politique. Maintenant, on parle des critères de convergence. C'est important, oui. Moi, je trouve utopique d'attendre à ce que tout le monde se conforme, mais de façon totale, à l'ensemble des critères techniques de convergence pour décider finalement de la mise en œuvre effective de ces institutions. Si tel est véritablement le schéma ou l'approche que nous privilégions, je pense que nous mettrons encore plusieurs années pour pouvoir atteindre cela. Je donne un exemple. Sur ces 50 quelques pays, 30% atteignent 70% des critères de convergence. Est-ce que ce n'est pas suffisant déjà pour commencer à ratifier les instruments juridiques qui d'ailleurs ne nécessitent pas beaucoup de difficultés, ni de financement, ni rien. C'est la confirmation d'un engagement politique déjà validé. Donc nous avons besoin de beaucoup de plaidoyers. Au niveau de l'Union africaine, je pense qu'il faudrait également qu'on parle au public africain. Qu'est-ce que c'est que l'Union africaine? Quand on entend de l'Union africaine, c'est les conflits, c'est les guerres, c'est le changement de constitution. Mais il faut faire vendre ces rêves également aux populations, à la jeunesse africaine. Qu'est-ce que ça leur apporte? Pourquoi c'est intéressant d'être unis? Quelles sont les facilités de commerce? Quelles sont les facilités des mouvements? Quels sont les déplacements, la facilité également pour les étudiants africains à bouger, se déplacer dans les pays africains, à commercer entre nous? On avait bien dit que ces institutions pourraient accroître les investissements finalement dans les infrastructures. On a besoin vraiment d'investir massivement dans l'éducation. Je pense que ça répond à une question qui a été posée, celle de savoir qu'est-ce qu'il faut faire. Je pense que nous avons besoin de revoir le contenu de nos formations, de mettre l'accent sur la formation. L'Union africaine avait décidé de recommander aux États membres de consacrer 20% de leur budget à l'agriculture. Est-ce que nous sommes en train de le faire? On a vu Covid passer et les crises alimentaires. Pourtant, nous avons des terres arables. Nous avons des ressources hydriques énormes. Nous avons une main-d'œuvre jeune, laborieuse. Est-ce qu'il faut des financements? Donc, en mettant nos institutions ensemble, en ayant la possibilité d'interconnecter les marchés financiers ou des institutions financières, de permettre que le capital se déplace d'un pays à l'autre, ça permet justement d'avoir du capital nécessaire pour investir dans ce secteur. Et la facilitation finalement des commerces, des déplacements, je pense que tous ces éléments, c'est des choses extrêmement importantes. Pour un projet tel que l'intégration de notre continent, il faut beaucoup d'ambition, il faut beaucoup d'engagement, mais il faut avoir foi dans ce que nous sommes en train de faire. Foi en l'avenir. Et je pense qu'il faut beaucoup de communication autour de ces sujets cruciaux, parce que c'est des choses qui se font autour de nous ailleurs et qui réussissent même. C'est le cas de l'Union européenne. Quand nous pouvons réduire la dépendance par rapport à l'endettement extérieur sur les monnaies étrangères, nous sommes des gouvernements, mais quand vous regardez un peu, on est un peu dépendant des politiques monétaires menées par d'autres banques centrales. Le commerce dans nos pays, c'est libellé en dollars, ce n'est pas dans une monnaie africaine. Et si on s'endette en dollars, aujourd'hui, avec le durcissement des conditions monétaires, votre service de la dette va augmenter, et donc ça ne dépend pas de vous. C'est une banque centrale qui a un mandat national, mais qui a des effets planétaires sur tout le reste des pays. Ailleurs, les gens réfléchissent, mais je pense que c'est le moment d'avoir beaucoup plus d'ambition, d'avoir beaucoup plus de foi en ce que nous sommes en train de faire. Et je pense qu'un plaidoyer concerté à tous les niveaux, techniques et politiques, c'est peut-être ce qu'il nous faut pour avancer finalement à la mise en place effective de ces institutions dont le principe de création a déjà été décidé. On ne revient pas sur ça, mais il faut accélérer, être conséquent par rapport à une décision qui a été déjà prise. Voilà globalement ce que je veux dire. Je ne sais pas si ça répond à toutes les questions.
Merci, Monsieur le Gouverneur. Je pense que ça répond tout à fait amplement aux préoccupations qui ont été soulevées. Merci beaucoup. Governor, Deputy Governor Innocent, Dr. Innocent, you also were called upon to respond to 2 or 3 questions that were targeting the excellent point that you raised in your presentation. Can you just give as a response some key words? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. Let me confirm again that the logical step to the African Central Bank indeed is the African Monetary Institute. And in this, we are not reinventing the wheel. It's been done before. If you know, the Europeans did the same thing, and that's the ambition. For me, this is a low-hanging fruit because it gives comfort to particularly financial and monetary authorities to learn what the requirements, where the constraints would be before you actually dive into the deep end. And so I am glad that an agreement is close, if not already reached, in terms of the statutes that can lead to the finally establishment or steps towards the establishment of AMI. I wanted also to say that if you want to, if you're in a race and you want to catch the one who is ahead of you, you have to run faster. We are behind everybody. We have to run faster. So we have to start thinking differently. I think Prof alluded to that. We have to think differently. We have to think, and I agree with the question that we have to look at other models. We have to look at where we have some comparative advantages. and somebody mentioned the youthful population. You know, the demographic dividend is not just going to come because we've got many people. We have to use, you know, this population that we have. I always give an example, and I think my governor from Madagascar is getting fed up of my example because I use it too much. Which is, you know, we've got young people in our central banks, in our ministries, in our government, and so on. We have to open up the space for these young people to actually perform. A lot of the times, we are letting them follow the same route that we've gone through. And an example I always give is in IT. We've got very sharp young people on this continent. And those that are very good are no longer on the continent. They leave the continent because we don't create the space, the opportunities for them to shine. And what do we end up doing? What Prof was talking about. We import all the technology, and most of it is either overvalued, very expensive, and I can give you 2-3 examples of that, but I'm not going to do that because I will be a target of some of the companies that I always mention. So we need to take deliberate efforts to make these models work for us, and they have to be innovative. They may be an extension of what we already have, but we have to think differently. That's the point. I mean, digitalization has come on stream. We can use that. There are a lot of our governments, a lot of our central banks that are still using Hotmail and Gmail and so on and so forth. Really? You know, we need to get out of that. What does it take to have your own, you know? Yes, I know there is cybersecurity and all that. That's why the young people are there. Then, of course, macroeconomic convergence. You know, I just wanted to remind the meeting this morning that a lot of work is being done in the RECs, in the regional economic communities, to try and figure out where we are, where we need to close the gaps, and that is important. You know, when progress is slow, it's as if you're not moving. Yeah, you seem like because other people are moving faster than you. You know, it's like being overtaken. You seem like you're standing still or you're going backwards because the other guys are faster than you. But things are moving. I think what we need to be convincing each other is to try as much as is possible to accelerate that. Let's take deliberate efforts to look at our macroeconomic convergence. We might not even attain it. But perhaps the question to then ask is, how then do we get to where we want to go with this as a constraint? So, you know, is it a fatal one? Is it something we can deal with? You know, so all these questions we need to deal with, and that's why I think in the RECs this is one of the most disappointing parts of REC meetings, because you look at the numbers, you look at those tables, and you think, nah, we will never get there. But lastly, let me comment on his question. I'm not giving the answer to to your question, which is, you know, our currently existing institutions. You know, we need to give credit where it is due. And I at least from being a Zimbabwean, I want to attest to the immensely invaluable work that every Exim Bank is doing. You know, there is a lot of pride in doing things for yourself. And when you see the amount of work that Afro-Exim, and I'm not saying, you know, AFDB and others are not doing great work, they are. But because Africa-Exim Bank has been mentioned, I want to say that what we need to do is not to destroy, but to build. We need to figure out ways in which we can enhance the work that they do, even as we are trying to build the African Investment Bank. So, to me, it's additionality. But the question is how that additionality will work as we go forward. So we are in a complex. I mean, if you look at the European Union, at the processes and procedures, and it's so complicated. So, you know, the fact that progress is slow doesn't mean that there is no progress. But what we're saying is, you know, let's do more, right? Let's do more. We're not saying it will happen today, it will happen tomorrow, but let's do more. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Deputy Governor. Governor, we didn't clap for you, and you are clapping for the deputy. So, thank you very much for your, your humanity and humility, because you are able to recognize the fact that he has said extremely pertinent words, and you have also the same. My brother Yusuf, I think there are couples of questions that were addressed to you. Let's make sure that we go quickly, and then you can respond to it. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Dr. Patrick. I think there were two questions addressed to me, and somehow they are both linked. I'm not going to go into the discussion on the specialized agency, because I know there's a process and a discussion going on there. But maybe just to say that one of the reasons we had approached the African Union to become a specialized agency was exactly for that interest to sort of consolidate and bring relevant African financial institutions into the continental financial architecture, where then the AU could then give us the policy guidance in terms of its Agenda 2063. And I believe the same applies for ATI or TD. But having said that, I think the broader question is, how do we use the existing institutions that we have in the continent? You know, we have a number of institutions. I talked about AFDB, Afrexim Bank, AFC, TDB, Africa Re, TD, Shelter Afrique. These are all Pan-African institutions. These are institutions created by the same member states that are African Union member states. Different levels of coverage, obviously, and each of them have a mandate and then a development mandate, a mandate to support African integration, African economic development. And I wish I had the answer, but I think what this forum, why the value of forums like this and discussions like this, is to provide an opportunity for the African Union to bring these institutions together in a room, to see what we can do collectively to drive the African development agenda. I do, and I must say that the Africa Investment Bank remains a priority, and it should be expedited. We need to really push the ratification and the entry into force of it. But like I'm saying, while we do that, let's see how we can use these institutions to provide a base to some of the development ambitions of the continent. So I'm grateful for the forum, and that's why we are happy to support it. And I'm hoping that as we proceed with the discussions over the next 2 days, some of these things will come out. Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you very much, Yusuf. Can we turn to our panelist that is online, if he can also share brief perspective on what he also heard about the discussion today. Can we do that? Can we link with Professor Fadel?
Can you hear me?
Yes, Professor Fadel, we can hear you. You can speak.
Yeah, wonderful. Well, thank you again for this very rich and frank conversation, which we must have. I will just reiterate that this is really there's a need for political conversation about why we're in this situation, and the fact that our governments probably have not prioritized this strategic investment in African financial institutions is because our governments are vulnerable, and the debt burden and the constraints that come with the debt burden is just not leaving any room for our leaders to really think long term in a very concrete way. I'm not going to bring you any news that many of our governments are really, when they think long term, they're thinking, can we pay the salaries at the end of the month? Can we service the debt at the end of the quarter? Can we pay for the wheat and rice shipments that are waiting at the port? And those are very important, priorities, of course, but we need to carve out the space and the time to have a long-term strategic vision, coherent vision on transformation. And I'll summarize it in just a couple of examples. Every metric ton of wheat and corn we produce on the continent will save us the equivalent in terms of dollars we have to borrow and interest we have to pay on that debt. Every green kilowatt hour we produce on the continent saves us its equivalent in dollars we have to borrow and dollars we have to pay, interest payments we have to pay for decades sometimes. So it's very important that we carve out the space for investing in these strategic transformational sectors, not necessarily by incurring more debt, but by creating new financial agreements on the continent. And these financial institutions are critical. Just coordinating swap lines between central banks so that we can carve out the fiscal policy space to leverage actual resources and mobilize financial resources from the continent for this type of strategic cooperation. So there is no shortage of ideas. There is no shortage of framework. In terms of industrialization, which is critical, a lot of people say, well, industrialization is difficult. We need to start step by step. Let me give you one example that we must replicate on this continent. When Boeing used to dominate the world, there was no way that France alone or Germany alone or the UK alone was going to create Airbus to compete with it. Airbus is a joint venture of several countries, leveraging the complementarity of their resources and capabilities with long-term strategic vision. For us, we don't have to compete with Boeing and Airbus, but we need to use our resources to build the renewable energy infrastructure, the clean cooking infrastructure, the clean transportation infrastructure. And it's a relatively simple process. Let's bring a high-level delegation, including politicians, including financial institutions, leaders from the continent, entrepreneurs, engineers, and let's map out the entire industrial process, the manufacturing process, from refining our minerals, let's say in China, all the way to manufacturing solar panels. And once we have that mapped out, let's bring it to the continent and have a serious conversation about how do we distribute the building blocks of this Pan-African industrial policy so that all countries can share in the industrial contribution, can share the value-added content, and let's deploy this on the continent with our economic diplomacy, with our partners from all over the world. It's not a complicated process. We need political decisions at the highest level to put this into place. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Fadel. Before closing this session, I would like to give the floor to my director, Director Jamel Grib, who was called upon, and I think there are several questions that were directed to the African Union Commission. Director, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Patrick Olomo. And allow me just to make a few comments. The first one is related to really, as mentioned by the distinguished representative from Egypt, just to support his comments. We are not here to discuss an AU Assembly decision. We are here really to discuss what has hindered really the establishment. And going forward, the issue of ratification and signing and ratification, of course, will be discussed. And it's really, how can I say, very sad. I left African Union Commission, come after 6 years, and I find myself we are still at the early stage of what has happened. It means that 6 years, nothing has moved. And really, this is something that really touches my heart. It's not now, maybe I will talk even with more emotions, really. And I see that establishing a bank is not a big issue. Any country can establish any bank. When it comes to that Pan-African institution like the AIB or the African Central Bank or the African, we are still lagging behind because of the signing and the ratification. So why? The question, the heads of state give us instruction, we are implementing, but why we are having a problem to get the consensus? Why we are the train is moving in other region and in our region is not moving? And this is the reality. And I think I would really call for this consultative meeting to open a little bit, to brainstorm and to see what can we do all together. Something that is very important, maybe I didn't highlight in my statement, we are not calling for any representative official or governor to make a statement like a commitment. There is no commitment. We want just to brainstorm. For example, the issue of is it an issue of authorized capital, subscribed, authorized, callable, paid in capital? Maybe the issue is paid in capital. Maybe it's too high. And if it's too high, can we reduce it? Can we think about having to reduce the paid in capital? Let's start with that one. Maybe this, by putting that some figures, maybe it will give boost from, or it will encourage some other countries to ratify and sign and ratify the instrument. Maybe this is the issue. And this is why I would like really to call for an open discussion. Maybe the issue of capital needs to be not discussed at our level nor at the STC, but let the BOG, the Board of Governors of that institution, discuss it. Let maybe delegate to them to discuss the capital, the structure, and of course the whatever is going when it comes to structure of any institution. Let them discuss it at the BOG. Those governors that have decided to launch any of the Pan-African institution. Maybe this is the issue. Because if we keep pushing an agenda and we feel that because of either the amount is high, the capital level is high, maybe there are reluctances, and I do understand countries do have really constraint, financial constraint, and maybe we should start be the group, small group, let's move, and let the other take the train while it starts. So this is something that I would like really to open, to have a discussion. Whatever we are going to come as recommendation, it will feed first a report. The report, of course, will come back with a validation, another validation workshop next year. Each of the paragraph will be discussed again, and we go through it and see the what we call the implementation point of view from each of all the stakeholders sitting here, and then of course from the member state. So for me, how I see going forward is really to dig inside the, what maybe, as again I said, maybe the level of the capital is too high. And when I go to the African Development, which was created in 1963, and we go through the bank, and now you see, if you read, I'm talking now about paid in capital. I'm not talking about authorized capital. We are talking about 9.8 billion unit accounts. And maybe this is after all those more than 60 years, we are coming with those numbers. So it means maybe our when we did our capital structure was not too much realistic. Something that I would like again to bring it to this attention to this audience: the ventilation, the distribution of that capital. Should we go with that assumption that those countries, because what we did as a rule, we took the contribution from for our AU budget, we took the same rate and we applied on the bank. Does it make sense? Should we continue with that? Maybe not. Maybe we should really have another approach related to the capital structure. So I am calling all of you sitting here, excellencies, distinguished representative, really to have an open discussion. There is no commitment. There will be no decision about this one. This is a consultative workshop. We need really meeting to come up with implementable really recommendation. When it comes about the criteria, convergence criteria, we are working. There is a huge gap. This is, again, we have to be honest. There is a huge gap with the criteria were defined. There is a huge gap between the countries, and each country has its issues, constraint issue, and maybe strength. So what we are trying to do is really to work on the convergence. Convergence will be done throughout phases. It cannot be done between, and I do understand. Shall we maybe set up the African Central Bank while working. No, the idea was that we set up first the AMI, the African Monetary Institute. Based on that one, one of its core function really is to work on the conversions. So for me, the main objective of setting up that AMI is to work on criteria of conversions, and let us leave that one to them. When it comes to the AMI, I want again to be very frank with all of you. The last extraordinary meeting at the expert and official level, we found there are two voices from the same country. One is from the central bank, one from the Minister of Finance, and there is some discordance. It's not aligned. And this makes me again coming here to say, should we think about going, when we go forward to, when you go back maybe to your country, try to coordinate better the position, because I cannot understand the decision which was taken by the governors. I'm not talking, these are governors, Africans, these are governors, they took a decision about the AMI statute and to expedite it, and then we go back at the extraordinary where we reopen again the discussion. Either the governor level, they might maybe share that document first with the Minister of Finance, get their views, they buy in, then they come to us with the final, but we cannot, for me, this is really something that again hurts. And I want to be very clear to with all of you. I was really disappointed by the last one. It's not, it's a personal, I'm not talking about the members that are sovereign, but I was disappointed to see two voices from the same country talking. So this is something we need maybe to work a little bit on it. When we talked about the ratification, again, I mentioned it, it's an issue of ratification, signing and ratification. How to make it quick, how to expedite. Maybe another issue, those which are hosting the institution must give the good example. We have two good examples. I will not mention the third one. The third one needs really again to work, because we cannot advocate for signing and ratification while the country hosting that one has not done it. This is something that's very important. Again, I want to be very frank, open my heart. This is for me, time is over for political discussion. For me, I want to be really, and I would like to get really some implementable recommendation. We have hired a consultant. The consultant will be working to come up with a document that will be shared with all of you. Your inputs are the most, of course, the stock take will be taken from here about what has happened in this meeting. And of course, throughout what has happened, what are the impediments. But definitely that document will be discussed and get your consensus and blessing. We need your blessing, something that we have spoken with my commission is to have a very important conference. We were thinking a bit at the summit level next year, really, that those institutions that are hosting, those countries, sorry, that are hosting the institution we need to have either at the level of the heads of state, or we can enlarge it to bring all those countries that have already ratified, signed, and maybe move with the other one. So again, we are discussing with internally, but definitely next year we need to have a very high-level conference at the heads of state. From my point of view, is really heads of state to endorse some, or to discuss and endorse some decisions. And while I'm saying all these comments, I would like to take into account that Africans are going through a big turbulence. I'm not saying we are having, wow, everything is fine, green. We are having problems. We are aware about. We are about the debt stress. We are about the financial constraint. We hear you. We hear you very well. But going forward, maybe that take into account all those concepts. Maybe this institution will. We will gain maybe more independence, and this is something that was again highlighted, and again we need to work on it. We need to gain more independence. Last but not least, if you bring all the institutions, the MDBs, you take the regional bank like African Development Bank, Afrexim Bank, if you sum up the ODA, everything, they will not be able to fund our agenda, and it's obvious. And the numbers are there. All the financial resources put aside, we cannot. So we need new institution. We need, of course, a new institution to be set up, and we need to gain our independence versus sovereignty. And I will stop here. Thank you very much. And apologize if I was a little bit talk with some emotion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Director. And Africa has to move forward, and the Director clearly highlighted it. And what I can say, governors, you know, with your permission, because now I think we are moving to the right direction in terms of how to implement those institutions. The first thing I want to emphasize is that without dedication and passion, we will never be able to achieve this agenda. We spoke about ambition, and I would like to extremely appeal, you know, profoundly, to call on Africans to raise the bar of their ambitions. We are the continent of the present and the future, as it was highlighted here. We have it all to make sure that we are able to accelerate progress and to transform our continent for the benefits of Africans and even for the benefits of the world. Professor Fadel insisted on an extremely key point, that was on the need for economic transformation through diversification, industrialization, and all those critical issues. We are losing a lot of money. And that money can be saved to make sure that we are making progress in the critical sectors that we all know. The question of this session, and to complement my director, was why do we need? We didn't say they are not relevant, and I think it was emphasized here strongly that the African Union financial institutions are still relevant given the current economic context. And it is even more important today because we have the opportunity to unlock the immense potential of that wonderful continent. And when you look at the AU processes, and I would like to just respond to one question that was raised in terms of the processes. Do be aware that even if the African Union Commission has been given the mandate to follow up the implementation, we are not an implementing body of the Union. Why? Because there is the principle of subsidiarity that allows, you know, countries to implement effectively. When we talk about ratifications, it is not the Commission that ratifies. If not, we would have ratified all those instruments since day one. It is the responsibility of countries, and this is why we are talking about political will, political leadership, and agreement to move forward. This meeting today paves the way to a sustainable path forward. We really need, as Africans, one, to speak the same voice, two, to commit to implement the agreement that we have set ourselves to agree to implement, because we are not forced to sign and ratify, but we are called upon. Lastly, taking the example of the African Continental Free Trade Area, can you believe that we had achieved so fast the implementation of that agreement? Why don't we seize that opportunity to make sure that we are moving forward the financial institutions? Because what we are not looking at is the fact that the implementation of the African financial institutions is complementary to the African Continental Free Trade Area. We have 41 currencies, my director highlighted it here, 41 currencies that are not even allowing us to trade amongst ourselves. So there is need for us, as the director said, to make sure that we have the central bank established, the monetary funds functional, the African Investment Bank also in activity, and the Pan-African Stock Exchange to support the investment processes within the continent. With this, I would like to thank you very much for the wonderful audience that you've been throughout the session, and more importantly, thank the governors that were able to enlighten us of their wisdom. It is truly a pleasure having you with us. But before concluding, we have also the governor of the Central Bank of Madagascar, who just joined us during the proceedings, and he's accompanied by his deputy governor. So I would like to close this meeting by clapping for their presence, and also clap for my panelists who were extremely wonderful. So you've seen how the discussion can last longer. We are now at lunchtime, and I don't think we can open the discussion for the second panel now, because we are 1 hour or 1 hour and a half behind the schedule. So we will break for lunch, and then we reconvene to continue with session 2. Thank you very much. Yes, session 2. Yes, we have to take a picture. Ensemble ici. Merci beaucoup. We have a group picture here. Avançons un petit peu. Chief, are we good? Thank you. Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Gouverneur. Mr. Governor, thank you very much. Chief, I appreciate it. So, as we said, we are breaking for lunch. Maybe the ladies may let us know the proceedings for lunch, and then we move there, because we are behind the schedule.
free movement to be a reality.
Ladies and gentlemen, I think we can commence our afternoon with the second session. And for this, allow me to call on the stage the moderator, who is Mr. Munkala Everard Ulrich, Director of Studies and Research and Statistics at the Banque des États de l'Afrique Centrale, the BEAC, on the stage. Dr. Suleiman Misango of Bank of Tanzania. Dr. Suleiman on the stage. Mrs. Mahima Bota of the Bank of Mauritius, Mrs. Aziza, my dear sister, the legal director of the Bank Al Maghrib of Morocco, and last but not the least, is it Dr. Jawara? It's Dr. Jawara, sorry, because I know it's Dr. Jawara. I don't know why Rumbi wrote Mr. Jawara. Dr. Jawara, you are also invited on the stage, and this will allow us to kick off a good 1 hour discussion on this very critical issue of the establishment of the African Union Central Bank. Over to you, Mr. Chair, for your introduction.
Merci Patrick. Il a oublié le docteur Toumala, hein, qui fait également partie du panel, s'il peut nous rejoindre. Docteur Toumala de la Banque centrale du Nigeria. Docteur Toumala, please. There is a place here for you.
Dr. Mohamed, yes, true. The director of Monetary Policy Department. No, sit down.
You'll be fine here.
It's fine, he's still young.
Ok, merci, mesdames, messieurs. Merci pour votre présence à cette deuxième session. Tout à l'heure, nous avons suivi le directeur de la Commission de l'Union africaine qui nous a dit qu'il faudrait qu'on ait un langage de vérité et que notre rencontre s'inscrit dans le cadre non pas politique, mais de trouver, de faire des propositions pour lever, aider à lever les pesanteurs qui minent la mise en place des institutions financières de l'Union africaine. Alors, pour ce panel qui nous concerne, nous avons une table ronde sur la création de la Banque centrale africaine. Nous allons adresser des questions et des perspectives. Il faut noter que avant l'avènement de la Banque centrale africaine, il y a l'agence AMI, c'est l'autorité monétaire, l'Institut monétaire africain, qui devait être un préalable et dans les termes qui nous ont été remis, les statuts n'ont pas atteint le consensus et nécessitent de la Commission de l'Union africaine de poursuivre la consultation et de revenir les présenter, les soumettre à la 4e session extraordinaire après 2 semaines, sauf que pour des raisons d'insuffisance de financement, la Commission n'a pas encore présenté à nouveau ces statuts. Et donc, par rapport à notre table ronde, 5 questions seront adressées. Et je les lirai en anglais parce qu'ils sont en anglais pour ne pas avoir à les traduire en français. Donc, the first question is the Abuja Treaty still relevant and do we need an African Central Bank? Second, what are the challenges impacting the process towards the ACB? Third, what are the key lessons to draw from that experience and how can these challenges be overcome? What strategies should the African Union Commission, the AACB and other institutions devise to accelerate progress towards the ACB? Fourth, what measures shall be taken to facilitate the implementation of macroeconomic convergence criteria? And 5, what strategies to achieve a personalization of the AMI in 2024? Avant de poursuivre donc dans ce programme, nous allons inviter la Commission de l'Union africaine à nous faire une brève présentation. Patrick.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and I think this session, as you rightly said, it is, in the continuity of the session that we started this morning. The African Central Bank is one of the 4 Pan-African institutions that were to be created if we look at the Abuja Treaty and also the Statute or the Constitutive Act of the African Union. And in this perspective, there are some challenges, as we said, with regards to the implementation of this extraordinary important institution. We have started this process, years ago, and as of today, we just have some few steps that were extremely important in accelerating this progress towards the African Central Bank. The first was that a relationship was created with the African Association of Central Banks, and this has led to the adoption of a joint strategy for the implementation of the African Central Bank. In that process, we had to look at how to accelerate the progress towards the African Central Bank, and the African Monetary Institute was designed to be an intermediary step towards the central bank. In this process also, heads of state adopted the macroeconomic convergence criteria that are also aiming at mobilizing the countries towards the objective of setting up the African Central Bank. But there are challenges in terms of implementation of the macroeconomic convergence criteria, and more importantly, there were some difficulties in finding a consensus for the adoption or the endorsement by the policy organs of the Statute of the African Monetary Institute. With this brief overview, I would like to hand back the floor to our chair to give the floor to panelists for their thought about what can be done going forward. Thank you.
Merci Patrick. Donc, pour planter le décor après les précisions qu'il a apportées, on peut avoir un premier angle d'attaque, comme on l'a suivi ce matin. Il faut noter que la zone de libre-échange continentale, la ZLECAf, ne pourrait réussir si les États africains continuent à faire des transactions en devises étrangères. Cela a été souligné fortement ce matin. Pour la mise en place de cette institution d'importance stratégique, l'Institut monétaire africain a pour mandat d'entreprendre tous les préparatifs techniques, statistiques, institutionnels et juridiques en vue de l'avènement de la Banque centrale africaine. Cette table ronde, qui est donc consacrée aux questions et perspectives d'avenir sur la création de la Banque centrale africaine, est l'occasion d'échanger de vues pour rendre cela possible. Nous écouterons tour à tour comme intervenant le docteur Mohamed Toumala, directeur du département de la politique monétaire de la Banque centrale du Nigeria, le docteur Suleiman Misango de la Banque de Tanzanie, Madame Mahima Berta, chercheur senior à la Banque de Maurice, Madame Aziza Riman, directeur du département juridique à Banque Al-Maghrib, et le docteur Karamo Jawara, directeur des systèmes de paiement bancaire à la Banque centrale de Gambie. Tous, comme vous pouvez le constater, sont des banquiers centraux qui partageront avec nous leur vision respective en vue de rendre réel ce noble objectif qui nous réunit aujourd'hui autour de l'Union africaine. Donc, sans plus tarder, je vais passer la parole au docteur Mohamed Toumala, qui est de la Banque centrale du Nigeria, pays censé accueillir l'Institut monétaire africain et la Banque centrale africaine, pour nous donner son point de vue. Toumala, you have the floor for more than 10 minutes.
Okay, thank you, Mukala. Your Excellencies, let me just stand on existing and established protocol. I'm to speak from our experiences, at least in Nigeria, being the decided host country for the African Central Bank. In Nigeria, we take that decision very seriously. We believe Africa needs a central institution to facilitate monetary policy that will enhance better integration in the continent. We also took seriously the foundation institution, the African Monetary Institute, that was supposed to lead the eventual establishment of the African Central Bank. So to answer directly some of these questions, do we need African Central Bank? And I think that has been dealt with in the morning by several discussions. And even the ordinary man on the street, I think, knows that. When we arrived Lusaka yesterday, I boarded a taxi. And when he was dropping me off, the question of payment came in. And we were trying to reconcile, how do I pay? And the taxi driver asked, why don't you have our own currency in Africa, so that when I visit another country, I don't have to start thinking of how to pay for, and that's the ordinary man on the street. So let me rather focus on possibly the way forward, because we have spoken about the challenges extensively in the morning. Political will, funding, and so on. But sharing from our experiences in trying to move the African Monetary Institute forward, because Nigeria had taken that directive so seriously that as far back as 2020, we had established all the infrastructure that was required for that institute to take off, including offices, residential facilities for the anticipated staff. I just checked yesterday before I left the country. 2 of the 3 blocks of buildings that we had acquired then have been put into other uses by the government of Nigeria. There is still 1 standing. That's to say we had prepared for that. So why didn't it take off? I think one, I want to ride on particularly the submission by the rep from Egypt in the morning and the rendition by the AUC that the African Union may have gaps in the implementation of very key decisions. Maybe it is time for us to do some kind of self-assessment. We have seen progress made in other places. When the AU established the African Institute for Remittances with very direct responsibility for harmonizing the production of remittances across countries in Africa, we have seen progress being made. So one would recommend, therefore, that we might look at the implementation arrangement we have as a union for our decisions. Are there gaps? Do we need to have a permanent arrangement to follow up on our decisions? Secondly, there is an emerging pattern of leadership on the continent. A leadership that is taking very keen interest in African integration. We might therefore begin to have to identify champions that we can rely on for mobilizing the needed political support for our decisions. One can give so many examples of leaders who today will speak on the need for integration in Africa. And the third recommendation that one will make in this direction is to ride on existing institutions that have worked. We have discussed this in the morning. There were talks about making such institutions, specialized agents or agencies for the AU. And there were also talks about having to facilitate understanding between those institutions. And therefore one can put that maybe the AUC need to facilitate a wider engagement between those institutions, like the Afrexim Bank, the African Development Bank, because our leaders will listen to them. These are institutions that are being approached when the need is required of them. And I think that they can contribute technically to ensuring that the financial institutions we're trying to establish, are firmly established. So we look forward to the outcome of this meeting, and this meeting is one of the things we need to do more. Let us begin to talk, because talking to each other provides a reminder. It strengthens our resolve, towards the achievement of our goals. Since we are many, let me just leave at this stage for my other colleagues to possibly mention a few ways forward. So we need the African Central Bank. We badly need it. Thank you.
Merci, Docteur Toumala. Effectivement, nous avons besoin d'une banque centrale africaine. La répétition est mère de vertu. C'est vrai, ce matin, on a suffisamment parlé des challenges, mais il n'est pas surfait de demander à Madame Mahima Berta de nous parler des challenges, identifier donc des défis, identifier encore en ce qui concerne l'avènement de la Banque centrale africaine. Madame Berta.
Is it working? So
I'm Mrs. Mahima Berta, Senior Analyst at the Bank of Mauritius. Now, just like the moderator said that repetition is the mother of all wisdom, so I would reiterate that the African Central Bank has its raison d'etre in view of the major benefits that it confers upon countries in the monetary union. Now, in terms of the benefits, we have, first of all, improved macroeconomic stability by providing mechanisms for fiscal and monetary coordination among member states, increased trade and investment, reduced dependency on external sources, and risk mitigation, amongst others. And also the main benefit arises in terms of savings on transaction costs when levels of intra-regional trade and investment flows are high. Now I'll talk about the challenges. The challenges are many, but notwithstanding these challenges, some progress has also been made. In terms of the challenges, there is inadequate funding for establishing the African financial institutions, which is particularly detrimental to the operationalization of the African Monetary Institute, which is the first step towards the establishment of the African Central Bank. Next, the cost to be incurred by member states with the setting up of the African financial institutions has been the main hurdle, hence the slow signing and ratification process. Mauritius has also not signed the legal instruments so far because of the ensuing significant financial implications, which would exert heavy pressure on the national budget, impacting substantially our ability to finance priority projects of national importance. The vulnerabilities of small island developing states should also be acknowledged and factored in when determining the amount of paid-up and callable capital to be effected. Also, the funding requirements could be lowered. Or the viability depends on an adequate degree of harmonization and cooperation among member states, starting at the regional level. Now, harmonization in terms of monetary and fiscal policies, financial, payment and settlement systems, financial accounting and reporting practices, and also in terms of policies and standards on statistical information. Our timelines of the these times member countries. Thus, there is a need to focus on a phased approach to monetary integration. Some countries may require more time than others, and this may eventually impact on the target dates for a continental central bank or a common currency, and these need to be factored in. There are also concerns over the diverse economic landscape within the continent, with the heterogeneity of Africa and uneven economic structures that stymie the formation of an optimal currency area. Examples are low intra-regional trade, investment and financing issues, infrastructural gaps, challenges tied to labor mobility across countries, limited diversification of economies, uneven payment systems, with countries being forced to convert into US dollar to settle trade. The mobility of factors of production, especially labor input, is a crucial prerequisite to the monetary union, and part of the condition that member states have highly integrated trade, capital, and labor flows. Now, in terms of infrastructural gaps, it is important to have the integration of physical infrastructure in terms of transport, energy, water, and information and communication technology. All these factors create asymmetric economic shocks and make operationalization of a central bank for the continent a complicated process. Specifically, when the AUFR's statutes were adopted, the shareholding was based on the economic situation at the time, which is different from the current context. As a result, the current economic situation must be considered, especially that countries recently bore the brunt of the COVID-19 pandemic and other exogenous shocks in terms of geopolitical tensions, namely the Russia-Ukraine war, amongst others. There may be also a reluctance to join a monetary union, as it would entail a loss of adjustment tools in terms of exchange rate flexibility and use of monetary and fiscal policies. Notwithstanding these constraints, it is important to note that notable progress has been made. Africa has already embarked on several economic integration initiatives, covering both real and financial sectors, such as promotion of trade and acceleration of economic growth and development. A notable progress is the coming into force of the African Continental Free Trade Area in 2019, which is the world's largest free trade area with 54 member countries and 8 regional economic communities. The aim is to create a single continental market by eliminating barriers to trade in Africa and significantly boosting intra-Africa trade. Another progress is the adoption of the macroeconomic convergence criteria. In the run-up to achieving a single currency, there is the need to harmonize the macroeconomic convergence criteria, which remains a prerequisite to the creation of the ACB. And the macroeconomic convergence criteria of the AMCP were adopted and their implementation will be monitored. Other notable progress are the consideration and endorsement of the draft statute of the AMI, launch of the Africa Exchanges Linkage Project. The constraints are numerous. Some of them are structural in nature, and it would take rather long to address those constraints. However, African countries can navigate these challenges and seize opportunities to promote trade, economic growth, and financial stability within the continent. Thank you.
Merci Madame Bertha. Effectivement, les contraintes sont nombreuses, les défis à relever immenses, mais il y a quand même des facteurs de satisfaction pour ce qui a déjà été mis en œuvre. Donc nous allons poursuivre avec Madame Aziza Riman de Banque Al Maghrib, peut-être pour avoir un son de cloche du point de vue juridique au niveau des banques centrales.
Merci beaucoup, cher monsieur. Honorable assistance, chers frères et sœurs. Avant de commencer, laissez-moi vous dire combien je pense que nous avons la même identité, les mêmes aspirations, les mêmes fragilités, certes aussi, le même besoin d'une meilleure inclusion financière pour nos jeunes, nos femmes, nos catégories défavorisées. Nous avons aussi les mêmes volontés de désendettement, les mêmes nécessités de développement des infrastructures, de croissance vers des économies émergentes et plus résilientes. Je pense que nous avons su relever des défis par le passé ensemble, notamment dans le cadre des 2 fonds Africa 50 en très peu de temps, créés en 2016, des réalisations auxquelles nous avons pu aboutir aujourd'hui sont immenses et font des envieux. Je pense que nous avons aussi à notre actif un travail excellent que nous sommes en train de faire dans le cadre de l'Association pour l'inclusion financière. Nous avons à notre actif également un secteur privé qui porte l'Afrique dans son cœur et qui joue un rôle fort important. Des banques de plus en plus implantées dans des régions africaines, dans des pays africains, et qui répondent à une réglementation prudentielle de plus en plus performante. Nous pouvons donc aller de l'avant également pour la création de ces 3 structures promises par le traité et croire que l'union fait notre force. Honorable assistance. La création d'une banque centrale africaine s'inscrit dans le cadre d'une 6e étape prévue par le traité d'Abuja pour l'institution d'une communauté économique africaine. Celle-ci devrait également aboutir à la mise en place du Fonds monétaire africain et instaurer une monnaie africaine unique. Alors le traité est-il réellement dépassé ? Je pense surtout que nous accusons une importante lenteur dans le processus devant permettre la réalisation des objectifs et des prérequis pour y aller, et le respect de la feuille de route fait défaut. Je pense aussi que les quelques aspects d'ordre technique sur lesquels nous avons travaillé et pu avancer demeurent totalement insuffisants. Je commence même à penser que le délai de 30aine ou 40aine d'années accordé par le traité pour l'institution d'une banque centrale africaine commence à souffrir d'obsolescence par rapport au faible niveau de réalisation. Les chefs d'État et de gouvernement ont cependant insisté sur le besoin d'établir une union monétaire africaine à travers l'harmonisation des zones monétaires ainsi que la création des 3 institutions, Banque centrale africaine, Fonds monétaire africain et Banque africaine d'investissement. En ce qui concerne plus particulièrement la Banque centrale africaine, un accord de siège a été signé avec le gouvernement de la République fédérale du Nigeria au profit du Conseil de surveillance de l'identité. Un comité conjoint a par ailleurs été créé par la Commission de l'Union africaine et l'Association des banques centrales africaines en vue de la mise en place de la Banque centrale africaine. Un groupe d'études a été constitué dans le cadre de ce comité afin d'avancer sur le travail de préparation de la création de cette entité pour le continent. Une stratégie conjointe pour l'établissement d'une banque centrale africaine a été élaborée sur la base d'une étude conduite par la Commission de l'Union africaine et de l'Association des banques centrales africaines. Il apparaît toutefois que la stratégie dont il s'agit n'a pas permis de remédier au retard constaté dans la mise en place de la Banque centrale africaine. Il est donc normal de s'interroger sur les difficultés qui entravent le projet et des mesures à prendre pour y remédier. Honorable assistance, la première difficulté, à mon avis, est liée aux incertitudes aujourd'hui quant au processus relatif à l'institution de la communauté économique africaine. Parce que la mise en place d'une banque centrale africaine constitue en quelque sorte le couronnement et le parachèvement de la mise en place de la communauté économique africaine. Or, le déroulement des étapes précédentes et les réalisations sur lesquelles elles ont abouti ne sont pas clairement mises en évidence. Le comité conjoint de la Commission de l'Union africaine et de l'Association des banques centrales africaines a souligné d'ailleurs que l'intégration monétaire présuppose la mise en place d'un marché commun africain avec liberté de commerce ainsi que du mouvement de capitaux et de personnes. L'opinion contraire selon laquelle l'intégration monétaire peut être un facteur de l'accélération de l'intégration économique a cependant bien sûr également été soutenue. Un choix politique devrait donc être opéré à ce propos, mais doit être soutenu par des facteurs clés de succès. En amont, on parle de prérequis, en aval, d'engagement clair dans le temps. Honorable assistance, la deuxième difficulté est liée à la nécessité de trouver un accord sur un partage de compétences entre les États membres et la Banque centrale africaine. La mise en place de la Banque centrale africaine doit permettre à terme l'unification à l'échelle du continent tant de la politique monétaire que de l'émission de la monnaie. Or, les attributions dont il s'agit sont des prérogatives régaliennes dont la mise en commun est loin d'être évidente. Le rapport relatif à la stratégie commune de la Commission de l'Union africaine et de l'Association des banques centrales africaines évoque à cet égard les pertes de souveraineté monétaire et autres contraintes résultant de la délégation à un organisme supranational de la compétence relative à la conduite de la politique monétaire, voire également de la politique de change ou du taux de change. On évoquera par ailleurs la sensibilité de la question du caractère décisionnel ou simplement consultatif de l'Institut monétaire africain, la stratégie commune de la Commission de l'Union africaine et de l'Association des banques centrales africaines note de son côté le caractère déterminant de l'engagement politique des gouvernements concernés. L'engagement politique nous semble également être d'autant plus important en fait que les finalités et les modalités de la définition d'une politique monétaire commune sont encore incertaines et qu'aucun plan détaillant les étapes de la mise en place d'une monnaie ou d'une politique monétaire unifiée n'a encore été établi. Il y a encore d'autres difficultés, parce que le facteur politique, la stratégie commune précitée, cite comme cause de retard constaté dans la mise en place des institutions financières de l'Union africaine, d'abord la taille très réduite du commerce entre pays africains. Deuxièmement, le faible niveau de convergence macroéconomique. Nous noterons sur ce point particulier que le comité conjoint mis en place par la Commission de l'Union africaine et de l'Association affirme à ce propos que la définition de critères de convergence macroéconomique est un prérequis essentiel à la création d'une banque centrale du continent. Il y a aussi le faible niveau d'intégration financière et puis il y a la multiplicité des programmes d'intégration auxquels participent les pays africains. Quelle solution alors? L'intégration monétaire qu'implique l'objectif de création d'une banque centrale unique suppose une préparation minutieuse, une intégration qui ne pourrait avoir lieu sans l'accord préalable de toutes les parties prenantes sur les pouvoirs qui seront reconnus à la Banque centrale continentale et sur les rôles respectifs qui seront conservés par les États membres. La stratégie conjointe précédemment évoquée insiste ainsi sur le caractère essentiel de l'engagement politique des États africains et préconise à ce titre la création au sein des États quasiment de ministères en charge de l'intégration africaine. Sur le plan technique, il conviendrait de mieux définir le processus transitoire qui permettra progressivement de parvenir à l'intégration projetée. Concernant la monnaie unique, il pourrait être utile, comme le préconise la stratégie commune, mise au point par la Commission de l'Union africaine et de l'Association, de commencer par créer des monnaies régionales auxquelles pourra être substituée plus tard la monnaie continentale. De manière générale, les instruments relatifs au projet de création des institutions financières de l'Union africaine sont épars et il est donc nécessaire de coordonner les différentes initiatives déjà mises en place. Il apparaît donc indispensable de les coordonner. Il est indiqué à ce propos, dans la documentation qui nous a été fournie, que la stratégie commune approuvée en 2013 durant le comité conjoint de la Commission de l'Union africaine et de l'Association des banques centrales africaines devait être soumise à la conférence des chefs d'État et de gouvernement de l'Union africaine. Conviendrait aussi d'harmoniser les calendriers de mise en place de la Banque centrale africaine, à savoir le calendrier aussi bien de l'association qui parle de 2021 et le calendrier de 2028 prévu par le traité d'Abuja. Pour terminer, l'étude approfondie de l'exemple d'autres unions monétaires, ou sur un plan plus général de l'exemple européen, pourrait être très utile. Il convient de noter à ce propos que la mise en place d'un marché commun au sein de la communauté européenne a été antérieure à celle d'une union à la fois économique et monétaire au sein de l'Union européenne, ce qui accrédite la thèse de la mise en place d'un marché commun africain préalablement à l'intégration monétaire et à la création d'une monnaie continentale. Nous espérons que ces quelques éléments de réflexion aideront à la réalisation de l'objectif final auquel nous nous sommes tous profondément attachés en tant qu'Africains, à savoir la mise en place effective de la communauté économique africaine. Important à signaler, à mon avis, l'environnement des affaires doit être de plus en plus similaire dans nos pays. Nous avons également besoin peut-être d'une cour arbitrale pour le règlement des différends et nous avons besoin aussi d'harmoniser nos normes, nos procédures et notre gouvernance. Ça permettra, à mon humble avis, de réussir notre œuvre. Merci beaucoup.
Merci, Madame Riemann. Nous allons poursuivre avec le docteur Suleiman Misango de la Banque de Tanzanie.
First and foremost, I prepared my presentation in Swahili. So I was wondering if I could be allowed to present in Swahili. Because when I was coming, I was told the AU meetings, you can present, you can speak in Swahili. If there is no interpretation, probably this will also be one of the issues probably that are slowing down the process of signing and ratification of protocols. So the organizers, we will see probably will also look at it. Now, since I don't have the liberty to speak in Swahili, I'll be very brief. Okay. First, I look at the questions which have been raised. They're quite critical. And I will avoid the temptation of speaking of the motivation for having these institutions. Because we have spoken about this at length in the morning. But if I can add more colors to the discussion, one is that we need for these institutions to achieve the intended objectives. They should be established under a very solid foundation. And this foundation for me comes in a very transparent way. We discussed like the discussion that we are having today. Second, again, in relation to the questions, I want to focus on the questions that which have been raised here. Whether we need to look at the treaty for the establishment of these institutions, including now the African Central Bank. This is a difficult question, but my thinking would be that it is yes and no. Yes, let me start with the no. No, because we look at the treaty the way it is, and this morning we are able to look at it. We still have, basic issues on the motivation for having, the institutions. No, my yes is probably this requires a rethink because we are human beings. a lot of dynamics. Probably it is high time to look at the treaty and try to find out if there are issues that we can also improve a little bit, probably to unlock these settlements which have been prevailing and therefore hindering the progress on the establishment of these institutions. The other thing, my reflection would be and actually we have made significant progress by looking at what is needed, and I think we settled to the view that we need to have the African Monetary Institute, which is a precursor to the African Central Bank. Now, the way I look at it is that when it comes to, having programs to implement, for instance, under the AACP, the African continent has been divided into sub-regions. So like where I'm coming from, we are in the Eastern sub-region. But Tanzania also belongs to the East African community, of course in addition to SADC. So speaking of the East African community, where many countries, of course, in the South African community are in the Eastern sub-region. We have gone ahead. We have implemented various initiatives, for instance, on macroeconomic convergence. But again, of late, because of the Eastern sub-region, we have gone a little bit back to talk about harmonization of monetary policy frameworks. You see? So for me, I would say probably we need to look at the structure, the way, the groupings of these sub-regions. And if we are to make quick progress, we go by REX. Let us identify some issues and then task, the REX to discuss and provide their recommendations. So like we are here to discuss these issues. This is a brainstorming session, we are told in the morning. But again, at this stage, with this big group, sometimes it's very difficult to reach consensus. So for me, I would propose that some of the issues should be discussed in the REX, and then get their opinion for consolidate, their issues for all the REX to discuss together. I think if we do that, probably we'll make much more progress. The other issue that is coming out, that has been coming out in the Eastern sub-region, is the issue of funding of these institutions. I've looked at the decision of the AU. It looks like there is a study which is supposed to inform us on the constraints that we are facing. So I would still recommend that that study to be undertaken to come up with the issues that are constraining this process of establishing, in this case, the African Central Bank. And just to add on it, probably the consultant, I don't know how it's going to be carried out, but to reduce the possibility of having biasness, they should define a modality where member states will be able to express their views without probably necessarily indicating that this view or recommendations are coming from Tanzania, for instance. So I think that could help to move the process going forward. The last one, and probably also connected, connected to this. So in that study, one would want to know, the willingness of member countries to contribute to the capital and the running of these institutions, and also measure the ability to pay. Okay? So I think we need, given the shocks that we have discussed here, we are facing, probably we need also to look at the willingness and ability of the member states to contribute to these institutions. Lastly, this is food for thought. The model that we have taken is okay. The model that we are taking to establish these institutions is okay. But probably in the morning, I think there was a presentation here. Should we always follow the model that has been applied elsewhere? Okay? So for me, I'm inclined to the view that we are following the European, process. Now, the big ask is it appropriate for the African continent? So this is it. For this report, I don't have a very clear, answer. And since we are many here and we are also going to contribute to the floor, I thought I should end up here. Thank you so much.
Merci, Dr Misango. Oui, nous avions dit qu'il fallait le discours de vérité et je crois qu'il a eu le discours de vérité, comme ses prédécesseurs. Donc nous allons suivre enfin le monsieur Karamo, docteur Karamo Jawara de la Banque de Gambie.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. I think I will deviate a little bit from how these questions are structured, because already it has been established. That is not the issue of why. That has been past that stage a long time ago. Is the emphasis should be on why the delay, what are the constraints and what's the way forward to have these institutions established. I think that's basically the major problem. What are the challenges? And then in this brainstorming or this consultative discussion is to come up with some of these practical points as to how we can move forward in terms of being able to establish them. So we have all seen in the morning from the presentation, the issue of protocols being signed and the ratification is an issue. So perhaps, of course, we mentioned political will as a constraint and so on and so forth. So how do we get these documents, those protocols that are signed, so have the protocols, being ratified? Perhaps we have to go to the, rudiments, because, in our institutions, compositions keep changing, like staff or responsibilities also evolve in a similar way. So we would like AUC, to tell us in clear terms the various stages
this is required. After the protocol, what is required for the signing, what is required for the ratification. So that we follow it through, so this, we get these documents ratified and then move to the next level. So if we come down to the issue of the AMI, of course, we got some background as to, from the initiation, various committees, and even the head of state was championing some of these things to make sure it is accelerated. But there are considerable delays. So the route, it comes through AACB, to, work on the AMI, so with the AUC. So we are grateful to AUC in April when they called for a meeting and the request of the AACB to look into the status of this, so that it is divided into two. We have the status and also the structure. The structure, taking them together, we also found that to be a challenge. So it was kind of separated. At least we now got the status being endorsed by the governors of the continent, in July, August this year in Zambia here. So now it's a good time that again we are meeting in Zambia again, trying to see how do we go forward. So from that ratification, of course, ACU is to take it up now through the various organs of AU, to get it to the head of states. So from the governor's side, we believe before the next annual meeting of the governors, which is next July, August, so there'll be some concrete step on this, like maybe head of states endorsing it, so that we move to the next level. So we have to start talking about the structures, because once that status is done at the head of state level, so we need to talk about the structure, like the staffing issues, the various departments. Of course, the location is identified. So because most of the things we are mentioning here, that work is to be done by the AMI. They are to do the technical work, towards the establishment of the African Central Bank. So in terms of the capital, those things will be done by the AMI. So we should ensure that we are able to establish AMI to start its work towards establishment of the African Central Bank. The need for the African Central Bank has been, articulated abundantly clear here. So it is needed. There are a lot of benefits with it. But the building blocks towards it, we need to follow that through. So, and one key institution to lead us to the realization of the establishment of the African Central Bank is the AMI. So the AMI, as things stand now, the status is being endorsed by the African Central Banks. It's with the AUC. So we should accelerate that part to reach to the governor's side. So one of the issues, when we are discussing the status, is about the issue of funding. Sometimes that can also, delay this institution to take off. So some of the ideas is that maybe this should be left with the central banks. So once the head of states kind of approve this or endorse it or sign it, so that process of establishing it now should be left with the central banks, so that the central bank fund it and staff it, and do the technical work. So if we think about these practical steps, because when we talk about funding in one of the meetings, I think there are some rules in the AU, how that funding could be here and there. So that may also bring another bottleneck, in its establishment, because the funding is actually needed. So my proposal here would be, if the head of states endorse the AMI, so the AMI, the structure of it, and then the staffing, and then of course the work to start should be given to the central banks, so that at least that will fast track it, because it is majorly, of course, countries' political connotation is needed here, political support and political will. But I think it's more on the monetary side. So central bank may be best positioned and to be able to accelerate it, even more. So that is one key thing. So that is, at the level when the central bank side, how, the reserve pooling, how the exchange rate will be harmonized and then coming with the single currency, all that technical work will have to be done by AMI. So I think it's not the brainstorming here that should come up with how the capital size would be, how we're going to pull this, the sharing of that, and then, how it's going to be implemented. So I think AMI, we should focus as far as the central bank, that is the one of the, AU FIs, to be established, the key, the catalyst, the precursor, as stated in the document, is AMI. So our focus will be on AMI now and get it done. Because we are having, at the central bank level, have high level of expectation that before July, August, the annual meetings of the central bank governors, we would hear something, solid or positive from the at the head of state level. Perhaps maybe in February or meeting coming, this will be tabled, and then perhaps we will look that we will pass on to that move. So, and then the other aspect, I think somebody also mentioned in terms of champions. Somebody mentioned champion, but whether it's going to be a consultant or somebody who may follow some of these, protocols to get countries, signing it and ratifying it. So, if I take a cue from, African Solidarity Fund, recently they hired some consultants, who went to countries who are not members. Because of course their document status, everything is out there. So just to engage countries directly and inviting them to Niamey, to go and further discuss this thing. And through that, they get a lot of other countries who have signed into the African Solidarity Fund, to move in that stage. So when we're having delays, because seeing here, 22 countries, only 22 countries signed the protocol. Only 6 ratify it. For how many years? So there has to be some follow-through, perhaps, in my view, to get this thing done. Either through those, either hiring of consultants that are highly placed, and then Africans understand our conditions and situations, engaging countries, so that we get this thing to other level. So with those points, I wish to pause here and then wait for any question or comments. Thank you very much.
Merci, Dr Jawara. Donc, nous venons de suivre le Dr Jawara, et à la suite de tout ce que nous avons entendu, on peut résumer que le mandat de l'Institut monétaire africain, qui est précisé dans ces statuts, est clair, et ces statuts reprennent toutes les questions que nous avons adressées au cours de cette session. La voie à suivre est donc d'aller vers la ratification de ces statuts, mettre l'IMA en place, et nous parviendrons à l'avènement de la Banque centrale africaine. Avant de vous passer la parole pour un round de questions, je vais faire remarquer que nous venons de suivre assidûment chacun de nos intervenants qui a brossé des réponses aux questions soulevées sur la création de la Banque centrale africaine, qui ne fait aucun doute. La question n'est pas son importance, mais quand est-ce qu'elle va arriver, et a jeté des perspectives d'avenir pour justement y parvenir. Qu'il me soit donc permis d'insister sur 2 choses. D'abord, une remarque, et ensuite un défi. La remarque concerne la mise en avant des critères de convergence, la convergence macroéconomique. Je crois que le docteur Misango l'a dit. Est-ce que nous devons suivre le modèle de la zone euro pour arriver à l'union monétaire, ce qu'on apprend dans les théories de l'intégration économique? Il faut que l'intégration économique précède l'intégration monétaire. Au niveau de la CEMAC, depuis 50 ans, 60 ans, on a fait le contraire. Et c'était une décision politique. Quand je prends la CEMAC, je prends l'UMOA, donc la BCAO. L'intégration monétaire a précédé l'intégration économique. Et ce sont des entités qui marchent. Et je crois que c'est le docteur Toumala qui disait qu'il faut capitaliser sur ce qui existe déjà et aller de l'avant. Donc, c'est le directeur Rib qui a dit qu'il faut peut-être penser autrement. On peut sortir de nos schémas traditionnels de pensée pour voir d'autres approches qui peuvent nous permettre d'aller de l'avant que de nous mettre une camisole de force à poursuivre ce que les autres ont écrit dans les livres qui peut-être ne sied pas à nos réalités à nous. Ça ne veut pas dire être rebelle, mais penser autrement. Ça, c'est à propos de la remarque. Alors, le défi majeur qui se dresse devant nous aujourd'hui, nous avons le retour vers un monde multipolaire avec l'Occident d'un côté et le bloc des BRICS plus de l'autre, dont l'influence est sans cesse grandissante. Et on voit, là nous parlons de l'Union africaine, Banque centrale africaine, mais il y a des pays africains qui veulent faire partie des BRICS et d'autres qui ont eu l'accord de principe. Alors, comment tout ça va s'enchevêtrer entre la monnaie unique africaine et ces pays qui vont dans les BRICS? Il est temps de vite réagir pour que nous ne soyons pas pris de court et continuer d'être derrière à suivre l'histoire. Ce monde est de plus en plus concurrentiel et en interaction stratégique, mais une interaction qui est aussi dynamique. Et dans ce monde, l'Afrique doit trouver sa voie. Qui dit stratégique, dit stratégie. À cette fin, il ne serait pas surfait de voir le monde comme une transformation permanente en interaction constante de deux principes opposés et complémentaires dont résulte le changement incessant dont il nous convient de distinguer les prémices. Pour ceux qui ont lu comprendre et appliquer Sun Tzu, ils vont reconnaître le yin et le yang, donc la complémentarité dans la contradiction. Alors, pour citer Pierre Fayard, justement, comprendre et appliquer Sun Tzu, nous pourrions nous inspirer de la culture traditionnelle chinoise, notamment du yin et du yang. En effet, l'intelligence du réel, connaissance intime des mutations en cours, permet de gérer et d'agir à bon escient en anticipant et en se laissant porter par les dynamiques transformatrices et pourvoyeuses de vigueur ou de dépérissement. Une fois encore et toujours, les notions d'économie et d'harmonie. En somme, il nous faut être stratège. Mais pourquoi pas stratégiste? Ceux qui bâtissent des stratégies, parce que les autres réfléchissent et nous essayons d'imiter. Donc nous serons toujours à la traîne. Il faut que nous bâtissions des stratégies et nous les mettions en place. C'est en les épousant, ces stratégies, que paradoxalement, le stratège les dirige. Donc nous aurons le contrôle, pas en train de subir. La plus grande souplesse dans notre démarche, bien mûrie pour l'avènement de ces institutions de l'Union africaine, se transformera alors en une force redoutable car insaisissable. Oui, ça peut paraître philosophique, mais c'est vers ça qu'il faut tendre. C'est pourquoi les Chinois aujourd'hui sont en train de challenger les États-Unis, parce qu'ils ont pensé longtemps des stratégies et ils les mettent en œuvre. Et ce serait ça la voie sûre pour nous mener à bon port. Alors, ayant dit cela, nous allons prendre un round de 4 questions adressées aux intervenants. D'abord et ensuite, nous leur passerons, non, ils sont 6 donc, 6 questions, et ensuite nous passerons à un deuxième round puisque le temps nous le permet. Il n'y a personne, apparemment c'est clair. Le Tchad?
Merci beaucoup. Merci pour la parole accordée. Merci pour les brillantes présentations qui ont, combien de fois, démontré que la mise en place d'une institution africaine est très importante. Pourquoi ces réticences? Pourquoi les États ont des réticences pour ratifier les traités? Sur ce, je souhaite souligner les propos du gouverneur de la Banque centrale de l'Afrique centrale en disant qu'il faut une prise de conscience politique. Sur ce, la délégation tchadienne suggère à la Commission de l'Union africaine, de l'Association des banques centrales africaines et les autres organisations panafricaines d'organiser des visites d'information et de sensibilisation afin d'aider les pays à comprendre ces mécanismes et l'implication de ces institutions financières sur l'accélération des processus de développement. Il faut souligner que l'Afrique est la seule région du monde qui ne dispose pas de cousins de liquidités pour la protéger des chocs, qu'il s'agisse de catastrophes naturelles, de volatilité des prix des matières premières ou des crises sanitaires. Pour répondre à ces défis, oui, nous avons besoin des institutions financières de l'Union africaine. La mise en place de ces institutions va permettre à nos pays africains de mutualiser des fonds et d'éviter les effets d'entraînement résultant des pandémies mondiales. Aussi de promouvoir la coopération monétaire africaine afin de réaliser l'intégration économique africaine, de renforcer la capacité de conception et de mise en œuvre de politiques de gestion de la dette permettant aux États africains de se maintenir à des niveaux d'endettement raisonnables. Merci beaucoup.
Merci. C'était un commentaire. Nous allons passer la parole à votre voisin qui a le micro.
Thank you very much. I would like first of all to address my congratulations and thanks to the panelists for their very important point of view raised here. Speaking on the matter that is we are discussing in this topic about the establishment of the African Central Bank, and among one of the African financial institutions to be established, I'd like to point out one of the issues that I see on my point of view is true that in the beginning, the representative of the African Union has said about the political will. I think the political will cannot blame that the political will is not there. This has been said. There is also an issue of coordination. We have to think about how the coordination of policies and actions can be strengthened under African continent. Here I think for the case of the establishment of the African Central Bank, under the AACB, which is the Association of African Central Banks, they have the central bank has established a clear way to arrive on the African Central Bank. I think what that is under this way that we can to think about, because the political will can be there, but the technical work is very relevant to be done. There, I think that is very important to fast-track the establishment of the African Monetary Institute, so that some technical issues may be discussed under this institute. Otherwise, there will still many issues. I can take an example here. People have said, thank you. Some have said about which kind of do we need to follow the convergence criteria that has been established for other monetary unions. That means that even from this question, you can understand that there is no one size fits all. Thank you.
Thank you. Je rappelle que nous avons encore 2 sessions, donc il faudrait que nous soyons brefs quand nous prenons la parole. Nous allons prendre, je vois pas bien, oui, un ici, ensuite le directeur RIP, et nous allons, je crois, clôturer parce que le temps ne nous est pas favorable. Oui.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. Je vais être très bref, comme vous l'avez suggéré. Alors, mais j'ai 3 petits commentaires. Le premier, c'est celui sur lequel vous-même vous étiez revenu, en ce qui concerne les critères de convergence macroéconomique. Je considère, comme vous l'avez souligné effectivement, que ça ne peut pas être un préalable pour soit l'intégration, soit la création du Banque centrale africaine. D'abord parce qu'on n'y parviendra jamais. J'ai fait partie d'un groupe de travail qui a révisé un peu ces critères de convergence, parce qu'on avait réalisé à un moment, je crois, la première réunion c'était même au Cameroun, on avait réalisé que les pays, si on réalise les critères aujourd'hui, cette année, l'année qui va suivre, on ne réalise pas. Or, la convergence, ça suppose, il faut du temps assez long de respect des critères. Or, ce n'est pas possible avec tout ce que nous avons comme choc. Donc, il faut revoir le modèle et nous pouvons nous inspirer, comme vous l'avez dit, du cas de l'UMOA ou de la CEMAC pour pouvoir y arriver. Ça, c'était juste pour le souligner. Alors, le deuxième élément, c'est par rapport à la préoccupation de la banque Al-Maghrib. Je crois que madame a fait une très bonne intervention, mais moi j'ai une question par rapport à ça, parce que parmi des problèmes évoqués, elle parle de problèmes de cession de pouvoir, et ça c'est réel, c'est fondamental, c'est-à-dire les États ne sont pas prêts à céder une partie de leur pouvoir, quoi qu'on affirme ça sur les notes en signant dans des réunions, mais en pratique on constate que cela ne se fait pas par des ratifications. Alors la question, comment arriver finalement à faire obtenir des États finalement cette obligation de céder le pouvoir pour pouvoir avancer. C'est ça vraiment la pertinente préoccupation. Le dernier point, c'est juste une préoccupation personnelle, c'est-à-dire la question des financements. Je vais chuter par là, monsieur le modérateur. La question de financement, on n'en parle pas trop, mais je considère que c'est un problème fondamental même pour le développement de toutes ces institutions. Je crois que la Banque de Tanzanie en a parlé. Aujourd'hui, l'Union africaine est une institution vraiment régionale. Elle est financée, je crois, c'est le tiers ou même 40% de son budget. Oui. Oui, effectivement. Elle est financée une bonne partie par des partenaires extérieurs. Alors, comment vous voulez créer des structures internes qui sont supposées être autonomes, indépendantes, alors que vous avez même des problèmes de financement? Donc, les chefs d'État qui, eux, signent dans des différentes réunions, ce sont les mêmes chefs d'État qui, quand ils rentrent dans leur pays, ne contribuent pas pour pouvoir financer ces institutions. Donc, quelque part, il y a un problème entre la volonté qui est manifestée dans les réunions et finalement l'engagement lorsqu'ils rentrent au pays. Je crois que c'est un problème qui doit être résolu. L'indépendance d'abord financière, et avant même qu'on en arrive finalement à la mise en œuvre la mise en application évidemment de beaucoup de structures. Merci beaucoup.
Monsieur Rip.
Apologize. I try to be very brief, Mr. Chair. first really, let me first really thank all the presenter. A very insightful really recommendation, and I like the way you are managing and mastering really the session, the way you talk about the forward-looking strategies. For me, the first really recommendation is a better coordination between the central bank and the Ministry of Finance. We'd like really to see more harmony between them. And once the Association of Central Bank Government, once, like give the example of about AMI, once the decision is taken, let's really try to expedite it, not to reopen the discussion at the level of the Minister of Finance. So for me, this is something really that needs to be addressed once and forever. I think the last time, as I mentioned, it was really very, very disappointing really to see such really lack of coordination. I don't know. So for me, it's something that needs to be dealt at the level of the member states. Really, they need. This is one. The second issue that I have really noticed is the sequencing between the AACB, their meeting, statutory meeting, especially at the governor's level, and our STC. What I have noticed that our STC is more or less now start to be usually in July. The decision, whatever decision is taken in July, it will, for example, when it's concerned, when the AACB is concerned, we need to resubmit it to them. And once we submit it to them, even there is the decision is taken by the governor, it has to be again go through another, the STC. Then we are obliged to call for an extraordinary STC, which we have failed 2 years consecutive to hold it, really. So this is an issue for me. What happened now? That AMI will go now for 2024. We cannot even, so this is something really I need, again, to see, not flexibility, but if the ACB is taking a decision, we need really to have some derogation from the STC for us to avoid going back to the STC, taking from the AACB governance, take it straight to the summit. So this is something that I feel, even I'm putting this one on the table, it may have some objection, but this is again really my humble view. When it comes to the funding, I agree that the funding will be coming from the AFDB. And there was an exchange between the president of AFDB, President Adesina, the commissioner, so the funds were earmarked. So for me, the funds is not really an issue, is when this AMI will start working. Something I have heard is the AMI might go for ratification. No, it's an AMI, doesn't require any ratification. It's an institute to support really the operationalizing of the African monetary, the African Central Bank. And something that, again, I would like just to put it, when we talk of what is happening at the global arena, this is my last comment, when you talk about what is happening at the global arena, very important that we position Africa, especially with what is going between the BRICS and the remaining architecture, the financial architecture, So for me, when we talk about BRICS common currency, this is a little bit difficult because they will need again to create their central bank, which will take time. So we have to take stock what we have done, and I think something that we have built something, it can really fly. Last comments, and this. When we talk setting up that central bank, we are not saying that it will substitute or it will be taking the leading role out of the regional central bank. We are not saying this. We are saying that the central bank, African Central Bank, the one in Abuja, will oversee with the remaining regional central bank the implementation through many criteria, especially the conventions, the criteria of convention, as it is the case today in Europe. The central bank of the national level, they have not disappeared. They are still working in complete coordination, and this with the European Central Bank. I'll stop here and thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Ok, merci. Donc, il y avait une question pour Madame... Excusez-moi, je vais me retrouver. Madame Riemann, hein, à propos de ce que vous aviez dit qu'il est nécessaire de trouver un accord de partage de pouvoir entre les États et la Banque centrale africaine. Donc le collègue aimerait savoir comment.
compris là?
Là, c'est bon.
Très bien. Écoutez, moi je pense qu'il n'y a pas de portion magique sur cette question de partage des compétences, partage des rôles, entre ce que fera l'instance supranationale et ce que sont censés être un peu les rôles et responsabilités demeurant au niveau des banques nationales du système que l'on créera au niveau de l'unité monétaire. Mais je pense que l'idéal serait effectivement de réussir quelque chose comme c'est le cas de la BCE. Aujourd'hui, la BCE, c'est l'organe qui s'occupe de la définition de la politique monétaire, reste uniquement la conduite, les instruments en fait, opérationnels de conduite de la politique monétaire qui sont restés au niveau des banques nationales du système SEBC. Laissez-moi juste, parce que j'ai entendu plein de choses sur un peu, est-ce que le technique l'emporte sur le politique ou est-ce que le politique l'emporte sur le technique? J'ai entendu énormément de choses et il faudrait que je dise une chose. Moi, je demeure convaincu sur un plan personnel qu'il faut qu'on tire profit des expériences que nous avons vécues, qui nous ont précédés. La BCE nous a précédés, le traité de Maastricht nous a précédés. A précédé et a réussi. D'autant plus aujourd'hui que les normes sur le plan de la finance sont des normes qui deviennent de plus en plus universelles, uniques sur tous les plans, y compris sur le plan de la lutte contre la criminalité financière. La LBC, la FT, on est évalué sur des bases que nous devons de toutes les manières respecter et traiter. Donc, le traité de Maastricht, derrière la création de l'unité monétaire et de la BCE, avait capitalisé sur des traités européens préalables. Et ces traités avaient fondé 3 piliers très importants. Le premier, c'était la citoyenneté européenne. Le deuxième pilier était la politique étrangère et la sécurité commune. Le troisième, c'était la coopération dans les domaines de la justice et des affaires intérieures. Donc, je pense que cela a facilité les choses et le traité, il est venu pour ajouter autre chose. Il a instauré la libre circulation de capitaux entre les États membres. Il a renforcé la coopération, voire l'alignement des pratiques économiques des États membres. Et il a mis en circulation progressivement, bien entendu, et parallèlement à tout ce qui est un peu euro, la mise en œuvre d'une politique monétaire confiée à la BCE. Sur le plan technique, pour intégrer l'Union, il a fallu mettre en place un niveau d'inflation minimum, un niveau de croissance minimum, pardon, un niveau d'inflation maximum, un niveau de croissance minimum, un niveau d'endettement maximum. Il y avait aussi un niveau de taux d'intérêt et de taux de change à ne pas dépasser, etc. C'est pour vous dire qu'il faut qu'on soit réaliste. Au-delà des ratifications des traités, au-delà du soutien sur le plan politique, il faut réussir les conditions techniques. C'est un tout indissociable. L'engagement politique, il sert pour mobiliser les moyens et faire des choix. Mais l'engagement technique, il sert pour réussir les conditions d'une gouvernance commune, fondée et surtout pérenne. Voilà.
Merci Madame Riemann. C'est bien ce que disait le docteur Diawara, c'est précisé dans les statuts de Lima. Donc, si on met Lima en place, effectivement, tout cela, on l'a. En fait, je ne vous ai pas vu parce qu'il y a le caméraman. Donc, c'est pourquoi je voudrais... Alors, il m'est permis de prendre encore 2 autres interventions. 2 minutes maximum par intervention. Donc, ici, et je crois qu'il y a l'Ouganda qui demandait la parole tout à l'heure. C'était Ouganda, non? Ok, donc ici est l'Ouganda. 2 minutes chacun.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. And let me thank the speakers also for their speeches. We were waiting for the floor, and then suddenly we found you closed the questions. Anyway, I think, from my point of view, from the morning session and from today's session, and from now session, sorry, I think the most important thing is the implementation. Implementation and the commitments. For this panel session, if we go to the second paragraph, The African Union Commission, AUC, and the Association of African Central Bank, AACB, governors agreed in Tripoli in 2007 to set up the joint AUC-AACB committee to define the common strategy for the establishment of the AACB. 6 years gaps. In 2013, this committee has proposed the roadmap. So just to propose the roadmap, it took 6 years. And then from 2013 up to 2022, just recently, go to the second paragraph, the AUC Assembly requested the African Union Commission to work closely with the Association of African Central Banks to ensure that the binding issues, these are the issues that we want to know and we want to discuss now here. Otherwise, we are just wasting time. So to make sure that we are moving forward, and I will give you an example of how to move forward and to achieve such goals. And then you can see 9 years. 9 years from 2013 to 2022. Now back to the last speaker, Dr. Mujawara, to work with this person during the last year. So we're supposed to thank him because he has done a great job when he was on the level of the chair of the TC. And at least from my personality, I know how difficult it was to endorse the AMI. Along with Dr. Patrick, we sat together in Addis Ababa for 3 days to go through the stats of the AMI line by line, and then back. We find difficulties and we are facing some issues and obstacles, which are the same issues raised by Mr. Jamal. They are not working together, the AACP and the STC. So you agreed on something and you can convince the governors, so you got the endorsement, and back to the STC, they will change and they will make some delays. So from that mechanism, we're supposed to think about those issues, and we really want to know what are the binding issues. Otherwise, we will face again the binding issues, and we will not have the AMI and no more the Africa we want in 2063. We will sit here, and I will be an old person. Then we talk about the AMI and how can we create an established.
30 seconds more.
Finish.
Thank you.
Thank you. I've been listening to the discussions, and one key issue which is coming out is the issue of delaying the implementation of the projects, and this could be caused by delays again in the signing and ratification of whatever documents are supposed to be ratified. I wanted to suggest the following. One, we are trying to create something that looks like the EU, but I'm not so sure whether EU has had challenges of blocks the way we have them here in Africa, like the ESC, like the SADC, the West African blocks. All these are trying to come up, and they seem to be having similar protocols or taking the same direction that we are looking at the entire African continent. So we need to understand the implications of these blocks to the progress of the EU projects. That is one. Number two, if you want to resolve your challenges, you look for that one issue that causes 80% of your challenges. And we've talked about the signing and ratification, and this is a political issue. I don't know whether our protocols allow us to have political missions, because at that level we may need political missions to engage those countries which are delaying or which are failing to sign and ratify these projects. Thank you.
Merci. Vous avez dû le constater. Il n'y a eu que des hommes qui ont parlé dans le public, donc on va prendre une dernière, la dame du Ghana, et après nous allons reprendre la parole pour clôturer.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I just wanted to make a small contribution on how the central banks are not closely working with the Ministry of Finance, perhaps not helping with the progress. And then I think issue of the timings of the meeting also came up. AACB, Association of African Central Banks, meetings usually is in August, and it's just central banks that are that forum. So the STC, we know AACB is usually in August. I think going forward, we should also align the meeting, either if it's before or after. And then in the program for the STC, we should have a section where the ministers of finance and the central bank governors can dialogue, because if you look at the STC meetings, it's well attended by the Ministry of Finance than the central bank. So I think such can be a forum to pick some of those issues up, because if you consider AACB, usually is the central bank, and this STC meetings in, I think it was July in Nairobi, there was just one item that we had a long debate on it, because the decision taken at the bureau meeting, people from ministries were not aware. Even people from central bank that were not on the bureau were also not aware. So information sharing is always a problem, and I think if we factor some of these things, we can make some progress going forward. Thank you.
Merci, madame, pour votre contribution. Alors, le directeur me demande deux exceptions, hein, la SADC et l'Égypte. Donc, s'il vous plaît, soyez concis. SADC.
Thank you very much. I'll make a comment and then my colleague will also follow up. Chair, it seems consensus is already there about the way forward to establish the AMI. Now, our proposal would be to resolve the issue of the ASCB and STC, and would suggest that, taking an example from SADC Secretariat, we have a peer review panel where we bring the governors and the ministers together. So whatever the governors have agreed, they pronounce themselves to the ministers, and the ministers pronounce themselves, and we have consensus and we move forward. So we have the two considering the peer review reports.
Peut-être pendant qu'on prend le micro, on peut gagner du temps avec l'Égypte, non? Pendant qu'on lui trouve le micro.
Okay. So we have the two reaching a common understanding, which becomes the regional position. The same can be replicated where the AUC can convene the governors under the AACB and the ministers of finance to consider reports and pronounce themselves on issues and take a common stand, as long as we agree that that will be done by the AUC under the Directorate of Economics and Tourism and so on and so forth. So that can be resolved. Now the issue is who then runs the AMI. We've already been told that AFDB would fund it, and so the issue is just where do we house, because it's a very important precursor to the Monetary Institute, and I mean to the African Central Bank, and we've already been told that they will then do the technical work of establishing the important things for us to start implementing the macroeconomic convergence framework, which is already being done by the ASCB, but should be brought to the Ministers of Finance. Two, the issue of harmonization of the definitions, measurements, and frequency of statistics, which then are a precursor to the establishment of a common currency and the central bank, so that the AMI is tasked again with that issue.
Ok, merci.
So it's important. Thank you very much.
Ok, merci. Donc, votre voisin, rapidement, 1 minute. 1 minute. Avant de passer. 1 minute.
Yeah,
Please.
1 minute. Thank you very much. I just want to understand the sustainability. The executive director was saying the African Development Bank will fund the AEMI. How sustainable is that? Because African Development Bank is also reliant on donor funding, as far as I'm aware. So the sustainability. And very quickly, the other thing, and I'm sorry, maybe I'm prolonging the discussions now, it's not very to me, how is this one central bank, how is it going to relate to these regional central banks and individual central banks? In other words, how are our problems going to be resolved by this one central bank? Maybe I'm missing something. Thank you.
Ok, merci. Donc, le directeur Grib répondra sur la soutenabilité, mais on prend d'abord l'Égypte. Oui.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks for Mr. Jamar for tabling our request to speak. Two quick things. The first thing is that as per the timelines which were approved and adopted by the AACB governors and the ministers of finance, and last year by the assembly itself, as per the timelines, the creation or the establishment of the African Central Bank should be at 2045. This is the date. So still we have around 22 years. And this is the question: what should be done during these 22 years in order to attain this target? And the second one, for the AMI, I'd like to assure Mr. Jamal and everyone here that we no longer need anything from the governors of the Assembly of the AACB in relation to the establishment of AMI, because already 2 or 3 months ago, the statute was finally adopted by the governors. So now it lies in the hands of the STC. Thank you.
Le directeur Rib.
Thank you very much. I'll start by the comments that came from the distinguished delegate from SADC. First, when we talk about the funding, the sustainability of the funding, I hope and we pray that in the meantime that we will find a way that is certain time, would go maybe for 5 or 7 years. We need really that one that once we set up, we launch it, and it become really productive. We hope that it will accelerate really the creation of the African Central Bank itself, and of course it will be part of the funding of the African Central Bank. So this is for me as you rightly mentioned it, and going even forward, knowing even that we are going for another election of the president of the AFDB in a 1.5 years. Maybe even the new president will not be even keen even to sustain more financially. So for me, again, the fact that we are delaying due to other reasons, so maybe it might work with the AFDB now because we have an official letter, and maybe after with the new elected president, maybe it will not, he will say we are not really ready, or maybe we need to go to discuss internally with our board. So for me, letter is here. Official commitment from the AFDB to fund. So this is something very important. When we talk about the central banks, and what I'm saying that the African Central Bank will be there, the remaining will be working closely, but in the meantime, whatever is as regional monetary policy will be brought to the higher level, and of course with the time, those African Central Bank will be like here just to provide support and information, of course, and when it comes to the implementation, go back. But we cannot have two two, how can parallel track. One is talking about the continental level, talking about one single currency, and the other is still working there for no. It will be, we will migrate slowly until that finally the central bank, the regional one, will be set, just to provide again data, information, to implement, to monitor. And of course, the headquarter will be there to coordinate the overall coordination at the level of the continent. Thanks to our brother from Egypt, again, you have rightly mentioned, it's true. It was taken, the decision. The SCC, again, the extraordinary one, they have reopened again the discussion with some amendment. And one of the amendment, really, that is creating, it's not, we have to be, again, very frank, is the moratorium that I feel we should not have brought it even during that discussion. The moratorium is related to any institution to come after July 2022. Yes, it applies, but that one, AMI came before. So for me, something that you see, for example, when you said we talk about the moratorium, and then we talk about the legal implication. So when this, one of the comments that came, one of them, I thought the legal, financial implication, legal, I said, my dear, we are between us, which legal? We want just to set up an institute that will help our country to monitor, to bring that convergence. So I do sometimes understand, but sometimes I feel some other countries, or one or two, I don't know, I don't want to mention any, that really, even they're trying to be very dedicated professional, but such a comment may really bring more issues to implement. For me, let us really launch that AMI. Let us bring whatever you want there. If you have any issue, if it comes into, I know that it will be, to convergence, it will take some time. This is why they give us 22 years. It's very difficult. If I take one last comment, if you allow, if I take that the example of the countries that were suspended by the African Union, I want to ask here a question. If those countries were suspended by the African, does it mean that they will be suspended from those African, that AMI from the Africa Central Bank? This is really a legal issue, because we suspended, we do not, they can meet, but they cannot have the right to talk, and they want, sometimes even we do not allow them to enter to the, so this is something that we know we have at least 6 or 7 countries that are suspended today. What would be, if the AMI is launched operational, what would be there? Are we going to freeze their participation? Something that it has a legal issue. And thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thanks really to be very indulgent with the two.
Merci, Monsieur le Directeur. Donc, avant de conclure, 2 éléments de réponse à la SADC. Ce sera au Nigeria que ce sera basé, aussi bien Lima que la Banque centrale africaine. Et en termes de mise ensemble des ministres des Finances avec les gouverneurs des banques centrales, comme le disait le docteur Toumala, il faut justement capitaliser sur les institutions existantes. Et au niveau de la CEMAC, le gouverneur rencontre les ministres des Finances lors des comités ministériels dans l'UEMOA. Donc ce sont des expériences qui existent et il suffit d'y aller. Maintenant, toutes les questions que nous avons posées sur la convergence, sur les systèmes de banque centrale à l'image du système européen de banque centrale, tout ça c'est précisé dans les statuts adoptés de Lima. Donc c'est pourquoi on disait, je rejoins le collègue de l'Égypte qui parlait tout à l'heure, il y a 2 éléments clés, la mise en œuvre et l'engagement. Implementation and commitment. Donc cela dit, vous avez noté, il y a eu une seule question à l'endroit de nos discutants, ça veut dire la qualité de leurs interventions et la précision et la concision. Si nous pouvons donner des applaudissements pour eux et leur dire merci. Merci à vous.
Merci. Photo. Photo. No, don't open that here. Because if you open it here, you will not finish. You will not finish this session now. Merci beaucoup. Je pense qu'on a eu une excellente session qui a permis de discuter des paramètres relatifs à la mise en œuvre de la Banque centrale africaine. Nous allons poursuivre notre programme avec une petite entorse qui n'est pas de notre bonne volonté. En fait, nous voudrions vous demander d'être un petit peu indulgent parce que la session 3 qui allait continuer nos travaux aujourd'hui ne peut pas se tenir parce que notre principal orateur est de langue arabe et donc nous sommes en train de requérir les services d'un interprète qui permettra de fluidifier les échanges. Et donc de ce point de vue-là, cette session est reportée à demain matin. Nous allons donc poursuivre avec la session 4 qui porte sur le traitement des institutions multilatérales africaines dans la résolution de notre dette souveraine. De ce point de vue-là, permettez-moi d'inviter ici au podium Monsieur Youssouf Daya, qui est le directeur des relations entre l'Union africaine et la zone de libre-échange au sein de l'Afreximbank, Monsieur Pizarro Lukanda, qui est le représentant de Atidi, Monsieur Babajide Bola, he's absent, so excuse me because Mr. Samson, Monsieur Samson Vess, qui est le vice-président des institutions financières de Africa Finance Corporation. On the stage, ladies, no, gentlemen only, because I see there is no lady. Also on the stage, Mr. Babajide Sodipo. In fact, this session, just to give you a brief background, is in the continuation of the discussions that we had during the STC last July in Nairobi, where ministers firmly committed to support our multilateral institutions in the discussions that we are having in terms of the resolution of Africa's debt. In that perspective, we have seen, and it has been emphasized here, that there is need for us to firmly support our institutions in the various forums where they are engaged in support of Africa's development and transformation. And this session, in fact, will provide an opportunity to continue that excellent discussion and also to see how we can pave a sustainable way forward in terms of how we can better support those institutions in the resolution of our debt situation. On the stage, as I said, we are waiting for colleagues from Afreximbank, colleagues from Atidi, colleagues from AFC that are going to share their experience and expertise in this particular field. And I think this morning, considering the relatively new data that we have in terms of the debt situation and the debt crisis in Africa, it was highlighted that our debt is estimated for this year at a level of 66% of our GDP, with an expected stabilization at 65% next year. So I just wanted to open the discussion. Over to you, my dear Yusuf.
Thank you very much. Yeah. Thank you very much, Dr. Patrick, and good afternoon, Excellencies, distinguished guests. I had the privilege and honor of addressing the Specialized Technical Committee on Finance in July of this year in Nairobi on this specific issue. And we got some good decisions from the ministers at that meeting. And in fact, in the Mid-Year Coordination Summit, we got a good decision from the heads of state on this issue. So I'm glad to be given this opportunity again just to contextualize what the issue is and to be joined by an esteemed panel from some of the institutions affected by this discussion. So let me jump into it before we go into our panel discussion. The context behind it is obviously we discussed this morning around the frequency and the recurring nature of global crises as evidenced by COVID-19, the ongoing Ukraine crisis. These continue to have a significant impact on African economies and threaten to reverse the development gains the continent has made in recent decades. And as a result of these external shocks, African governments have been required to borrow to finance stimulus packages to support economic recovery. This borrowing has come from multiple sources, including, among others, multilateral development banks, and African multilateral financial institutions, global financial markets, commercial banks, and bilateral lenders. While the Bretton Woods institutions, the IMF and World Bank in particular, play a critical role in Africa's public financing architecture, the African multilateral financial institutions also have a fundamental role to play and must be strengthened to allow them to play that role. Today, and over the course of this 2 days, we are talking about African Union financial institutions and the critical role that they play in determining an African-led development agenda to respond to African needs and African requirements. Similarly, with the AMFIs, the challenges that Africa is facing are unique to the culture and political history of the continent. And these African multilateral financial institutions have demonstrated that they can provide more endogenous solutions, African solutions to African challenges, and can be a force multiplier to other sources of support to the continent. However, given the economic challenges and rising debt levels, several African countries are having to enter into debt restructuring programs with potentially significant implications on the African multilateral financial institutions. Precisely because of our expanded lending activity to African sovereigns during these times of crisis, these African multilateral financial institutions are being caught out by the adjustment measures in different countries. And increasingly, our African sovereigns are being advised wrongly to classify debt owes to African multilateral financial institutions as either plurilateral or regional and not multilateral obligations. This approach has broad and significant implications for African countries, the financial institutions themselves, and our continental development ambitions. So first, to maybe give a context to why these institutions are important. A number of regionally focused institutions were established in the continent during the 60s and 70s, when many of those countries faced significant economic challenges which were compounded by the global oil crisis in the 70s and 80s and the subsequent debt crisis. During this period from the 70s to 80s, the level of global economic activity weakened significantly. And this was reflected by a sharp deceleration in growth rates in OECD countries. While this had varying effects across regions, Africa was especially hard hit given its reliance on primary commodities. The slowdown resulted in suppressed demand for commodities in OECD markets, which dominated trade with Africa at the time, and resulted in low export prices and falling export revenues for many commodity-dependent African countries. with significant impacts on African growth and development. This was compounded by the Latin American debt crisis with its spillover effects on the continent. So what we saw is more than 20 years from 1963, after African leaders had committed to economic transformation and established the African Development Bank, as well as a number of regional development banks, Africa's economic growth prospects were dented and its economic performance remained abysmal. Just some information, some data. During the first half of the 1980s, average real per capita income in Africa declined at an annual rate of 3%. By 1985, Africa's share of global trade had fallen to 3.2% from 5.4% in 1972. Our share in manufactured exports declined to just 2.6% in 1985, down from 5.2% in 1975. And intra-African trade as a share of total trade remained a paltry 4.4%, compared to 58% in the European Economic Community and 27% in Asia. This spoke to the inadequacies of the global financial architecture to support African economies during times of crisis, and the central role of trade as a tool of African development. The imperative of ensuring African-owned solutions to drive development and respond to crisis resulted in the establishment of several sub-regional development banks to drive trade and investment. This included the ECOWAS Fund, later to become the ECOWAS Bank of Investment and Development, the West African Development Bank, the East African Development Bank, the Eastern and Southern African Trade and Development Bank, which later became TDB. And this was also aligned with the broader ambition of the Lagos Plan of Action, adopted by African leaders in the 1980s, which set out regional economic communities or sub-regional grouping as the pillars of African economic integration. However, the debilitating impact of the crisis and the withdrawal of trade finance lines to the continent in the 80s prompted the African Development Bank, supported by UNDP, to commission a study to assess the feasibility of establishing an export-import bank for Africa. The study found that there was an institutional gap to be filled, and such an institution should be created, leading to the establishment of the African Export-Import Bank in 1993. Similarly, in 2000, a group of African countries under the leadership of COMESA and with support of the World Bank commissioned a study to examine why the region was not able to attract the much-needed foreign direct investment required to drive economic development. The study demonstrated that political risk remained a major concern for foreign investors. This resulted in the establishment of the African Trade Insurance Agency in 2001, with a mission to turn African risk into opportunity. Again, consistently, despite all these institutions and despite all these developments, Africa confronted a perennial problem in terms of financing its infrastructure. To address this binding infrastructure constraints and the enormous infrastructure financing gap, the continent continued to face. African states established the African Finance Corporation in 2007 as a means to ensure pragmatic solutions are delivered to Africa's infrastructure deficit and the challenging operating environment. In establishing all these institutions, African countries recognized that an innovative approach was required to ensure that these institutions can deliver on their mandates and able to crowd in both public and private sector resources required to address the financing gaps. Afrexim Bank, ATI, AFC, Shelter Afrique, Africa Re, ATIDI demonstrate an innovative approach with the establishment under twin constitutive instruments, namely a treaty and a charter. The establishment of the Trade and Development Bank also reflects this, drawing its existence from the COMESA Treaty and supplemented by a charter. This approach of using two instruments to establish the institutions holds several benefits. Most notably, the use of a treaty instrument confers on the institutions the status of international or multilateral institutions with attendant immunities and privileges, including preferred creditor status. This is very similar to the Bretton Woods institutions. The import of this is that the countries warrant payment to these institutions even if confronted with default to other lenders. In addition, these institutions are exempted from comparability of treatment in instances of debt restructuring or debt reduction negotiations. It also affords immunities and privileges required for these institutions to fulfill their multilateral role, such as freedom of property, privilege for communication, staff privileges and immunities, exemption from taxation, etc. Another benefit of using a treaty is that these institutions remain international in nature while embedding African sovereign control, through ensuring that the key strategic decisions relating to strategic direction, capital leadership, and others remain with African sovereigns. The level of assurance and comfort that African states embedded in the treaties was to ensure that these institutions were able to support African countries' development needs, while at the same time effectively crowding in both domestic and foreign capital and investment to drive development. The use of a charter instrument created the opportunity to attract additional financing into the continent and allowed participation by private and public non-African entities. These allowed these institutions to be commercially sustainable, generating profits and return on investment for shareholders. These institutions have therefore become not only sources of development finance for African states, but also a source of investment returns. As we saw with the 2008 global financial crisis, COVID-19, the end of the commodity supercycle, and most recently the Ukraine crisis, that Africa and the global economy is exposed to more frequent risks. And this has triggered new debates on the role of development finance, particularly multilateral institutions. In addition to the important counter-cyclical role the AMFIs play to support the public sector to sustain growth and recover crisis, African multilateral financial institutions also play an active role in promoting financial access and liquidity. The systemic importance these institutions have come to occupy in the African financial architecture is evidenced by the strong and growing support from African sovereigns. For instance, Afrexim Bank, which was established by 28 African sovereigns in 1993, now has 52 participating states, African states. Similarly, TDB, which was established in 1985 by 9 African sovereigns, has seen its membership expand to 25, covering every African sub-region. ATIDI has seen its membership increase from 7 at establishment to 21 currently. Similarly, AFC witnessed its sovereign membership increase from 2 at establishment to 40 currently. And while this increase in membership is quite impressive, I think even more impressive is the shareholders' commitment to the growth and strengthening of these institutions. For instance, total equity in Afrexim Bank has grown from just over 500 million in 2011 to over 5.2 billion at the end of 2022. Similarly, TDB has seen its total equity grow from $278 million to 2 billion. ATI has seen its total equity expand by 288% from 142 to 553, while AFC has seen substantial growth as well, up from 1.1 billion to about 2.7 billion in 2022. And the benefit of that increased capital is evidenced in the growth in the assets of these institutions. Over the last decade, Afrexim Bank has witnessed its assets grow from just 2.8 billion to around 28 billion, as it stepped up its efforts and interventions to support African sovereign, African banks, and the African private sector, including introducing unique crisis response facilities like we did for COVID-19 vaccine acquisition, like we did to support counter-cyclical measures in a number of countries, as well as the $4 billion Ukraine Adjustment Fund. TDB has done the same, increasing its assets from 1.4 billion to 8.4 billion. Similarly, ATIDI and AFC have also significantly increased their assets in deployment of African development and African integration. So the challenge that we are facing now is that as a result of this expanded lending activities to African sovereigns, these institutions that have so forcefully stepped up in times of crisis to respond to the needs of its shareholders, to respond to the needs of its member states, are now under threat from being excluded from the status of a multilateral where it enjoys its preferred creditor status. And the import of this is that, firstly, there are legal implications for the countries. Because countries have signed onto a treaty, any efforts to ask a country not to obey its treaty obligations run the risk of countries being in violation of international law, but also in their domestic law, given that their treaties have been domesticated into national law. Additionally, excluding AMFIs or subjecting them to haircuts or excluding them from preferred creditor status could lead to ratings downgrades due to perceived weakening of shareholder support by credit rating agencies. The investment grade rating that AMFIs enjoy enable them to effectively discharge their mandates and are, among others, underpinned by the continuously assessed on member states' demonstration of commitment to uphold preferred creditor status, even in situations of distress or despite deteriorating capacity. So excluding AMFIs will not only weaken the AMFIs, but also strain access to affordable financing for sovereigns and the private sector as credit ratings are impacted negatively. And this at a time when, as our discussion during the course of this morning has shown, Africa should be developing bigger financial institutions and needs stronger financial support for its recovery. Also, related to this is given that the African sovereign are the largest shareholders in these multilateral financial institutions, any financial risk faced by MFIs would impact African sovereigns, both in terms of the risk capital invested in these institutions, but also through the realization of contingent liabilities should AMFIs have to make recourse to callable capital to support their capital positions. And finally, I think more importantly, in the context of our discussions that's happening over the next 2 days, the weakening of these African multilateral financial institutions could potentially undermine development and integration ambitions and our achievement of Agenda 2063. These institutions are among the leading supporters of African integration through trade, investment, and infrastructure financing to support implementation of the AFCFTA and to help achieve objectives of Agenda 2063. Weakening our African multilateral financial institutions at this critical juncture in African history is likely to set back the African integration agenda and undermine the carefully constructed continental financial architecture that has painstakingly been built over the last 60 years. Thank you. Let me check with Patrick. Patrick, do I moderate from here or is it fine? No, so we are joined by a distinguished panel constituting some of the African multilateral financial institutions that I mentioned in my remarks. We have the Africa Finance Corporation, the Africa Trade and Investment Development Insurance Agency, ATI, now ATIDI, and we have a colleague from the African Export-Import Bank. Colleagues, I think my first question is not going to be so much a question, but more to ask you to reflect on maybe some of the things I mentioned in my remarks and the perspective from your institutions on the current issues. Could we get a microphone, please?
Thank you very much, Yusuf. I think you hit the nail on the head in terms of highlighting how aggressive the African MFIs have gone in to support African countries, particularly post-COVID, during COVID, and also for AFC in terms of infrastructure. Let me just highlight a few points, a few areas where AFC in particular has supported. I mean, I hear the numbers Afrexim Bank has put out, but we also have a 2 billion African Economic Resilience Fund that is providing hard currency to commercial banks, central banks, and also regional development banks. We have an investment grade rating which has enabled us to continue to support regional development banks in accessing hard currency and also tapping new markets. We recently did a 75 billion samurai bond where we provided a re-guarantee to a Japanese bank to allow Egypt to raise, the Arab Republic of Egypt to raise financing at a time when access to markets were slightly constrained. So, I mean, looking at some of the pushback from the common framework debt treatment and how the test case, for instance, Zambia has played out, and where comments are coming from either other multilaterals where they are seeking to weaken the status of African MFIs, it will not bode well for African MFIs if African sovereigns that have been the beneficiaries of some of the assets and aggressive work that African development institutions have done 5-10 years, and they've built over the institutions they've built over the last 30 years. If we allow these institutions to be weakened, we are now left institutions that have, I wouldn't say their own agendas. Everybody's entitled to have their own agendas, but who prioritize their own requirements and economic policies over what is important for us. I mean, we've looked at some of the initiatives, I mean, the HIPC, the debt service suspension initiatives. Some of these things, while they provide cash flow relief in the immediate term, what we need, and I'm very glad that the professor earlier highlighted some of these things, and we at AFC are super keen on it, is while those debt relief programs or debt reprofiling, debt restructuring are important, we also need to invest in sectors that would allow us extract more value from our natural resources. I'll give you a quick example. In Gabon, when we got into Gabon in 2016 with our subsidiary company Arise, Gabon was earning $150 per cubic meter of timber. By the time we are done with the value addition, I mean, first of all, we had to stop export of raw timber. It doesn't make any sense. You're not making any money from that. Today, the Gabon Special Economic Zone contributes 15% of the GDP of Gabon, and the Special Economic Zone extracts $4,000 per cubic meter of finished goods. That's where we need to get to. For Zambia, for Sierra Leone, for Guinea, all of our exports, raw commodities that we're exporting, we're earning peanuts when it comes to export proceeds. While debt relief is good, we also need to increase our capacity to add value and generate more revenue. I mean, nobody is going to do this for us if we weaken the institutions that it's in their own interest to support African institutions in this regard. I mean, domesticating value addition and beneficiation on the continent is going to take jobs away from other regions of the world. And I mean, if I were in their situation, I wouldn't lend to projects like that. So if you weak African institutions that can support value addition, we are not doing ourselves any good. I'll pause here and let my other panelists add to the point.
Okay, thank you very much. From where I'm sitting, I thought I would try to answer one of the issues that has been coming up a lot in these discussions today. Thank you. Okay. Thank you very much. So, as I was saying, I want to address one issue that has been coming up a lot in these discussions today. This issue is about complementarity. How do existing institutions complement the institutions that we're trying to form? Thank you, Dr. Yusuf, also for explaining a little bit about the institutions, existing institutions. You explained about what AFC does. You did explain as well about how what ATD does, and also what Afrexim Bank does. So I'll not dwell much on that. But for the interest of the audience, I'm not sure how familiar you are with institutions like TD. If you're not familiar, then I'll delve into I'll get into the job of trying to explain what RTD is, what it does, and all that stuff before I go into how it complements the formation of these new institutions of the AU. Okay, so I take it that maybe you're not quite familiar with what RTD is and what it does. RTD is it used to be the African Trade Insurance Agency. Now it is called the African Trade and Investment Development Insurance. ATD provides political risk insurance and credit risk insurance. These products support banks, suppliers, and exporters. In terms of banks, it supports banks, whether they are multilateral development banks or commercial banks. In terms of exporters, it supports all exporters from Africa to the world. In terms of suppliers, it supports suppliers who are exposed to credit. These could be suppliers from outside Africa who are supplying capital equipment into Africa, or they could be suppliers that supply critical raw materials into Africa. All this is aimed at facilitating trade and investment into Africa. Now, having said that, TD now is owned by 22 countries. Initially, there were 7 countries that were the initial shareholders of the institution, but the membership is grown from 7 to 22 countries at the moment. Going with that, share capital, that is paid up share capital at the moment, stands at $620 million. Now, with that $620 million, we've taken on exposure. Exposure means the volume of trade and investment that we've facilitated into our member countries and non-member countries of almost $10 billion. Out of that, we've made, in the past year, gross profit of $133 million. Out of that, we've made a net profit of almost $33 million. And to our shareholders, the 22 African countries, we've paid dividends in the amount of $8.2 million. So this just demonstrates that existing institutions are trying to meet the mandates that they were set for. In terms of products, as I said, we provide political risk insurance. As we all know, political risk insurance in essence means risks that come about, means insuring risks that come about because of government action or inaction that impacts on investments or trade transactions. So for banks, for example, as I said, we support both commercial and MDBs. We provide them with products that provide them with risk mitigation. On top of the risk mitigation, we provide products that enable them to have more capacity to lend. I mean, central bankers are in this house, they would understand this much more than everybody else. That if a bank has more capacity to lend because it transfers its exposure to a third party, then obviously that bank complies with the directives and regulations of the central banks. Now, we've done this for the past 20 years, and at the moment we're supporting, as I said, MDBs as well as commercial banks. In terms of how we're going to fit with the new institutions that are coming on board, the history to our formation was that there was no institution in Africa that was providing risk mitigation to political risk and credit risk. And therefore, the forefathers of these 7 countries that sat together at the initiative of COMESA, of course, but with support from World Bank, thought an institution was needed that would provide these risk mitigation to political risk as well as credit risk. Now, when these new institutions come on board, we will be ready, we are set already to support them with these kind of products. For example, the African Investment Bank, for example, it will need to lend. It will be lending either to sovereigns or corporates in the member countries. Lending operations need risk mitigation, and risk mitigation would need an African institution that provides that sort of service. We wouldn't want to be going to London to look for risk mitigation for these kind of products like we're doing at the moment. Much as we are providing these services at the moment, but you find that most banks or most MDBs will still go to London to look for capacity. The behavior of a London underwriter is quite different from the behavior of an African underwriter. I'm an underwriter myself. An underwriter sitting in London would watch BBC or CNN, and we know what CNN and BBC broadcast these days. We all understand what their agenda is. And that underwriter sits there, watches TV, and he gets his opinion on CNN and BBC, and then forms an opinion on how much to charge for an African risk. And this answers also to the Honorable Reserve Bank Zimbabwe Deputy Governor, who said, as Africa, we pay a premium above, more than anybody else in the world. Why is it like that? Is it because it's because there are no institutions that stand out there and tell the world that Africa is a good place where you can put your money in and you're protected, and if anything goes wrong, then we will pay you. So an institution like ATD is trying to do that, but it's not doing at the scale that it is supposed to be doing. Why is it like that? It is like that because at the moment we're talking of 22 out of 54 countries that has ratified the ATI Treaty. The other 32 countries also need to come on board and ratify the treaty so that we're able to provide these services on a grand scale. By doing that, we'll create capacity for African risks. We'll create capacity enough to cover all the risks that we have. You can just imagine from our current shareholding of $616 million, we're able to do $9.8 million of business, almost $10 million of business. If all the other African countries came on board and subscribed to share capital, then we could do much more. So what is happening at the moment is because there's no institution that can underwrite African risk, most of the risks are seeded into either London or elsewhere. That basically means premium flight. Instead of keeping premium in Africa, we're paying premium to Europe. As we all understand, well, I'm not being political, but this is a fact. I mean, Europe needs to take care of its needs first before it starts taking care of African needs. So obviously we need to pay our premium to African institutions rather than paying this premium to European institutions. So this is where I see that existing institutions like ATD will come to the table to support the new institutions that are coming on board. We will be able to provide capacity, especially to the African Investment Bank, for it to lend more and lend safely. Now, on top of that, we would also come to the table to provide the people that would fund, external sources that would fund the AIB. We just learned that one of the reasons probably why the AIB is not taking off is probably the member countries don't have enough funds to contribute to its share capital. So one of the solutions that we would come up with would be ATD would go out there, have a credit wrap solution, and approach investors where they would be saying, okay, you invest in this, and if your funds are lost because of these kind of risks, then ATD would pay. Yeah, these kind of structures work. Certain countries have raised financing for their projects based on this kind of structure, where they say, where we team up with a country, with the Minister of Finance of a country, and approach lenders saying, we're credit wrapping this Minister of Finance borrowing. What we're saying simply to commercial banks, if you lend to this Minister of Finance, the Minister of Finance defaults, then ATD will pay. Now, that gives comfort to the lenders to lend to that MOF. The same way, that would give comfort to the lenders, the funders, to fund the AIB. So this is on top of the fact that we would provide more capacity to AIB for it to lend more, and also try to mitigate its risks, because lending has risks. AIB will come on board, start lending either to sovereigns or corporates. It will face non-payment or default. It needs some fallback position. And ATD comes to the table to say, this is the fallback position. Now, going back to the issue of membership, where we say ATD needs all AU African member states to subscribe, is the fact that ATD at the moment doesn't have enough capacity. I said of 22 countries out of 54 that have already subscribed. We need other African countries also to come to the table to subscribe, so that we have enough capacity, so that at the end of the day, if AIB comes on board, we're able to provide all the capacity that is needed without us needing external support. Because at the moment, we said we did $10 billion of business. We only retain about a quarter of that. But a three-quarter of that is ceded to the London market, which is not supposed to be the case. So at the end of the day, we're still influenced by external parties. So if we were able to have enough capacity in Africa, then we should be able to provide a fully African homegrown solution rather than looking outside again. So I just need to stop there. Sorry. I'm also quite passionate about these issues, and at the end of the day, I might start to. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you very much. And again, thanks to the Commission and for organizing this very important debate. I think in my short intervention, I'm really going to narrow down on the key challenge, which is around the question of preferred creditor status. And I think, you know, again, as experts discussing the establishment of the African Investment Bank, the African Monetary Fund, and if you've gone through the legal text, surely we must understand what preferred creditor status is and why it is important. So preferred creditor status, as it relates to international financial institutions, can simply be described that, okay, there is an agreement around the members of that international financial institution, which says that if country A borrows money from our institution, let's say Nigeria borrows money from the African Monetary Fund, if Nigeria has some kind of debt issue or some challenges with payments, it promises that it will prioritize the payments of the money that it got from the African Monetary Fund, right? So it becomes a preferred creditor. So if Nigeria just has some money available, if it is talking with its creditors and trying to make an arrangement with regards to who it should pay first, who should take a haircut or who shouldn't, Nigeria guarantees that as a member of the African Monetary Fund, it guarantees that it will pay the African Monetary Fund first. Again, we do not need to imagine too much to understand why this is important. So you can imagine that, say, 2 years from now, we create the African Monetary Fund, we create the African Investment Bank, it does its first set of lending, and then the year after it is established and it lends to 1 or 2 countries, both countries decide that they are having debt issues, they are not going to pay the African Monetary Fund back, they are not going to pay the African Investment Bank back. What will happen? You can be sure that it means, in as much as you've invested so much, you've had meetings for the past 20 years, you've used your taxpayers' money to capitalize these institutions, the day that they lend out, and you yourselves, right? Because remember that the African Monetary Fund is not going to go and lend to the US, it's not going to lend, it's going to lend to you, the members. The day it lends to you, the next year, you, that country, 1 country or 2 countries, decide that it is not going to pay back, what it has gotten, or it says, okay, we can't pay you everything, we are going to pay you just 50% of what we've taken from you. What will be the implication? You can be sure that the African Monetary Fund or the African Investment Bank will not survive that kind of incident, right? Because it sets a precedent for other countries. Not just that, it completely destroys the shareholder value that the members have capitalized. So the preferred creditor status is that legal condition or legal treatment which countries put into the treaties and arrangements around multilateral financial institutions to ensure that that never happens. So the World Bank has it, IMF has it, all the African multilateral financial institutions, whether it's Afrexim Bank, AFC, ATD, we all have it. So good thing. But then that is where the problem now is. The problem now is that where some countries are having some debt challenges and they are having discussions and negotiations with some of the external lenders, those external lenders are insisting that African countries should not recognize the preferred creditor status of the African multilateral financial institutions that they have created, right? And that preferred creditor status should only really be reserved for the Bretton Woods institutions. Now, you can easily think of all the challenges around this position, right? Because essentially, what it will lead to is the eventual destruction of all these African multilateral financial institutions. Why is the preferred creditor status important? Not only is it important to protect the shareholders, meaning the countries, whether it's Nigeria, Burundi, Tanzania, Egypt, that have contributed capital to create these institutions, it is also important when we go to the market to raise funds. All right. So as Afrexim Bank, as AFC, we're able to raise funds at a better premium than our constituent countries, simply because we have gone to the market to say that the funds that we are raising from you, we guarantee that we will pay you back. Why? Because all the people that all the countries that we are giving the money to, we have preferred creditor status with them, so there is little to zero risk of you losing that money. So it means then we're able to get the money cheaper. So if you were now to either withdraw or not recognize this preferred creditor status, then it simply means we will not be able to go to the market to raise the funds to do the lending. A financial institution that cannot raise money and is just paying salaries, it's pointless. You might as well close your shop and let everybody go home. But it is not just a challenge for the existing African multilateral financial institutions. It is a challenge that the Africa Investment Bank is going to face. It's a challenge that the African Monetary Fund is going to face if we do not, at least establish this issue on principle. And I think that is why when we presented this to the African Ministers of Finance in July, they were very passionate about it, and they came up with a very, very strong declaration about ensuring that member states, African member states, should respect their obligations to the institutions that they themselves have created. Two other things before I stop. One, there is the legal question, which is just really interesting. This preferred creditor status has been put in all our treaties, right? But the external parties are asking African countries to disregard the legal obligation in their treaty, right, to offer the preferred creditor status. It's a question where in everything else we hear about the rule of law, but when it comes to this particular thing, what these external parties are telling our countries to do is to disregard the rule of law. Then the third point, right, which is a political point, there is a certain, amount of, I don't want to call it neocolonialism, which says that for the international institutions, the Bretton Woods institutions, where our partners, our friends are dominant, they should have this special treatment. But for your own institutions, which you are creating, they are insisting that you should not give your own institutions the same special treatment. It's the kind of arrangement which, it makes you feel like there's some kind of real plan or real issues that really attempts to constrain Africa's development. The final point that I will make is this. On this question, or on this issue of preferred creditor status, we are not asking the West for anything. It's not something that we are requesting from the IMF. It's not something that we are requesting from the US. It's not something that we are requesting from Europe. It is an issue that is completely dependent on those of us here, which is the African countries. Because all we are saying is that as long as you've made those treaties, you as an African country, you just need to respect the obligation that you've done. So it is the same African countries that have the power to convey this preferred creditor status. It is not the European countries, it's not an international institution that can withdraw it. So it is critical that we think our political leaders should understand that this is a political issue. Why? Because from the way we see it, it is all just an arrangement to ensure that we remain dependent and completely at the mercy of the international financial institutions. Because if the preferred creditor status were to be withdrawn and all our African multilateral financial institutions are unable to function anymore, then where do we get funding from? We have to run back to the World Bank, we have to run back to IMF, we have to run back to commercial lenders, and it's not a situation that I think Africa would want to be in terms of its future development.
Thank you very much, colleagues, and it's a very interesting discussion. I think you've elaborated on the point on the concerns and the risks that this poses not only for the institutions themselves, but for the member states, for our African sovereigns. And what also comes out very interesting is that as we hear from the different institutions, we see that this concept of an African financial architecture is diverse. I'm therefore happy that Director Jamel and Dr. Patrick, when you chose the title of this forum, it was African financial institutions and not specific African Union financial institutions. Because within the context of the AU financial institutions, we talk about those that are in the Constitutive Act. But when we talk about the African financial architecture and African financial institutions, it goes beyond what is there. So my next question to my panelists is, as we go into this discussion, we've heard the importance of preferred creditor status, the likelihood of these issues confronting an African investment bank, an African monetary fund once they are established. How do we use our experiences from our respective institutions to help support the establishment of these institutions, of the AU financial institutions? What lessons can we draw from our own existence, our own experiences over the years we've been established in terms of membership, in terms of capital mobilization, in terms of these challenges that we are currently facing that can inform a collective way to strengthen the continental financial architecture?
Thank you very much, Dr. Yusuf. If I start from the capital contribution from members, what we've done at AFC, we've got various ways where member countries that want to become shareholders can participate. You can outrightly pay for your shares, you can have warrants, and you can also have a situation where you have a portion of your equity paid for and the balance is deferred, and that we can wrap with insurance as well. Obviously, we can also have situations where we have sub-debt or quasi-equity investments, if that's the preference of various institutions. But we make it in a way, what we have is a structure where various member countries can invest depending on their capacity, rather than having a one-size-fits-all structure for investments in AFC. And we've also opened this to investments. It's not necessarily just governments at the Ministry of Finance level. The central banks can also be the ones making that investment. And we've got situations where the pension funds or the sovereign investment authorities from some of these countries are actually the ones holding the shares in AFC. In terms of products, we pride ourselves in being solutions providers when it comes to infrastructure. We are keen on going into projects very early where the idea is still being formed, but we see the potential. So we have our product development team that is able to come into projects at a very early stage, provide all the technical hand-holding, all the studies that need to be done, and help guide the sponsors up until when the project is ready to go to market. So it's for the AIB, for instance, is something that we can potentially work with this institution. I'm also keen on the idea of, yes, we have big ambitions, but we can start from where we are with some of these institutions that we already have, where we can incubate some of these grander long-term institutions that we are looking to establish, but we can incubate some of the functions of these institutions within various institutions. We all have our various strengths, RTD, Afrexim Bank, AFDB, AFC. There are various areas where we can potentially add value, whether it's technical support or whether it's actually just providing housing, that service or that particular solution within a particular existing financial institution. And as things progress, we all have various issues or various debt challenges African countries are facing at the moment. So tasking people or tasking governments at this time to contribute to creating brand new institutions where you have successful African institutions that have been in existence for up to 30 years in some cases may be a bit challenging, but we shouldn't wait until these institutions are fully in place before they start delivering the results. We can incubate and work with some of the existing institutions we have. I've mentioned product development. We can also definitely, in the infrastructure space, working with our partners at Afrexim Bank, TDB, to also realize some of the visions in the 2063 agenda for Africa. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. In terms of supporting the creation of the new institutions, I think I did touch on earlier in my presentation where I said we could help the new FIs to actually raise funding for themselves, given the challenges that the member states are facing in terms of raising financing. I do note the contribution from Mauritius Central Bank, where it said countries have various challenging needs. Some countries, for example, would rather pay for medicines for their hospitals rather than pay for membership or capital to set up a central bank. If that is the situation, then RTD would come to the table, either support the member country to raise funding for contribution, either from African FIs or alien non-African FIs, where we would come and say, okay, we will guarantee the funding that you provide to this member state, noting that the Minister of Finance of these member states probably they will be constrained to issue guarantees or even the borrowing itself. So if there is an external guarantor who comes to guarantee that kind of borrowing, then it makes it easier for everyone. Now, another level of support would be to actually support the AIB itself. Given the challenge of member states raising capital, then probably AIB would raise capital itself. So AIB would be looking to get funding from other sources, where RTD or any other AU institutions would be saying, okay, we would guarantee this kind of funding to AIB. If AIB fails, the business plan fails, then obviously you can fall back on our guarantee that we provide. So those are the kind of support that we provide. Now, when AIB comes into operation, then obviously AIB will also need such kind of the products that we provide. For example, risk mitigation. It will need to mitigate its risks on the lending transactions that it does. Other than that, it will also need to benefit from capital relief, where when it lends, it needs to set aside some funds for that kind of lending. Central bankers understand this much more than I do. So for them to transfer that exposure from their balance sheet, they need to transfer to a third party that is credible, a third party that is either rated, most of the central banks would say A and above. That third party would either be an export credit agency or another party. So RTD is positioning itself as an export credit agency for Africa, export credit agency for the AU. So that automatically fits in the aspirations that we have. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think, maybe three just quick lessons from our own experience, which I think we can take into consideration. First lesson is it takes time. Afrexim Bank is 30 years old now, meaning it has taken us 30 years to get to over 5 billion in capital. It has taken us 30 years to get to the size where we're able to make some of the impactful interventions. And of course, compared to China, development banks and all that, we are still very, very small. So, logically you can think that even if you set up the Africa Investment Bank today, it may take up to 20 years or 30 years for the African Investment Bank to have the kind of muscle and capacity that Afreximbank has today or that AFC has today, right? So I think we need to be conscious of that timeline to be able to build the institutions, to be able to address our needs. The second point is, of course, the size matters in the sense that the more capitalized the institutions are, the more they are able to do. There is no shortcut. There is no clever way around it. If you want the institution to be valuable, if you want it to be more than just an office where some people are collecting salaries and doing some small things, you will need to capitalize these institutions appropriately to be able to do what they need to do. And to that extent, sacrifices have to be made, political considerations have to be made, countries have to prioritize, because for every dollar that you invest in a bank like Afreximbank, Africa Investment Bank, in terms of capital, you get multiple amounts over time in terms of what that institution is able to raise from the markets and so on and so forth. And then the third lesson is that control matters. In as much as we are constrained by capital, Afreximbank, at least in his own experience, has been able to do the things it has been able to do because essentially it is still an African-owned and Africa-controlled multilateral financial institution. And even as we may face challenges with capitalizing our own institutions, it is important that we ensure that they remain in their nature African-controlled and African-owned institutions, because for international at that level, there is always an element of foreign policy involved, and you want your own institutions that will be looking out specifically for your own interest. The final point that I would like to make is that, at least for the African Investment Bank, and to a certain extent some elements of maybe the monetary fund, definitely for the African Investment Bank, when I say we, I mean Afreximbank, African Finance Corporation, ATD, TDB, Shelter Africa, we are already in a way filling some of the gap, some of the role, some of the expected role that the African Investment Bank is meant to do. And I think maybe some thinking around how we can, you as the member states, because it's the member states that are setting up the African Investment Bank, that own Afreximbank, that own AFC, that own ATD, some way of thinking about it in a holistic manner to say, okay, how can these institutions which we have already created, which we have already capitalized, how can they be the building blocks or the foundation, right, for the establishment of the African Investment Bank, so that we don't necessarily think about starting from scratch. We think about it around how do we build on top of these institutions that we have already capitalized, they're already having impact, so that we don't have to do that work, which will involve a lot of time, which will involve a lot of energy. So I think maybe that's a question that we will suggest that we reflect on. How do we make use of what we have to build on the African Investment Bank? And this is not a new thing in the African Union. Even the AFCFTA itself, if you look at the principles of the AFCFTA, it said the regional economic communities as building blocks for the AFCFTA, and the AFCFTA was designed that way. So the question would be, how can the existing African multilateral financial institutions, how can they be the building blocks the African Investment Bank, African Monetary Fund. Thank you.
Thank you very much, colleagues. So I don't want us to dominate the conversation from up here, and I'd like to get some views, some comments, and some questions from the audience. So maybe I should stand up here, Patrick, and take the questions. I see Director Jamel has his flag up. The gentleman, maybe we start with the two and then we'll take another round of questions. Director Jamel.
Thank you very much, Dr. Yusuf. Thank you. Thanks to our eminent panelists, and really I was really dreaming once while you were mentioning, I was really dreaming about seeing concrete things happening in the very near future. So first of all, I would like really to welcome the ATD proposal about providing like credit wrap for some of the countries really to access to the capital or to pay their capital. This is, I think, a good idea that really I welcome. I think we need maybe to go through those countries that they have already signed but not yet ratify, those which maybe do have some financial issues, and how to wrap that credit wrap really to help them, maybe to accelerate the payment of their capital or the subscription for their capital. So for me, this is really a good proposal that I welcome. I'm quite sure tomorrow morning, once we'll discuss the AIIB, the Africa Investment Bank, definitely there will be a lot of recommendation going around. Going back about the preferred credit status, I do really agree with you, and just again to highlight what has happened in our STC at the ministers level, and it was very, very clear from our side that our African member countries really needs to support our regional bank, and that preferred credit status should be given to our regional MDB, AUFIs, for them in case there is any issue related to the debt repayment. They should be given the priority in terms of refunding. But my question to Babajide is really, my friend, how do you see going forward the role of the rating agency really when it comes to this losing or keeping the PSC? And I think this is something that the rating agency always really bring and how can I say, threaten the rating of those regional banks. Whenever the first thing that came when they start really to assess the risk, the solvency, they go to our books and they start to look where have you like there's a PSC from the countries, and then you say yes, and then show me. But for me, this threat, this continuous threat from rating agency really makes your work very difficult. So for me, how do you envisage going forward? Maybe collaborating more maybe with ATD to offload some of the risks if you have some risks, and how do you see it in the future? And thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Jamel.
Thank you very much for the floor, and thank you for the panelists for the thoughts and ideas that they brought on the table as African financial institutions. But me, first of all, I have a concern or an observation with regards to the communication around these financial African financial institutions. I heard from their presentations that they make profit, and it's true. what if they take a bit part of that profit and do a very big program of communication around Africa to do a kind of advocacy towards policymakers so that they can also communicate their services to the private sector across Africa, because I think, of course, when we participate in these fora, we hear of them, but going back to countries, rarely you can find information about these African financial institutions. Yet there is private sector there that is struggling, and that they need their help or their services. Second, it's true that of course they are, with regards to their rating, they can raise money, cheap money, for the various shareholders, various countries, various institutions in Africa that are part of their shareholding. But they raise money there in the West. They raise money in Europe. What makes them not raising money in Africa? Yet we saw that $2 trillion are leaving Africa to the West, and then they go there to make that money. They raise it to finance Africa. So I think, of course, there are challenges, we know, that to raise money in Africa, but I think that one could be a way also to make African markets also vibrant and very efficient. So I wanted them maybe to put on table what are the big challenges that are barriers for them to raise money from the African markets. And maybe thirdly is with regards to the creation of the now African Union financial institutions. Yes, they can do advocacy towards our policymakers, but are they really? Maybe it's a provoking question. Are they really willing, because they are making profit as where they are now? They can continue make profit and pay dividend their shareholders. Is it in their interest now to do advocacy for African Union to have their own financial institutions? Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I'll turn to the floor to address. I know, Babajide, you were asked a very specific question on credit rating. There was a second one more generally around what are the institutions doing to communicate with the member states, the opportunities in the private sector, the facilities and programs that are available. And then maybe finally the last question on what incentive do the institutions have to drive African Union financial institutions, given that they make profit and pay dividends? So maybe we'll start with you, Jide, because there was a specific question to you.
Yeah. Thank you very much. So first of all, on the question of the ratings agencies and the preferred creditor status, it's almost a vicious cycle, in the sense that it is the preferred creditor status that is giving us some protection against the I don't want to say wickedness of and just the real bias of the credit ratings agency. And it's tied to the second question. We have to go to meet these credit agencies, not because we love them or because we like them. It's simply because we have to raise funds in the international market, right? We have to raise dollars, we have to raise euros, and because we have to raise funds in the international markets, they are the gatekeepers, or the appointed or self-appointed gatekeepers to the international market. You do not have a choice. You have to go and meet them. we will absolutely love to be able to raise more funding locally within Africa. But you must remember, Africa is fragmented, and I think this is the question even behind the idea of the African Central Bank. I don't think there is a let me raise money in Africa. You can say, let me go and raise Naira, let me go and raise Rand, let me go and raise Kwacha, but I can't raise in Africa. And if I'm trying to raise Kwacha in Zambia, where am I going to spend it apart from Zambia? If I'm raising funds in Naira in Nigeria, I'm not going to use Nigerian Naira to fund projects in Zimbabwe. So the questions around having a single African financial market, right, which is sort of the long-term goal of having the central bank, is going to be a solution to so many of our problems. Why? Because it will make the African financial services market deeper, and then we will be able to raise funds in a larger amount of funds, right? Because if I go to Sierra Leone, can I raise $3 billion from Sierra Leone, from the Sierra Leonean market? Of course not. But if it were to be an African financial services market, then for sure that market will be deep enough for me to say, okay, I'm trying to raise $10 billion and so on and so forth. So it is absolutely relevant to the discussions you're having on the central bank. And I would even encourage a recommendation for this group that beyond the establishment of the AUFIs, you should also look at the establishment of the African single financial services market, right, where you can have, just a deeper African financial services market where we can all raise funds domestically without putting ourselves at the mercy of euro bonds or dollars and so on and so forth. And then I think I must address the question about our willingness to be AUFIs. You must recall, though, that we are not commercial banks. So when you talk about our shareholders that get dividend, Afreximbank's largest shareholders are Egypt and Nigeria, right? So if we're paying dividend, it is going to Egypt, Nigeria, Zimbabwe, Malawi. I'm sure some of the officials here have the communication about the checks that they receive. But the interesting thing is that 90% of the time, the dividends that we pay out are reinvested as capital into our institutions. So that is actually one of the tricks which our members use to capitalize our institutions. They don't take their dividends. They use it to pay up their capital for the institution. Right, and I think that is certainly something that must be considered as we establish the AIB and AMF. So at the end of the day, you being a profit-making DFI, it's not really about people getting rich. It's about those profits being used to capitalize you, so that you can do bigger or greater lending. And I'm sure that's the situation with a lot of our partners too.
Thank you, Jide. Maybe before Atidi comes in, just on the issue of mobilizing capital from within Africa, I just wanted to give maybe some context also from Afreximbank's perspective on this. In 2017, we launched an initiative called the Central Bank Deposit Program, CENDAP. We know that Africa sits on foreign reserves of around $400 billion, a lot of it invested in T-bills, earning very minor returns. So we introduced this program where the central banks in Africa could place their deposits with us as a source of mobilizing domestic resources. And our experience with it has been very, very good, because what it has helped us do is we can pay a bigger return to the African sovereigns, to the central banks on that. But also, it allowed us to reduce our cost of funding. So we could intervene at a more cost-effective manner in our member states. So it's a very important issue, and I think as we go into the discussion, we'd be interested to know from the other partners, the other institutions, what are some of the challenges or the opportunities in raising resources in Africa.
Thank you very much. I just want to add on what my colleague from Afrexim Bank said regarding capitalization of the member states, member shareholders. He did mention that when these institutions make profit, they actually pay dividends. These dividends go to the member countries that are shareholders. Now, some shareholders would get back that profit, invest it back in the institution so that they increase their shareholding. At the end of the day, if you have more shareholding in an institution, it means that institution can do more in your country. Because any MFIs, any financial institutions' capacity in that particular country is linked somehow, in some way, to the contribution that they made to that institution. So that is important for countries. They are, most of them will just reinvest that profit so that they have more capacity in that particular institution. But then another factor is some countries would borrow funds to invest in that institution. So they use that dividend to pay off loan obligations for that borrowing which they invested in the institution. So part of that profit goes to that country to enable it to pay the loan obligations that they contracted for them to be able to subscribe to that institution's membership. So that is one way how profits are used by the member states. I just wanted to add on that. Now, regarding the Honorable Director's comment on how RTD can support member countries raise financing for membership into AIB, so RTD would be willing to come to the table with credit wraps to any funder that would want to support these countries to become shareholders. Of course, that is subject to that member country being a shareholder in RTD. So that country will have to be a shareholder in RTD for us to support that particular country. A non-shareholder will be difficult for RTD to support. So that country that wants to use RTD's services to raise funding to become a shareholder in AIB will have to become first a shareholder in RTD, and then thereafter it would. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think on the point of capital, so for us at AFC, there are three options you can invest in AFC. There's the obviously the paid-in capital where you pay upfront, and then there's the callable capital where you pay 20% of the capital, and then the balance 80% is going to be callable capital. Obviously, you earn dividends only on the paid portion, and your voting interest is only on the paid portion. And then some of the concerns we've also heard from our engagements is around exits, so that we also have the equity warrants option where you earn dividend, and then we have the option, AFC has the option to buy out. So you may consider having a bit more. AFC has the option to buy out after a certain period of time. I think it's about 5 or 10 years. I think 10 years for it to qualify as tier 1 capital for us. So you may want to consider some of those other options when engaging. Over the last 10 years, I think we've paid about $600 million in dividend. Historically, we usually pay about 30% of distributable profits as dividend. We're trying to bring that down so that we can increase the volume of, increase our capital and be able to do more. One thing I want to mention in support of what Babajide mentioned, reviewing, I mean, we are singly rated, A3 rated by Moody's. One of the downsides is the weakness of our member countries in terms of, I mean, so yes, we have the PS, the preferred creditor status, but for me, it is important that these member countries are able to generate hard currency, because at the end of the day, we're looking at their ability to support if you are calling on them. So which is why institutions like ours being able to support projects that ordinarily non-African multilaterals will not prioritize. I'll give you an example. We were looking at the power plants in I can mention the name now, in Rwanda, and we were talking to European DFIs, and they told us, quite frankly, this is dirty fuel. that we can't support this. Fast forward to Russia-Ukraine crisis. These same people are the people now thinking coal and nuclear are all okay. But when we needed it, you didn't support us. We had to find other partners, African countries, African financial institutions that were willing to support this. So it's important that we are able to, we maintain our creditworthiness and be able to support projects that will add value on the continent. Same thing for manufacturing. If we're able to earn more dollars for our exports, we will be in a better position to support African institutions that we're looking to create. In terms of supporting local markets, one of the things we have done at AFC, we, in addition to some other multilateral institutions, we created a company called InfraCredit, where we provide credit guarantees to to wrap bonds being issued by projects, infrastructure projects. And over time, initially we started with 5-7 year guarantees, but now those projects are able to raise up to 20-year money in the local market. Usually they want to come in at, the bond investors want to come in at a point where the project is completed, is fully de-risked, and then they can swap out the more expensive construction or bridge financing that they use to construct the project. But there is ample local currency financing from the pension funds that we can tap. We just need to find solutions that would enable them to enter those projects in a de-risk manner. Given that these are pension monies, we don't want to take on too much risk, but it's something that we are looking at. We also have the Infrastructure Climate Resilience Fund, which we created. There are certain markets where they are not able to invest USD. What we are creating now is a structure where they will be able to invest local currency in that fund. So it is something that we are quite passionate about at AFC.
Thank you very much, colleagues. I see Dr. Patrick's telling me that we're running a bit over time. So I think at this stage we'll close the panel. Just to thank again the Commission for inviting us to moderate this panel, and to thank my panelists for their very valuable insights and contributions. I think it enriches the conversation and will certainly form part of our discussions over the next 2 days as we try to support the establishment of these financial institutions. So thank you very much. Ladies, let's give them a round of applause, please.
Thank you very much, my dear Yusuf, and thanks to all the panelists for the excellent points that were raised during this important discussion we had just now. Excellencies, dear colleagues, I think we are trying to wrap up the day, and it was certainly an exciting day because we were able to go through the sessions as we planned them. Unfortunately, we had to postpone session 3 for tomorrow morning due to the need to have an Arabic interpreter to make sure that we are able to listen to the presentation that will be made by our colleagues from Libya. Having said that, I would like to take this opportunity on behalf of the African Union Commission and on behalf of my director, who have been actively supporting this process since we started this idea of reviving the spirit of Pan-Africanism for the achievement of the African Union financial institutions. And I do think that our discussions today have provided an opportunity to have more insights on what we can do moving forward. I would like to appreciate the support of our African multilateral institutions that have once again committed here to support this process and that have certainly shown, you know, a certain dedication on how we can move this process to completion. So it is truly an amazing day that we have seen today. We do hope that the content of the discussion will allow the Commission to build a sustainable way forward as we are, you know, aiming to achieve the African Union financial institutions. With this, I would like to once again thank the Governor of the Central Bank of Madagascar for still being with us at this late hour, because he just landed this morning and decided to join the meeting and to stay till the end. Thank you, Honorable Governor, for that kind attention. Thanks also to all the member states who are still in this room for the excellent participation throughout the meetings. Thanks to our technical team and to the interpreters that are able to allow us to understand and to discuss the way we are doing today. It was said during one session that unfortunately we did not use the African language that is in the AU languages, but we are going to aim to improve our processes to make sure that we utilize all our languages and allow all our member states to speak in their preferred language. With those few words, allow me, Excellencies, dear colleagues, to close our day and to kindly invite you to be here at 9 a.m. prompt tomorrow, because we will have a very long day. We will not exit this room before exhausting the agenda. And you know that there is a new item that has been added in the program due to the inability to have an Arabic interpreter today. So thank you very much. Bonne soirée, and see you tomorrow for another fruitful day of deliberations. Thank you.